Chapter 1438. Not only High Heaven Sect, but all the cultivators on Shadowed Star were staring at the same spot at this moment. The Emperor Garden. At this moment, the Emperor Garden was shrouded in a dazzling five-colored light as it floated quietly high up in the sky, clouds drifting by, making it impossible to see through. Along with the movement coming from the Emperor Garden, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out. Emperor pressure. Fortunately, this Emperor pressure was not too strong, otherwise, at least 80% of the cultivators on Shadowed Star would have suffered great misfortune. *1. A soft trembling sound rang out from all over Shadowed Star as a series of palm-sized jade tokens exuding a soft white light appeared. Even if these jade tokens were stored in the space ring of a cultivator, at this moment, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and flew out on their own. The owners of these Emperor Jades reached out and grasped them, an indescribable feeling spreading throughout their bodies as all of them trembled and showed looks of joy. The Emperor Garden was about to open. Although no one had told them this information, when they held the Emperor Jades in their hands, they all felt the mysteries of the Emperor Garden at the same time. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, they had been waiting for 2 to 3 years, and now it was finally about to open. This was a great opportunity, causing countless people to feel excited. Inside High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared next to Yang Yan and the others. All of them looked up with solemn expressions. Yang Kai. Yang Yan called out, her red lips opening slightly, but just as she was about to say something, Yang Kai grinned and said, "I know." Yang Yan nodded lightly and no longer said anything. Although Qian Tong and the others wanted to ask Yang Kai how he had stabilized his cultivation, now was obviously not the time, so all of them remained silent. Time continued to pass in front of everyone's eyes. High up in the sky, the Emperor Garden was wrapped in a thick five-colored light, giving it a majestic and magnificent appearance. Not long after, this five-colored light suddenly poured into the Emperor Garden, as if it was being absorbed by it. Immediately afterwards, 3 white pillars of light shot out, shooting straight down from the bottom of the Emperor Garden. Its speed was incredibly slow. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart trembled, and his expression changed slightly. The last time an Emperor Jade appeared, a similar situation had occurred. As a result, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and now a pillar of light had appeared. And 3 at that. Would High Heaven Sect suffer the same fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai's worries were unfounded. Although the 3 pillars of light shot straight down, they only extended to mid-air before stopping. After the pillars of light disappeared, something seemed to be left in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone held their breaths and looked in that direction. Although they were far away, the strength of those present was not weak. Naturally, it could be seen clearly that what was left after the 3 light beams disappeared were 3 white jade disc-like objects that were strangely suspended in the air. It didn't look big, only occupying a radius of a few dozen feet. On the white jade disc, mysterious and profound lines flashed, and it was obvious that an exquisite spirit array was engraved on it. However, the distance between them was estimated to be at least 100 kilometers. Space arrays. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Thoughtfully she muttered, "It seems that one needs to pass through these 3 space arrays to enter the Emperor Garden. So that's how it is." Qian Tong and the others' eyes lit up as they suddenly understood. These days, they had been wondering how to enter the Emperor Garden after it opened. After all, from the naked eye, there seemed to be no clear entrance to the Emperor Garden, causing countless masters on Shadowed Star a headache. Originally, they guessed that the entrance was related to the Emperor Jades that had appeared not long ago. But now, it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. When the Emperor Garden opened, 3 space arrays would appear, and as long as one passed through these space arrays, one could enter the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Jades were only used to resist the Emperor pressure. Without an Emperor Jade, it was impossible to get close to these 3 space arrays. Everything suddenly became clear. This old master will be going first. Just as everyone was pondering, an old voice called out from the side. As soon as these words fell, 2 figures flew up and turned into streams of light as they rushed towards one of the space arrays. Naturally, It was Floating Mist Palace's sect master and great elder. Now that the Emperor Garden had opened and the space arrays had appeared, these two naturally did not want to delay any longer. As the saying goes, one who strikes first gains the advantage, so they immediately set off. They had paid the price of an Emperor Jade to enter High Heaven Sect, and set off for the Emperor Garden from the square, arriving at least half a day earlier than everyone else on Shadowed Star. The two of them could take advantage of this half a day to explore more places and search for more treasures. Just after they set off for the Emperor Garden, two other groups of people from High Heaven Sect also flew up into the sky, but the geographical location of their departure was not satisfactory. Although they were within High Heaven Sect's sphere of influence, they were quite far from the square. These two groups of people had naturally paid a large price to purchase the location of their departure from High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai had obtained his divine nullification sand from one of these two groups. At the same time, outside the Luyan Desert, the various forces, large and small, who had been waiting for a long time, flew up into the sky one after another, transforming into multicolored streaks of light. However, if they wanted to get close to the Emperor Garden and the space arrays, they would first have to bypass the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, which would take a lot of time. Seeing that the two from Floating Mist Palace had arrived first, Qian Tong could not help looking at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai naturally knew what he meant and grinned. Let's set off too. Qian Tong was overjoyed and immediately pushed his Saint Qi together with Fei Ji Tu, wrapped Wei Guchang in it, and flew up. The 4 from Colored Glass Sect followed closely behind while the 3 from Clear Sky Sect were not to be outdone either. Elders, while we're away, I'll have to trouble you to look after the sect. Yang Kai looked at Chang Qi and the others and whispered, Yes, Sect Master. Chang Qi and the others responded in unison. In fact, there was nothing much to instruct them about. On this trip to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and Yi Xian all had to leave for the Emperor Garden. Although the strength of the people left behind was not high, High Heaven Sect's geographical location was special. So even if someone wanted to attack it, they would not be able to break through the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings. High Heaven Sect could be said to be extremely safe. Let's go. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yan before his figure flickered. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai did not know what method Yang Yan had used, but his speed was not inferior to Yang Kai's and he quickly appeared beside him. Needless to say, Yi Xian was a peak 3rd order origin returning realm master. In terms of speed alone, she was even faster than Yang Kai, so keeping up with him and Yang Yan was extremely easy for her. The trio flew straight up, and unlike the tension and anticipation of the others, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yan, both of them wore indifferent expressions. Yang Kai was not anxious because he had already entered the Emperor Garden once, and was quite familiar with it. With his previous experience as a guarantee, it would be much easier for him to go deeper this time. Yang Yan himself was a soul clone of one of the great emperors, and the Emperor Garden was also one of the great emperor's residences. Although Yi Xian did not know much about it now, as long as she entered its interior, her sealed memories would slowly awaken. No one knew more about the Emperor Garden than she did. Under their influence, Yi Xian's excitement slowly calmed down. Yang Kai, what's your current realm like? As they flew, Yang Yan suddenly asked with concern. I haven't had time to consolidate my foundation yet. But it doesn't matter, as long as I fight a few battles, it should be enough. Yang Kai grinned, not taking this matter seriously. Generally speaking, after a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, it would take a certain amount of time to consolidate their foundation. The most common and reliable method was naturally to meditate and cultivate. However, fighting with others was also an alternative. Of course, this was accompanied by a certain amount of risk. However, Yang Kai did not care as he was fully confident he could consolidate his realm in battle. Good, that's good. Yang Yan gently nodded. The rest of the way was silent as the trio flew upwards with all their strength. The Emperor Garden seemed to be suspended not far above High Heaven Sect, but after really rushing towards it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how he flew, it was always directly above him. Moreover, as the distance between them narrowed, The emperor pressure emanating from the emperor garden became stronger and stronger, like an invisible swamp that affected the cultivator's St. Qi circulation and slowed down the cultivator's progress. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, but instead of being surprised, he was actually quite happy, a thoughtful and eager expression appearing on his face. After flying another 1,000 meters or so, the emperor pressure suddenly increased, forcing Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun to stimulate the effects of their emperor jades to create a light barrier around their bodies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, paused in place. "What's wrong?" Yang Yan looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped at this critical moment. "You go on ahead. I want to cultivate here." Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yan frowned, but soon showed a look of understanding. "You want to use the emperor pressure here to condense your shi?" As soon as this statement came out, Yi Shiyin was also shocked. "Yes." Yang Kai did not deny it. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to try it." When he went to rescue Qiantong with Fei Ji2 and the others, he had entered Fallen Emperor Mountain. Ning Xiangchen had told Yang Kai at that time that when he broke through to the origin returning realm one day, he could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense his shi, because there was emperor pressure there. The shi condensed with the help of emperor pressure was often much stronger than the shi of an ordinary cultivator, and the benefits were indescribable. However, no one had ever confirmed this, so no one knew the truth. At that time, Yang Kai had made a mental note that regardless of whether this was true or not, when he reached the origin returning realm, he would definitely go to Fallen Emperor Mountain. If things were as he guessed, it would naturally be for the best, but even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. In any case, emperor pressure had the effect of helping a cultivator condense their shi. This was something everyone recognized. However, since the appearance of the emperor garden, there seemed to be no emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so if Yang Kai wanted to use this emperor pressure to condense his shi, this was probably his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, it would be impossible to find an equivalent opportunity again. Chapter 1439. Compared to the various treasures and benefits in the Emperor Garden, one's own strength was the most important, while everything else was just external forces. Which was more important? Yang Kai naturally understood. As such, even if he entered the Emperor Garden 1 hour later, it didn't matter. As long as this plan was successful, the benefits he would obtain would be far greater than the treasures he could find in the Emperor Garden. It was with these considerations in mind that Yang Kai was eager to try. Yang Yan had no intention of stopping him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Then act according to your own strength, don't be reckless. I have great chalk here to protect me, so you don't need to worry about anything." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yi Shiyin and cupping his fists. "Senior Yi, I'll leave Yang Yan to you. You can rest assured, as long as this queen still has a single breath, no one can harm Master," Yi Shiyin declared proudly. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand. "Let's go if possible. I will find you inside the Emperor Garden and meet up with you." Yang Yan glanced over at him and gave him a few more words of advice before continuing to fly upwards. A moment later though, she stopped and shouted back, "Yang Kai. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "These past few days, I must thank you." Yang Yan smiled brightly, and after saying these seemingly random words, she set off again and flew off. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her back blankly, wondering what this woman meant, and why she had suddenly become so pretentious. Shaking his head, Yang Kai decided not to think about it too much. Right now, the most important thing was to use the emperor pressure to condense his shi. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to fly upwards unhurriedly. Every cultivator, after breaking through to the origin returning realm, would begin to condense their shi. No one was an exception. Force was something that was hard to explain. It was different from the cultivator's own qi. It was the product of a person's essence, qi and spirit. Once cultivated successfully, it would be of great help to the cultivator when facing an enemy. The cultivator could even integrate all kinds of secret arts and divine skills into his force, allowing his force to unleash unimaginable effects. However, shi was extremely difficult to cultivate and required many years of comprehension and integration. Only by cultivating Shi to the grand accomplishment stage could a cultivator break through to the Origin King realm. This was one of the requirements for advancement. On Shadowed Star, there were countless Origin returning realm cultivators, and the number of third-order Origin returning realm cultivators was also quite large, but only 1% of them had cultivated their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Yi Shiyin was undoubtedly one of them. It was hard to say about Qian Tong and Feiji Tuesday. They might or might not have reached the great accomplishment stage. Experts like Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were most likely not at this level. Therefore, even if two third-order Origin returning realm masters had the same cultivation realm, the strength they could display would be different. The reason for this was Shi. If an Origin returning realm cultivator could condense their Shi, their combat effectiveness would rise sharply, increasing by at least 30% to 40%. 30 peak saints might be able to defeat a single first-order Saint King. However, 30 peak Saint Kings were definitely not the opponent of a first-order Origin returning realm cultivator who possessed Shi. The difference was obvious because once one fell into the opponent's Shi, whether it was the circulation of their Saint Qi or the power of their secret techniques, they would be greatly reduced unless they cultivated a secret technique specifically designed to break Shi, such as Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread. As for how to condense his Shi, Yang Kai already had a plan. Although he had only broken through to the Origin returning realm a few days ago, he had not swallowed the souls of so many Origin returning realm masters for nothing. Furthermore, there was also the personal experience of Qian Tong, Feiji Tu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer, all of which had been of great help to him. Yang Kai had been preparing for a long time, and now it had finally come in handy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai's figure was as straight as a sword, his Saint Qi condensed and roaring as it circulated through his body. Above him, there seemed to be an invisible staircase that allowed him to climb step by step, his demeanor leisurely and without the slightest pressure. At this time and place, the Emperor pressure was not too strong and could only slightly affect the circulation of his Saint Qi, but Yang Kai was taking advantage of this suppression to silently comprehend and integrate his essence, Qi and soul. As he continued to climb, the Emperor pressure shrouding his body also gradually increased, gradually reaching a point where it was difficult for him to even move. Every step he took seemed to consume a great deal of strength as crackling sounds constantly rang out from his body. The shroud of Emperor pressure not only slowed down his movements, but also greatly reduced the speed at which he circulated his Saint Qi. It was as if he was in a swamp, and even the space around him had become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's face was ferocious as the veins on his neck protruded and his eyes turned red, making him look like a mad beast. Although he looked embarrassed, the joy in the depths of his eyes was obvious. Using the Emperor pressure to condense his Shi really had a miraculous effect. The Emperor pressure that shrouded his body and exerted tremendous pressure on every part of his body and every cell had become a magical catalyst, allowing his essence, Qi, and soul to reach an unprecedented level of harmony. This allowed him to vaguely understand what Shi was and how to condense it. Looking up at the void, Yang Kai once again took a step forward with great difficulty. The distance of this step was only 1 meter, but to Yang Kai, it felt as if dozens of days had passed, if not longer. The huge pressure of the Emperor pressure not only slowed his movements but also slowed his thoughts and feelings. This kind of slowness was not obvious from the outside world, but for Yang Kai, it was a rare experience. The distance of this step allowed him to experience something that ordinary cultivators would need to spend a lot of time to experience. After landing, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating the Saint Qi in his body, feeling as if he had broken free from the shackles of the Emperor pressure, and was circulating his Saint Qi faster than before. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his eyes again, and took another step forward before closing his eyes again to feel the various changes in his body. This cycle repeated itself. The benefits of a powerful physique were finally reflected at this moment. If it were not for Yang Kai's powerful physique, he would not have been able to persist until now, and would have suffered heavy injuries under the suppression of the Emperor pressure. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage before this, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Yang Kai had just broken through to the Origin returning realm, and was consolidating his foundation at an incredible speed. This enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to save a lot of time in meditation. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least 1 or 2 weeks to consolidate his foundation. Just these benefits alone made this trip worthwhile. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and continued to climb upwards, still immersed in his own enlightenment, as if he had forgotten everything around him. After a full day, Yang Kai had climbed tens of thousands of meters. This distance was nothing and was still far from the Emperor Garden. But he had used this opportunity to comprehend a deeper layer of the heavenly way and martial Tao that would take an ordinary cultivator several hundred years to achieve. An invisible and heavy energy, invisible to the naked eye, spread out with him as the center, contending against the Emperor's pressure. This was Yang Kai's Shi. Although compared to the incredible Emperor pressure, this Shi was equivalent to a chick breaking out of its shell. Not even worth mentioning, it was still an absolute miracle. There was no martial artist who could condense their own force in a short day, and it was already at the minor accomplishment stage. No one would believe such a thing even if it was told. However, Yang Kai had taken advantage of this rare opportunity to accomplish this. The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden was more intuitive, clear, and impactful than the one he had felt in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In the past, many cultivators had gone to Fallen Emperor Mountain to experience the wondrous Emperor pressure in order to condense their own Shi, and many of them had obtained great benefits from it. Yang Kai was in a better position than Fallen Emperor Mountain, so naturally, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this was just the beginning and was far from over. With a determined look, Yang Kai continued to climb slowly while comprehending and experiencing the wonders of the Emperor Garden. On this day, a cultivator finally caught up with Yang Kai's pace. These cultivators had all set off from the periphery of the Luyan Desert and were rushing to the Emperor Garden. Bypassing the flame barrier had cost them a lot of effort, so all of them were anxious, fearing that someone else would arrive first and snatch the benefits from the Emperor Garden. When they passed by Yang Kai, everyone was shocked, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They could easily resist the Emperor pressure and fly upwards because they had activated the protective effect of the Emperor Jades. With the protection of the barrier, they could not bear the pressure of the Emperor pressure at all. But here, they saw Yang Kai resisting the Emperor pressure with his own strength. How could they not be shocked? Many of them were famous masters on Shadowed Star, their cultivations reaching the second order or third order origin returning realm. But even so, no one dared to casually withdraw the Emperor Jade's protective barrier. Occasionally, a master who did not believe in superstition saw Yang Kai acting so arrogantly and could not help wanting to compete with him and put away their Emperor Jades, but in an instant, their speed would drop and they would be left far behind. Although they did not immediately die, the feeling of being enveloped by the Emperor pressure was not pleasant. Thinking about the various benefits of the Emperor Garden, these masters had no choice but to stimulate the power of their Emperor Jades again and fly past Yang Kai. Not everyone had Yang Kai's boldness, willing to sacrifice the time spent in the Emperor Garden to search for treasures in order to condense their Shi. Moreover, not everyone could turn a blind eye to Yang Kai. Most people were shocked by Yang Kai's feat, but with the Emperor Garden on their minds, they quickly left. However, when the masters from the great forces who had grudges with Yang Kai passed by this place, they showed eager expressions, seemingly wanting to take action here and eradicate him. Not only did Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple have such thoughts, but he also directly took action. The last time Jin Shi participated in the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he tried to kill Yang Kai and snatch the profound gold, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn, having one of his arms destroyed by the crystal cannons of Dragon Cave Mountain's Origin King Grade starship. That battle made him hate Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. Chapter 1440. After half a year of recuperation, Jin Shi had finally recovered. Although he was missing an arm, it did not affect his strength much. At this moment, when he passed by Yang Kai, his eyes blazed with hatred. Without any hesitation, he summoned his demon blood thread and transformed it into a jet-black beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai's head. He thought that Yang Kai would be defenseless and would die without a doubt. However, he had underestimated the emperor pressure in this place. As soon as the black streak of light transformed from demon blood threads shot out, it was wrapped up in Yang Kai's emperor pressure and slowed to a crawl, unable to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, however, Yang Kai glanced towards Jin Shi as if he sensed something, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. His lips squirmed a few times as if he was cursing, but because they were too far apart, Jin Shi could not hear him clearly and simply withdrew his gaze. The other party did not pay any attention to him at all. Pa. With a light bang, the black light that was attacking Yang Kai burst apart, releasing a strong smell of blood that made one nauseous. The demon blood thread that Jin Shi had nurtured for countless years, under the crushing pressure of emperor pressure, was reduced to dust. Jin Shi's face suddenly turned pale, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure teetering on the verge of collapse as a look of horror appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. The demon blood thread was a very special existence, similar to an artifact, but it was connected to a cultivator's mind and soul. Once it was destroyed, the cultivator would naturally suffer a backlash. Jin Shi's attack not only failed to kill Yang Kai, but also caused him to lose a demon blood thread that was as important to him as his life, causing him to go pale with anger. Mo Xiaosheng, Old Woman Feng, and the others who had just arrived saw this scene and all showed looks of shock. The eager expressions on their faces gradually converged and became extremely dignified. Just now they had also wanted to attack Yang Kai, but Jin Shi had moved faster. But now, it seemed that fortunately they had not acted rashly, otherwise, their fates would not have been much better than Jin Shi's. Thinking so, everyone's faces paled. Each of them revealed a look of lingering fear. After glancing at Yang Kai, they flew up without saying a word. "Little brat, don't let this old master meet you in the Emperor Garden, or else I'll skin you alive." Jin Shi roared furiously. Yang Kai turned to look at him. She raised her hand with great difficulty and raised it towards him. Clenching her fist, she raised her pinky. "This old man is furious." Jin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai to the death. For better or worse, he was a famous character. In Demon Blood Temple he held the position of Great Elder, so when had he ever been so despised and provoked? Those who dared to do this to him had long been refined by him using a secret technique, and turned into blood to increase the power of his demonic blood threads. Yang Kai's actions undoubtedly made him furious. "Great Elder, it's more important to enter the Emperor Garden first. This little brat will definitely enter as well. It won't be too late to find trouble with him then," Jin Shi said from beside him. A beautiful woman wearing a pink dress with revealing clothes gently parted her lips and tried to persuade Jin Shi. This woman was dressed in a very bold and unrestrained manner. Her two white jade-like arms and two slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air. That pink dress was completely unable to conceal her impressive figure. Her two full breasts were about to burst out of her dress, and the deep white ravine on her chest seemed to have some sort of magical power. She could attract the eyes of any man, devour their souls, and drive all men crazy. The most eye-catching feature was her red lips. Her red lips were like dazzling rubies, and they emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. They were bright and alluring, and they possessed a different kind of allure. This beautiful woman looked like a ripe peach. Just a casual pinch would cause water to drip out of her. She didn't look very old. She was only 30 years old, but she exuded the powerful aura of a third-order origin returning realm master. Although Jin Shi was resentful in his heart, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of this beautiful woman and nodded. "Temple Master is right." This beautiful woman was the Temple Master of Demon Blood Temple. If one didn't know the details of Demon Blood Temple, they wouldn't be able to believe such a woman. They definitely wouldn't dare to believe that such a woman actually held such a high position. However, if they had heard of her name, they would fear her like a snake or scorpion. Demon Blood Temple wasn't a kind force, and although it didn't commit all kinds of evil, most of its disciples weren't good people either. They often killed others for their possessions and used their strength to bully the weak. Pillaging is a common occurrence. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the disciples of the temple were like this, the beautiful woman who was the temple master was naturally no better. It was rumored that this woman was happy without a man every night, and she was particularly fond of beautiful men. In Demon Blood Temple, once a man with even a little bit of good looks was targeted by this beautiful woman, they couldn't escape her palm. Even several of the temple's elders were rumored to have affairs with her. Every year, a large number of strong and handsome male cultivator would be abducted into Demon Blood Temple and disappear without a trace. Rumor had it that all of their essence chi had been sucked dry by this beautiful woman, and they would die tragically on her belly. However, although Demon Blood Temple had committed all kinds of evil deeds, they had always remained safe and sound. This was because the targets they targeted were all small forces without any great backing or background, so even if they had a bad reputation, no great force dared to find trouble with them. What's more, Demon Blood Temple was a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so unless Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union joined forces and gathered some helpers, it would be impossible to uproot it. At this moment, this beautiful woman was looking at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her fragrant tongue licking her ruby-red lips as her breathing quickened slightly. There was no wind without smoke. The rumors outside were mostly true. For example, this beautiful woman liked strong men the most. She wasn't feeling empty or lonely. As the sect master of a powerful sect and a third-order origin returning realm master, how could she feel empty and lonely? The biggest reason why she liked strong men was because the vitality in their bodies was far stronger than that of an average cultivator. While she was having S*X with these men, she could use her secret techniques to absorb their vitality and enhance her demon blood threads. Yang Kai being able to resist the Emperor pressure here, without relying on the protection of the Emperor Jade, was a testament to the strength of his physique, so it was only natural that this beautiful woman was quite interested in him. On top of that, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, at least at the level of a first-order origin returning realm. If she could absorb this man's vitality, she would be able to further improve her strength. After reaching her current level of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for her to increase her strength. If she was on another star in the territory of Shadowed Star, she could still hope to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the special environment of Shadowed Star, reaching the Origin King realm was a luxury, so she could only try her best to enhance the power of her secret techniques. Yang Kai's body was the best nourishment for this. The more she looked at him, the happier and more satisfied she became. This beautiful woman couldn't wait to rush over and capture Yang Kai, find a secluded place, and have a good time with him. But the scene of Jinshi taking action just now had alarmed her greatly and made her realize that now wasn't the best time to act. With a chuckle, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, hurry up and enter the Emperor Garden. This sect master will be waiting for you inside." After saying so, she and Jinshi flew past Yang Kai. Looking at the backs of these two, Yang Kai coldly snorted, not paying them any mind at all. He had long known that his trip to the Emperor Garden this time would not be peaceful. Without even mentioning others, the great forces who had previously clashed with him on Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely not let him off so easily. But so what? Now that he had broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm, and his Sure had reached the minor accomplishment stage, even if he faced them, Yang Kai was not afraid. As long as he wasn't besieged by 4 or 5 top masters, he could always escape if he couldn't win. As such, Yang Kai wasn't afraid, and was instead somewhat eager to find an opportunity to test the power of his Sure. Streaks of light flew past him from both near and far. These were the cultivators who had obtained Emperor Jades on Shadowed Star rushing towards the Emperor Garden. As time passed, gradually, all those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Garden passed through the space array in the sky and entered it. Up in the air, only Yang Kai's lonely figure remained, but he still continued to climb upwards at an extremely slow pace. Instead of becoming impatient, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Now that everyone had left, he no longer had anything to worry about. He could refine and strengthen his aura without any restraints. With such a rare opportunity, Yang Kai was not willing to miss it. Time continued to pass, and after 3 days, Yang Kai's face was pale as he stood somewhere in the void, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as if he had collapsed. At this point, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take another step forward. The thick emperor pressure around him had increased to a level that made him tremble with fear. It was as if he took another step forward, he would be crushed to pieces. After 3 days of hard work, Yang Kai had obtained a wealth that ordinary cultivators would not be able to obtain even after several dozen, or even 100 years. That was his understanding of Shi. Not only had his Shi reached the minor accomplishment stage, but it had also been greatly enhanced, making him not inferior to those masters who had been famous for a long time. Have I reached my limit? A trace of sadness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he still wanted to continue climbing, there was a limit to one's strength, so there was nothing he could do about it. But soon he seemed to think of something and showed a thoughtful expression. After a full incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Slowly and painstakingly, he lifted his foot and placed it on the invisible stairs above. Hong. A pressure that almost destroyed Yang Kai's body and soul suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, a loud sizzling sound rang out. A strange force burst out from Yang Kai's body, turning into an invisible blade that cut through the emperor pressure surrounding him. His body suddenly became much more relaxed, and Yang Kai's figure flickered as he ascended another step. The sizzling sound became more intense, and as far as the eye could see, the space around Yang Kai began to distort, as if it was constantly collapsing and repairing itself. Space Force. Chapter 1441. The power of space was a divine ability that very few people could cultivate, and it was even more so a secret technique that no one could master. It was by relying on his space force that Yang Kai was able to take this final step, and this was far from the end. Wrapping himself in space force and combining it with his Shi to resist the emperor pressure, Yang Kai felt that he could continue to climb higher. After such a successful attempt, Yang Kai vaguely had an idea that excited him. Whether this idea would work or not would depend on the next test. Considering all this, Yang Kai's previous sadness was swept away and replaced with unparalleled excitement. Constantly urging his space force to merge with his Shi, Yang Kai repeated what he had been doing for the past 3 days. 7 days later, a white light curtain wrapped around Yang Kai and quickly flew up into the sky. This white light curtain was naturally the protective shield of the Emperor Jades. With this protection, Yang Kai did not feel any suppression from the emperor pressure, and was able to quickly approach the Emperor Garden. It had been 10 days since the Emperor Garden opened, and during these 10 days, Yang Kai had been condensing his Shi and making great gains. Although he had entered the Emperor Garden 10 days later than everyone else, and many of the good things had already been taken by others, Yang Kai did not regret it. Compared to those treasures, his gains this time were more than enough to satisfy him. His Shi had now reached a limit and could no longer be strengthened with the help of the emperor pressure. So Yang Kai made a prompt decision to rush to the Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon, Yang Kai arrived in front of the nearest space array, a disc-like object. When he looked at it from below, Yang Kai thought it was a solid object, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that this disc was actually not solid but was instead formed from pure energy. On the surface of this disc, there were many complex lines that flashed brightly. These were the space array diagrams. Yang Kai then looked up at the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai could not help frowning. Observing it from such a close distance, the Emperor Garden gave off a somewhat illusory feeling, as if it existed somewhere between real and illusory. It was as if it was floating there, or as if it was not. It was just a projection. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Returning his attention to the space array, he observed it for a moment, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Not intending to stay here any longer, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a few high-rank Saint crystals, accurately embedding them into the grooves of the space array. Immediately after, the space array lit up and Yang Kai shot up. A moment later, when the light dissipated, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The sky was silent, as if no one had ever been there. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared on an unknown green grassland. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately summoned his purple shield, which transformed into a purple light that protected him. At the same time, He released his divine sense and assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, the others had entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he suddenly fell into someone's encirclement, there would definitely be a battle. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no life aura within a 10-kilometer radius, let alone any kind of sneak attack. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became one of shock as he turned his head and looked around dumbfoundedly, his brow furrowed. Is this the Emperor Garden? His current location was actually on top of a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue, and there were no clouds in sight. It was a good day with the sun hanging high in the sky. But how could this be the Emperor Garden? Others might not know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looked like, but Yang Kai was very clear. When he went with Fei Zhitu and the others to rescue Qian Tong, he had already entered the Emperor Garden once. There were many richly ornamented buildings and palaces, so how could there be a grassland? However, if someone were to say that this was not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would not believe it. After all, he had entered this place through the space array, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. What's going on here? Yang Kai was confused. At the same time, somewhere in this space, there was a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red palace dress. Her brow was slightly furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on her face. This beautiful woman had a beautiful figure and an outstanding appearance, clearly a first-class beauty. If that was all there was to it, the key was that this beautiful woman exuded an enchanting aura from head to toe. This kind of enchanting aura was not something that could be compared to someone who cultivated some kind of bewitching technique, but rather someone who was born with it. Every frown, every smile, and every move she made was filled with a myriad of charm. She stood there like a ball of fire, attracting countless moths to throw themselves at her. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple was also extremely enchanting and charming, but compared to this woman, her charm was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, there were 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around this woman, 1 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm, 2 Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 1 First-Order Origin Returning Realm Master. The 4 of them formed a triangle, blocking off all avenues of retreat for this woman, all of them staring at her with greed. In all fairness, these 4 men were not lustful or lustful people. For experts with such strength, except for a very small number of people who had special preferences, beauty was not very important to them. What they pursued was the pinnacle of martial arts and the improvement of their cultivation base. However, this woman was simply too special. Her enchanting charm was irresistible to any man. The moment they saw her face, whether they were lustful or not, the 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't help wanting to capture her and pamper her with their own hands. It seemed that as long as they could spend a night with her, even if they died, it didn't matter. The woman stood alone, all by herself. Although her tender body exuded a powerful Third-Order Origin Returning Realm aura, the 4 men opposite her did not fear her. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and one of them could contend with her. A trace of perplexity flashed across her pretty face. That look of deep thought had a unique charm to it. Even her slightly furrowed brows exuded a captivating charm. The 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around her felt their hearts beat wildly as their faces flushed red. They could not help feeling their lips go dry as their blood rushed to their heads. Soon, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and an inexplicable look of excitement appeared on her face as she whispered, "He's here. He's actually here." Her voice was soft, but it exuded an irresistible charm. A dazzling smile blossomed on this tender face, causing the other 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters to completely lose their minds and attack the beautiful woman in green at the same time without hesitation. Although their attacks were ruthless, there was no murderous intent. They just wanted to capture this beautiful woman alive and ravage her wantonly. How could they be willing to let her suffer any harm? However, they had underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman far too much. Facing the overwhelming attacks coming from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes, as if she was annoyed that these 4 had interrupted her contemplation. Even if this beautiful woman was angry, she was still exceptionally beautiful. At the very least, the 4 men who attacked her could not help feeling pity for her, and involuntarily slowing down their attacks. The beautiful woman did not show the slightest trace of politeness though, her tender body twirling in place as a pink mist suddenly filled the air. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk all of the attacks landed on the pink mist, but they only managed to cause it to wriggle a few times, but were unable to break it apart. The fog quickly dissipated, revealing the angry face of the beautiful woman. With a wave of her hand, a small fan appeared in her grasp. This fan was overflowing with world energy, and at first glance it was obvious it was a high-grade artifact. What was even more surprising was that the surface of this fan was embroidered with many exquisite figures. There were men and women, all of them completely naked and in all kinds of poses, as if they were enjoying themselves. The pattern on the surface of the fan was actually an erotic painting. Ordinary women would not use such a shameful artifact, but the beautiful woman did not care at all. Her jade hand clenched the small fan as she bit her lip and shouted, "Courting death." As soon as her voice fell, she gently waved the fan. The erotic painting embroidered on the surface of the fan seemed to come to life as countless naked men and women rushed out from the fan, pouncing straight towards the 4 men and pouring into their bodies in the blink of an eye. The faces of the 4 men changed greatly as they tried to circulate their secret arts to resist, but it was already too late. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. They had underestimated the terrifying strength of this beautiful woman in red, and had not been ruthless in their attacks. Now that they had been attacked by this woman, how could they defend themselves? The scene in front of them immediately changed. The 4 of them seemed to be in a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Decadent music that made one's blood boil echoed in their ears. Countless young women dressed in light muslin appeared beside them, singing and dancing. From time to time, they would display their beauty. Their beautiful eyes moved, and it was an instinct to please. The 4 men instantly fell and stood in place stupidly, all of them wearing happy smiles on their faces as they immersed themselves in this scene, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman glanced at the 4 men in disgust, but did not attack again, instead taking out a veil and covering her face before quickly flying off in a certain direction. Although it was only a vague feeling, she knew that person had come. It was just that too much time had passed, a full 20 to 30 years ago, so it was impossible for her to rely on her original secret technique to find him. She could only rely on her own instincts and pray that she could find him before the Emperor Garden closed. Otherwise, once she missed this opportunity, she may never be able to do so again. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually disappeared, and after an incense stick worth of time, the 4 men who were standing in place fell to the ground one after another, blood flowing from their 7 orifices as their bodies twitched and their vitality rapidly drained away. With just a single move, she had killed 4 origin returning realm masters, demonstrating just how terrifying her strength was. Is this still the Emperor Garden? On the green grassland, Yang Kai muttered to himself blankly. It had been a cup of tea's worth of time since he arrived here, but Yang Kai still could not figure out what was going on. However, the world energy aura here was indeed extremely rich, much richer than on Shadowed Star and not inferior even to his own High Heaven sect. It was clear that this place had surpassed the floating continent. From this point of view, it was possible that this was the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai remembered that in the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense could not extend too far from one's body, let alone investigate the situation within 10 kilometers. From this point of view, it was clear this was not the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1442. In any case, the best thing to do now was to find someone to inquire about the situation. At the very least, he had to figure out what was going on. After all, others had entered 10 days earlier than him, and might know something he didn't. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out 2 communication artifacts from his space ring, and poured his divine sense into them. Of these 2 communication artifacts, one was used to contact Yang Inflammation while the other was used to contact Qian Tong. Both had been left behind in the past, and had come in handy now. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, both sides would be able to contact each other. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai put away the communication artifacts with a look of disappointment. Neither Yang Inflammation nor Qian Tong responded. Obviously, even if they were here, they were too far away to be able to contact him. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew off in that direction. Even without using his star shuttle, Yang Kai's current speed was extremely fast, but along the way, he didn't encounter any living people. However, Yang Kai did find a lot of corpses here, as well as traces of battle. Some of these corpses belonged to monster beasts while others belonged to humans, but all of them had died gruesome deaths. It seemed that many great battles had broken out in this grassland. Judging from how dried up the blood was, these battles had probably ended not too long ago, the earliest being the day the Emperor Garden opened. There were also many traces of spirit grasses and spirit medicines being harvested here. It seemed that many people had obtained some benefits here. After half a day, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over 100 kilometers away, the faint sounds of battle could be heard, mixed with the shockwaves of energy collisions. It was obvious that a good show was about to unfold. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm and had condensed his Shi to the limit, he could even fight against a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally, he was bold enough to do so. The distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When Yang Kai arrived and saw what was going on, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and exclaim, "Seven-colored elk?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect to see the famous rainbow elk here. He recognized this monster beast because he had once obtained the 10,000-year incense on the 6th floor of the Lu Yen sand field. One of the main ingredients of the 10,000-year incense was the 7-colored elk's perfume sachet. Needless to say, the benefits of the 10,000-year incense went without saying. The cultivator could cultivate in the fragrance of the incense, which could purify their mind and reduce their inner demons. However, the materials needed to refine them were extremely difficult to find. Each of them was made from the body of a level 10 monster beast. Among them, the rainbow elk sachet was the most difficult to obtain. This was because this monster beast was a remnant of an ancient strange beast, and was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. Therefore, even if some great sects had mastered the refining method of the 10,000-year incense, they couldn't make bricks without straw. But as soon as he stepped into this strange place, he encountered a rainbow elk. No, it didn't seem to be a rainbow elk. Yang Kai frowned again, and carefully observed the battlefield in front of him. At first glance, this monster beast looked similar to a rainbow elk, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some differences. It was rumored that the rainbow elk was born as a level 8 monster beast, and when it reached its peak, it could even reach the level 10. Although the one in front of him was also an adult monster beast, it was obviously only at the peak of level 9, not even level 10. Moreover, the 7-colored glow on its body wasn't as frightening as the rumors said. The 7-colored glow of a real rainbow elk was its innate divine technique, which had the magical effect of ignoring all defenses. Even an Origin King Realm cultivator would have to retreat 3 meters in front of it. If one wanted to kill a real rainbow elk, it would take several Origin Kings working together. There were a total of 5 people fighting this rainbow elk, 3 men and 2 women. All of them were at least Origin returning realm masters, including 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd order cultivators. The artifacts they summoned were also unpredictable and varied. Even so, the 5 people didn't dare to be careless. 2 of them were in a sorry state, as if they had already suffered a great loss at the hands of this monster beast. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts blasted towards the monster beast, but it remained motionless, standing in place with a human-like look of contempt in its eyes. The 7-colored glow on its body blossomed and blocked all the attacks. After the collision of energy, the monster beast remained unscathed. On the other hand, the 5 people who had been fighting for a long time were panting heavily due to their Saint Chi exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't conceal himself when he arrived, which surprised the 5 people. In this kind of place, what they feared the most was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when their divine senses swept over Yang Kai, They found that he was just a first-order returning realm cultivator. So they all breathed a sigh of relief. The weakest of the 5 was at this level, and there were still second-order and third-order cultivators among them. Naturally, they didn't take Yang Kai seriously. After exchanging glances with each other, a middle-aged man divided a part of his attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements, while the rest continued to besiege the monster beast. Yang Kai was naturally aware of their actions, but he wasn't annoyed at all. If he were in their shoes, he would have done the same, so there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even tighter, because he found that he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. Although Yang Kai hadn't had much contact with the cultivator from other great forces on Shadowed Star, when the Emperor Garden opened this time, he had been condensing his shirt outside. In other words, he had seen most of the cultivator who had passed by him on the way to the Emperor Garden. However, he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that the clothes these 5 wore were somewhat different from those on Shadowed Star, as if they weren't from Shadowed Star at all. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt like he was about to fall into a daze. However, he had only come to inquire about the situation, and had no intention of interfering or disturbing them. He was just going to wait for the battle to end before coming forward to speak. The battle continued, and after an hour, the 5 of them showed signs of disappointment and retreating. The reason was none other than the fact that the demonic beast, which was similar to the rainbow elk, was extremely difficult to deal with. The 7-colored light covering its body was mysterious, but it was actually very sturdy. No matter how the 5 of them attacked, they couldn't break it. Moreover, the monster beast's counterattacks from time to time were extremely sharp. At this point, the 5 people had all suffered some injuries. The most seriously injured, the black-haired old man, had his abdomen pierced through and was bleeding profusely. Although this wasn't a serious injury, if this battle continued, it would only worsen his injuries and weaken his combat effectiveness. Brother Min, should we temporarily withdraw and reconsider our options? Another white-haired old man frowned and said. Everyone could see that the situation was hopeless. Without even mentioning the fact that they couldn't do anything to the monster beast in a short time. This place was so open that if they were taken advantage of in the middle of a fierce battle, it was likely they would be the fishermen who took advantage of the situation. After all, Yang Kai had already followed the sounds of the battle and found this place. The injured black-haired old man wasn't an inflexible person, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's withdraw first." Since the 2 strongest old men had already said so, the slightly weaker middle-aged man, and the 2 women naturally didn't have any objections. The 5 people all made a feint and immediately withdrew from the battle, running away as fast as lightning. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction in which the 5 people left was where Yang Kai was standing. It seemed that they wanted to use him to slightly resist the monster beast. Yang Kai frowned and immediately understood what they were thinking. Although he was displeased, he didn't show it. "Let's go." Among the group of 5, a petite young woman wearing a black robe, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, called out to Yang Kai as she passed by him. Among the 5 people, her cultivation was the lowest. Like Yang Kai, she was only at the first-order origin returning realm. It was unknown what kind of cultivation method she practiced, but her strength wasn't low, and her appearance didn't change at all. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai grinned at her and asked, "You don't want this monster beast, right?" The woman frowned and didn't have time to answer. In the blink of an eye, she was hundreds of feet away. Her figure flickered a few more times, and she was already far away. The 5 people wanted to escape, but the monster beast became fierce. It let out a cry similar to a deer's cry and moved its 4 hooves, suddenly turning into a 7-colored stream of light, and chasing in the direction of the 5 people. Its speed was as fast as lightning, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. As it ran, a 7-colored light separated from its body and shot toward Yang Kai. Facing such a monster beast, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. He reached out and pointed, and the purple shield stood in front of him. The next moment, the 7-colored light collided with the purple shield. It was silent. What surprised Yang Kai was that his purple shield was unable to completely defend against this attack. The seven-colored light actually passed through the shield like it was nothing, directly piercing through it and striking towards his chest. But the shield was not damaged at all. Was there really a magic that could ignore defense? Young Kai was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that I was blind? Was this really a seven-colored elk that was supposed to be extinct? But soon, he rejected this idea, because although the seven-colored light did pass through his purple shield, its power was greatly reduced. It didn't have the terrifying power that it had just released. If it was really a seven-colored elk's light, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It seemed that even if this monster beast wasn't a real seven-colored elk, it had some bloodline relationship with this ancient species. I've found a treasure. Young Kai wasn't surprised, but was happy. His figure flashed, and he dodged the seven-colored light's attack. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and a space blade attacked the monster beast with lightning speed. The other party didn't seem to take Young Kai seriously, thinking that it could kill him with one blow. It didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him at all. When the space blade came close, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge at this time. The pitch-black space blade cut the monster beast's body, and the seven-colored light shook, and a small hole appeared. The defense that the five people couldn't break no matter how hard they tried was done by Young Kai. Chapter 1443. Half an hour later, Young Kai exhaled softly and stepped forward, arriving in front of the monster beast's body, bending down and reaching into its abdomen to extract its sachet and monster core. A strange fragrance wafted out, and when one sniffed it, they couldn't help but feel refreshed and comfortable to the extreme. This monster beast was indeed related to the seven-colored elk in terms of bloodline. Even if it wasn't a direct bloodline, it should still be a hybrid. Although its sachet and monster core couldn't be used to refine rare treasures like the 10,000-year incense, they could be used to refine some pills used to resist one's heart demons. This kind of pill was extremely precious. It was something that cultivators wanted to obtain the most when breaking through to the next great realm, but it was also the most difficult to obtain. A single pill could not be bought even with 10,000 gold coins, so the fragrant sachet and monster core in the hands of an alchemist like Young Kai would definitely play a huge role and bring unimaginable value. Although the battle just now wasn't very thrilling for Young Kai, it had still cost him quite a bit of effort. Young Kai couldn't kill this monster beast with just his space blade. The monster beast was simply too fast, and after seeing the situation turn for the worse, it actually tried to escape. But how could Young Kai allow it to do as it pleased? He immediately summoned his spectral cloud array plate and transformed it into a sea of clouds to envelop it. Using the power of the spectral cloud array, Young Kai was able to trap it and kill it. The spectral cloud array plate was something Young Kai had obtained from the Emperor Garden, and was extremely powerful. When Fei Ji2 and the others were trapped inside it, they had suffered greatly. With Young Kai's current strength, coupled with his space blade and golden blood threads, how could the monster beast possibly escape? The monster core and the sachet were the most precious things on this monster beast's body, but the body of a peak 9th order monster beast couldn't be wasted. Young Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out the verdant dragonbone sword and pouring his Saint Chi into it. The dragonbone sword immediately transformed into a 3-meter-long dark green dragon. It swallowed the monster beast's corpse and spat it out a moment later. All that was left was a shriveled corpse. Its flesh and blood seemed to have been completely devoured. Young Kai smiled. The dragonbone sword was an artifact that could grow. By devouring the essence of its enemy's flesh and blood, it would become more and more powerful. Putting it away with satisfaction, Young Kai released a few more strands of Saint Chi and withdrew from the spectral cloud array. After retrieving the array plate, Young Kai turned his head and glanced in the direction the five people had left. With the sound of wind and thunder behind him, Young Kai summoned his wind and thunder wings and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. At the same time, in a natural cave 1,000 kilometers away, the 5 origin returning realm masters who had fought the monster beast before were all gathered here. They did not know what kind of monster beast used to live in this catacomb. It seemed to be some kind of python, but it had been abandoned for a long time. The environment was dry, so the 5 of them used it as a temporary resting place. A simple concealment spirit array had been set up outside. That 7-colored elk variant still hasn't caught up. It seems that little brat was the one who lured it away. Good, good. Although that little brat's cultivation isn't very high, he should have cultivated some kind of escaping secret technique. His speed isn't slow. Among the 5 people, the black-haired old man who had been using his divine sense to investigate the situation outside for a long time said happily. But with his cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to escape. The petite woman with the lowest cultivation showed a trace of sadness, seemingly feeling a little guilty. What does his life or death have to do with us? This trip to the Emperor Garden was supposed to be full of surprises, but who would have thought it would be full of accidents and thorns at every step? The 5 of us being able to survive until now is already a stroke of luck, so how could we care about others? The white-haired old man coldly snorted. Another middle-aged woman chimed in. And I didn't expect the Emperor Garden's interior to be so dangerous. Of our group of 10, only 5 remain. If we hadn't retreated early, I'm afraid even we would have lost our lives. Huh. The black-haired old man sighed lightly and said self-deprecatingly. It's true that the older one gets, the more timid they become. Although the Emperor Garden is filled with dangers, there are also many benefits. If this old master was still young, he would definitely not have retreated, but now that he is old, he is no longer as cautious as he was back then. These words resonated with the white-haired old man and he nodded. And in the past, where did you and I not dare to go? Even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we could still venture into it. But now, another long sigh rang out. For a time, the cave fell silent. Only the faint breathing of the 5 people could be heard. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, a loud voice suddenly rang out from outside. This young greets all these friends. This young has something he would like to consult with you about. Would it be possible for him to enter? This voice clearly reached their ears, causing the faces of the 5 people sitting cross-legged to change greatly. The white-haired old man immediately shouted, "Who is it?" Not being able to discover any trace of this intruder despite being in front of them caused the white-haired old man to feel a sense of foreboding. He secretly rejoiced that this newcomer had not launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, if he had any malicious intent, the 5 of them would have become turtles in a jar. A hearty laugh came from outside. It hasn't been long since we parted ways. Have you already forgotten this one? And allow me to introduce myself first. This one is Yang Kai. Yang Kai? The 5 people frowned, but when they swept their divine senses outwards, all of them showed looks of shock. It's that little brat from just now. Not only did he not die, but he also managed to escape from that monster beast? How is that possible? The 5 people looked at each other, all of them wondering how Yang Kai had managed to escape from that monster beast. But they also had some concerns. After all, when the 5 of them were fleeing just now, they had all intended to use Yang Kai as a shield. Now that the other party had chased after them, they had no idea what his intentions were. Brother Min. The black-haired old man looked towards the white-haired old man with some hesitation on his face. It's fine listening to his tone, he isn't here to seek revenge. On top of that, his cultivation isn't high, so even if he wants to seek revenge, does he have the ability? Let him come in. The white-haired old man said casually. He couldn't be blamed for not having good eyesight. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was quite low, and he was alone. The white-haired old man knew that this boy wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in front of the 5 of them. Hearing this, the black-haired old man waved his hand and sent out a wisp of Saint Chi to temporarily close the aura-concealing spirit array before politely saying, "Little friend, please come in." "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped forward, walking towards the cave without the slightest vigilance, causing the 5 people inside the cave to be a little surprised. The other party had come alone, yet still dared to act so boldly. Either there was something wrong with his head and he didn't know the dangers of the world, or he had some kind of backing and didn't put the 5 of them in his eyes. Since the latter was unlikely, then it must be the former. This made sense though. The other party didn't look very old, but he had an origin-returning realm cultivation, so he was probably a disciple of some great force who spent most of his time in retreat in his sect, not interacting with outsiders and not understanding the ways of the world. Considering all this, the expressions of the 5 people inside the cave eased greatly. Such a person was easy to deal with. The cave wasn't very large, only about a dozen meters in diameter, and it was completely dark inside. After Yang Kai entered, he looked around and nodded to himself. Although the way these 5 people ran away just now made him feel uncomfortable, it now seemed that they weren't evil people. Otherwise, as soon as he landed, they would definitely have launched a sneak attack. At least for now, they didn't show any malicious intent. What's more, the petite woman even nodded slightly to him while the other woman seemed to be a little reserved and embarrassed, seemingly a little guilty of what she had done just now. Not bad. Yang Kai had been thinking that if these people didn't know what was good for them, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. Now it seemed that he had saved himself some trouble. This one is Yang Kai, greetings. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and smiled meaningfully. Little friend Yang is too polite. The white-haired old man seemed to be the leader of this group and tactfully didn't ask how Yang Kai had escaped from the monster beast, instead introducing himself in a pleasant manner. This old man is Pine Moon Island's island master, Min Sha. These are all this old master's close friends. His demeanor was easygoing, as if nothing had happened just now. Pine Moon Island? Yang Kai frowned, a blank look on his face. However, since the other party was an island master, he should be from the Endless Sea Islands. It was normal for Yang Kai to not have heard of this place. After all, he had never been to the Endless Sea Islands, and the only force he had dealt with there was Sea Heart Sect. Yang Kai wanted to take it for granted, but Min Sha's next words made him dumbstruck on the spot. And Pine Moon Island is an island on Azure Tree Star, so little friend naturally has never heard of it. May I ask which star little friend Yang is from? Min Sha asked. Azure Tree Star? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at Min Sha and the others in shock, his mood fluctuating for a moment. However, his mind was also quite sharp. Although Min Sha didn't say much, only a few words, Yang Kai was able to infer some unexpected information and asked in surprise, Island Master Min, could it be that this Emperor Garden is not only accessible to cultivators from a single star? As soon as this remark came out, all 5 people laughed. Yang Kai scratched his head and stood in place awkwardly, knowing that he must have asked the wrong question. Could the star little friend Yang is from be a remote place? Min Sha speculated boldly. Island Master Min is right. The star this Yang came from is indeed quite remote, so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Oh, no wonder, Min Sha nodded. Our Azure Tree Star is the same. Its location is remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Originally, this old master and the others had the same idea as little friend Yang, thinking that only a cultivator from Azure Tree Star could enter the Emperor Garden. But after entering, we discovered that any cultivator from across the entire star's territory could enter this place. This old master also inquired about this and found that the Emperor Garden has a phantom image projected on every star. As long as one possesses an Emperor Jade, they can use the space array to teleport here. So that's how it is. Yang Kai murmured before casually saying, this Yang's shadowed star is similar to your Azure Tree Star. Shadowed star? The 5 people all frowned, obviously having never heard of it before. However, even though Azure Tree Star's location was remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, it was still much better than Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star could almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, unable to establish contact with the rest of its territory. Azure Tree Star was certainly not like this. Chapter 1444. Such a situation really surprised Yang Kai. He had never thought that the Emperor Garden would open to the entire star territory. He had always thought that only Shadowed Star's cultivator could enter. This accident was a disaster rather than a blessing for Shadowed Star's cultivator. After all, with the number of competitors increasing, the danger would also increase significantly. Considering all this, Yang Kai was shocked and asked, Island Master Min, is there an Origin King Realm Master here? Hearing this question, Min Sha smiled slightly and waved his hand. Little friend Yang, don't worry. There are no Origin King Realm Masters here, you can rest assured. He had the same concerns as Yang Kai before. After all, Azure Tree Star's world energy was not very rich and cultivation resources were not abundant. Although there was no world principle suppression, the number of cultivators who could break through to the Origin King realm could be counted on one hand. In the past 1,000 years, there had not been an Origin King realm cultivator on Azure Tree Star. With his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, Min Sha Kai was already one of the top masters on Azure Tree Star. This was exactly the same as Shadowed Star. Entering this place with such a cultivation, Min Sha Kai thought he would be able to sit back and relax, but after learning that cultivators from other stars could also enter this place, Min Sha Kai was naturally alarmed and worried about encountering a strong opponent here. However, after some investigation, Min Sha Kai was overjoyed. He did not know what kind of mysteries existed in this place that prevented any Origin King from entering. In other words, the strongest cultivator here was only on the same level as him. After listening to Min Sha's explanation, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief, his expression easing greatly. Although he had now broken through to the Origin returning realm, and was confident he could compete with third-order Origin returning realm masters, in front of an Origin King, he definitely had no power to fight back. If he really encountered an Origin King here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not too bad though. Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly asking solemnly, "Dare I ask, is this place the Emperor Garden?" Before Min Sha could answer though, the petite woman in black answered from the side. "Of course this is the Emperor Garden. We all used Emperor Jades to enter this place through that space array, so if this isn't the Emperor Garden, where else could it be?" She had a funny look on her face as she looked at Kai Yang with great interest. "Since this is the Emperor Garden, why?" Yang Kai frowned. "Little friend Yang wants to ask, why is it so different from what you imagined?" Min Sha looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In your imagination, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, shouldn't it have a continuous stretch of grand palaces? Not bad. Naturally, there is a palace 100,000 kilometers west of here. That palace is the real Emperor Garden," Min Sha said as he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Min Sha chuckled. "However, since the Emperor Garden is the courtyard of the great emperors, it is naturally impossible for there to be only one huge palace. There is also a large area of land around the palace. The grassland we are currently in is just a part of this. In addition to this grassland, the Emperor Garden is surrounded by swamps, deserts, and oceans. Each of these places contains different dangers, and the locations where the cultivator who used an Emperor Jade to enter this place are also different. And our luck is pretty good. The danger here in this grassland is the lowest, but it still shouldn't be underestimated." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai put on an enlightened expression. If he hadn't asked someone about this, he wouldn't have known. Before talking to Min Sha, he had been wondering if this place was really the Emperor Garden. "Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are you here, Island Master Min?" Yang Kai looked at the 5 people in surprise, not understanding why they had let go of this heaven-sent opportunity, and instead chose to stay in this grassland instead of venturing deeper into the Emperor Garden. Min Sha smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. Let me put it this way, although there are many treasures in the Emperor Garden, its interior is also extremely dangerous. Not to mention the hidden barriers and spirit arrays, and the long-lost ancient puppets. Just the number of masters gathered in the Emperor Garden at this moment is innumerable. This old master and the others originally entered this place with 10 people, but little friend, how many of us are left now?" After hearing this explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people had probably encountered some kind of great danger in the Emperor Garden, and were forced to retreat in fear. This wasn't difficult to understand. After all, everyone only had one life. Although treasures and opportunities were full of temptation, if one lost their life, how could they have a chance to enjoy them? It seemed that the Emperor Garden was somewhat different from the last time he entered it. The degree of danger should have greatly increased, otherwise, these 5 people would not have been so frightened. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. The last time Yang Kai entered with Fei Ji2 and the others, the Emperor Garden had not yet officially opened, so some of the barriers and spirit arrays were still closed. Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Min Sha didn't disturb him, only letting out a hearty laugh a moment later as he said excitedly, "However, little friend Yang shouldn't underestimate the outer perimeter of the Emperor Garden. Whether it's the grasslands, swamps, deserts, or oceans, there are all kinds of opportunities that can make one's eyes go red." "Oh, what do you mean?" Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested. "That palace is indeed one of the residences of the great emperors, but little friend Yang, the great emperors couldn't have lived alone when they were alive. There were always some servants and disciples who served them. This old master does not dare to speculate about the great emperor's cultivation, but even the people who serve him are definitely not weak. As for those disciples, not all of them live inside the Emperor Garden but rather outside, so there are many hidden secluded mansions in the periphery of the Emperor Garden. As long as we can find one of them, haha, this old master's trip will have been worth it," Min Sha said as he stroked his long beard, his face glowing with a faint red glow. And in addition to these hidden cave residences, there are also many spirit grasses and medicines that have long been extinct in the outside world, as well as rare ores. There are even some rare monster beasts, such as that 7-colored elk just now. If we can kill it. The petite woman suddenly paused mid-sentence and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly, as if she had just remembered something and didn't know how to continue. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't mind, not only because he hadn't suffered any losses, but also because these 5 people had told him so much information at this moment. With this alone, he could write off all his previous grievances. "Has anyone found those hidden cave residences?" Yang Kai asked casually. "Yes." Min Sha nodded solemnly, a look of envy appearing on his face. "Just 3 days ago, someone found a hidden cave residence somewhere in this grassland and brought back an Origin King grade artifact as well as a lot of pills." Speaking of this, Min Sha's breathing became a little rapid. The situation on Azure Tree Star was similar to that on Shadowed Star, so an Origin King grade artifact was quite tempting to him. Since this news has spread, it seems that person's fate wasn't very good. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. Min Sha looked at Yang Kai with admiration. Little friend Yang's words hit the nail on the head. That person is indeed being chased by many people, and as for what his fate is, this old master doesn't know, but I'm sure he won't have a good time in the future. Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. Yang Kai had inquired about everything he could, and as long as he knew that this was indeed the Emperor Garden, it was enough. Yang Kai wasn't planning on staying outside for long. Although he didn't know when the Emperor Garden would completely close, there was definitely a time limit. Before that, he still had at least 2 things to do and 2 things to find. Both of these things were things he had encountered when he entered the Emperor Garden last time. But he didn't have the time or ability to deal with them. Now that his strength had greatly increased, Yang Kai naturally wanted to try. "Little friend Yang, from the looks of it, you must have entered this place alone. If you trust this old master, why don't you act together with us? If we find something good, the 6 of us can share it equally. We won't let you suffer a loss." For some unknown reason, Min Sha actually invited Yang Kai to join them. This Yang appreciates Island Master Min's kindness. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly shook his head and refused. "Although I am alone right now, I didn't come here alone. I still have companions waiting for me, so I need to find them." "Is that so?" A look of regret flashed across Min Sha's face, but he didn't insist, simply saying, "If that's the case, let's just pretend this old master didn't say anything." "Good, take care of yourselves, this Yang will take his leave." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists slightly before his figure flickered, and he rushed out of the secret cave, determined a direction, and flew off in that direction. After Yang Kai left inside the cave, the black-haired old man turned to Min Sha and asked suspiciously, "Brother Min, why did you invite that little brat? He isn't that strong." The others also wore blank looks, not knowing what Min Sha's intentions were. Min Sha chuckled and explained, "Although his strength isn't anything special, since he was able to escape from that 7-colored elk variant, his speed must be top-notch. This old master invited him to join because he wanted him to scout the way for us, but since the other party didn't have such an intention, there's no need to." The others suddenly understood. "Let's not talk about this for now. We need to carefully study how to kill that 7-colored elk variant." If we can kill it, the value of its fragrant sachet and monster core will be no small matter, Min Sha said solemnly. The others nodded repeatedly and immediately began planning carefully. What they didn't know was that the 7-colored elk variant had already been captured by Yang Kai, and its fragrant sachet and monster core had already been stored in Yang Kai's space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai was flying in the direction of the Emperor Garden. According to Min Sha, the Emperor Garden was 100,000 kilometers away from here. Even with Yang Kai's speed, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach it, so he wasn't in a hurry. On the surface, Yang Kai was calm and indifferent, but deep down, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. His heart was filled with longing. He longed to meet Su Yan here. Chapter 1445. Since the Emperor Garden was open to the entire Star's territory, as long as Su Yan was still within Star's territory, she would have a chance to enter it. However, Yang Kai did not know what her current cultivation was, whether she was qualified to enter. And even if she was, would she be able to obtain an Emperor Jade? With all kinds of uncertainties, the chances of the two of them meeting here were slim. But even so, Yang Kai still held some expectations in his heart. The two of them had an inextricable connection because of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so if Su Yan was really here, Yang Kai would be able to sense her presence within a certain range. With such thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, summoning a crystal-clear bead that exuded a cold aura into his palm. Su Yan's ice soul bead. As long as the bead existed, the bead would shatter and she would die. This ice soul bead had been given to him by Qianyu. And even though so many years had passed since it had been condensed, there was still a lingering aura on it that Yang Kai was reluctant to part with. Feeling the chill emanating from the bead in his hand, Yang Kai's gaze gradually softened and his mood quickly calmed down. Storing the bead back into his space ring, Yang Kai let out a long roar like a rolling dragon's roar, venting the last bit of anger in his heart before shooting off like a bolt of lightning towards the Emperor Garden. One day later, Yang Kai was still flying across the grassland. The scenery around him didn't seem to have changed much, which showed how big this strange place was. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any dangers. Although there were many cultivators entering the Emperor Garden now, they were all scattered across such a large area that the crowds were not too dense. On the other hand, there were many strange monster beasts roaming the grassland, each one of which looked like they were not to be trifled with. Some of them had incredible demonic qi, some were extremely strong, and some were good at escaping, not giving anyone a chance to approach them. Yang Kai did not waste any time dealing with these monster beasts. He just wanted to find someone to inquire about whether he was heading in the right direction. As he flew, his divine sense leisurely spread out in all directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a stop, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Not far from his left, there was clearly the aura of living people, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Yang Kai made up his mind and changed direction, heading in that direction. After a short period of time, Yang Kai had already arrived at the location of those people. Looking around, his expression couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at a certain location in high spirits, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The reason was none other than the fact that he actually found traces of restrictions and formations here. At the position where he was looking at, there was a layer of energy light screen that was faintly discernible. It seemed that there were some flaws after the attack, and when the energy light screen was faintly discernible, the scene within the light screen also changed slightly. Illusion array. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked around more carefully. The terrain here was quite special. Although it was still a grassland, there was a ring-shaped mountain here. Looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange about the valley inside the ring-shaped mountain. Although the vegetation was lush, there were no spirit grasses or medicines. But all of this was definitely an illusion, because when the energy light screen flickered, the scenery inside the valley also changed. Impossible, right? Is my luck really that good? Yang Kai was amazed. He had heard from Min Sha just a day ago that there were many hidden secluded homes in this grassland, but he hadn't expected to run into one so quickly. This valley was clearly a hidden secluded home. There was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would be no need to arrange an illusion array on the periphery to confuse others. However, it had been discovered and attacked, so it had been exposed. At this moment, there were two groups of people gathered here. There weren't many people in either group, 4 on one side and 3 on the other, each led by a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The rest were first-order and second-order origin returning realm cultivators. Close to the valley's restriction was a side with fewer people, all of whom were women. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over these 3 women, he couldn't help raising his brow, revealing a thoughtful look. These 3 women were all dressed in pristine white robes. It seemed that they were all from the same sect. Their beauty was outstanding. Even the oldest one was full of charm. The other 2 were also thin and round. Each of them had their own merits. However, what caught Yang Kai's attention was not their beauty, but their temperament. She was cold, aloof. She seemed to be a little unreasonable and unapproachable. The aura emitted from her delicate body was also extremely cold. This kind of temperament made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity and intimacy. Su Yan's temperament was exactly the same as theirs. On the other side, there was also a cultivator from the same sect, dressed in a fiery red robe that made him look like a burning fireball. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them staring at the 3 women opposite them with ill intentions. Although Yang Kai had just arrived and had only taken a few glances, he quickly figured out what was going on in front of him. These 3 women must have discovered this hidden secluded home first, and when they were attacking the barrier here, they were noticed by the other group and chased here. However, because the difference in numbers and strength between the 2 sides wasn't too obvious, they were in a stalemate, with no one showing any intention of making the first move. Generally, when a cultivator encountered this kind of situation, there were only 2 ways to resolve it. One was for both sides to fight to the death, and the remaining side would monopolize all the benefits. The other was for both sides to reach a temporary agreement to explore together, and the benefits obtained would be distributed according to their prior agreement. There were no other possibilities besides this. Yang Kai observed their expressions and felt that the first possibility was Judah, because when these 2 groups looked at each other, their eyes flashed with hatred and anger, as if they had known each other for a long time, and the gap between them was quite deep. Yang Kai wondered which stars they came from. This is interesting. Yang Kai was overjoyed. If these 2 sides really joined forces, he would definitely be able to win this battle. 1 versus 7. 2 of which were third-order origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai wasn't arrogant to such an extent. Fighting with these 2 sides over a secluded cave mansion with unknown benefits was obviously not a rational decision. However, if the benefits were clear enough, Yang Kai didn't mind stretching his muscles and trying to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Although the 3 women gave Yang Kai a feeling of familiarity, they had only met by chance and didn't have the slightest friendship. So Yang Kai naturally didn't intend to act righteously, and only hoped that they would fight as soon as possible. However, to Yang Kai's disappointment, neither side showed any intention of taking action. Instead, because of his arrival, the already delicate situation reached a turning point. When Yang Kai arrived, the 7 people naturally noticed him as well, but after realizing that Yang Kai was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Even the cultivator in the fiery red robes showed a look of disdain. The leader of this group was a bald man who looked extremely valiant. Coldly glancing at Kai Yang, he saw that Kai Yang didn't take the initiative to retreat and instead stayed behind. His expression couldn't help but become cold as he shouted, "Little brat, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, then scram far away." Yang Kai heard this and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, his expression became even more indifferent. On the other hand, a young woman leading the group raised her brow as a hint of joy flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. There were only 3 people on her side, and although their individual strength wasn't much worse than the other parties, they were still outnumbered. Now that she saw the big bald man mercilessly threaten Yang Kai, she couldn't help rolling her eyes and thinking of winning over Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai could join their side, the gap in numbers would immediately be closed, and she would have nothing to worry about. Although the First Order Origin Returning Realm Cultivator wasn't very strong, she was still an Origin Returning Realm Cultivator. At such a critical moment, she would definitely come in handy. Thinking so, the young woman no longer hesitated and looked at the big bald man coldly. Kong Wendong, you talk big. With this queen here, do you think you have the ability to harm the innocent? After saying so, she gently nodded to Yang Kai and said warmly, Little brother, don't be afraid. As long as I'm still alive, he can't do anything to you. Huh? Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, a speechless look appearing on his face. This young woman's intentions to win him over could not be more obvious, and with Yang Kai's shrewdness, how could he not understand what she was trying to do? She clearly wanted to borrow his strength, otherwise, how could she protect an unrelated outsider like this? However, judging from the conversation between the two sides, it was clear that these two groups knew each other and had a grudge against each other. Cheap slave. The big bald man smiled contemptuously. You think you have the ability to do so? You say this Kong's tone is big, but it seems your tone isn't. Saying so, he turned his head to Yang Kai and said fiercely, Boy, I'm warning you one last time, if you don't want to die, leave quickly. Don't think this cheap slave can really protect you. If you get involved in the battle between my Brilliant Flame sect and her Ice Heart Valley, what awaits you is only death. Brilliant Flame sect, Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of these two forces before, just from their names alone, it was obvious they were like fire and water. No wonder the two sides were at daggers drawn when they met. However, Yang Kai did not put Kong Wendong's threat in his eyes. With his current strength, only an Origin King Realm Master could kill him in an instant. An Origin Returning Realm Master had no such ability. The young woman smiled, combed her hair, and said casually, Kong Wendong, you're really getting worse and worse. Are you only capable of threatening others now? Little brother, you don't have to be afraid of him. Although Brilliant Flame sect is not ordinary, my Ice Heart Valley is not easy to bully. If you can help this mistress this once, this mistress can give you some benefits. What do you think? Hearing what she said, Kong Wendong frowned, but Yang Kai's interest was piqued and he asked with a grin, What kind of benefits are there? The young woman smiled like a blooming flower and said lightly, Pills St. Crystals, what do you think? Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. Pills and St. Crystals might be attractive to other First Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, but they were not attractive to him at all. Chapter 1446. Then what benefits do you want? The young woman seemed to be a little displeased that Yang Kai was actually negotiating with her at this time. Before Yang Kai had time to answer, Kong Wendong didn't give him a chance. How could he just sit back and watch Yang Kai be won over by this young woman? His expression becoming fierce, Kong Wendong shouted, Boy, this Kong has already given you a chance, but you chose to seek your own death, so you can't blame anyone else. A trivial First Order Origin Returning Realm. If this Kong wants to kill you, who can stop me? Saying so, Kong Wendong pushed his Saint Chi, and a scorching aura spread from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise by a level. Kong Wendong looked like he was about to go on a killing spree, but in fact, he was just putting on an act in order to force Yang Kai back. Since he had already offended the other party verbally, Kong Wendong naturally didn't want Yang Kai to remain, but without understanding Yang Kai's background, Kong Wendong didn't really want to make a big fuss. Kong Wendong's plan was very good and his thoughts were clear, but the young woman in the palace robes wasn't a fool. How could she just stand by and watch Yang Kai leave? Without waiting for Kong Wendong's voice to fall, she shouted, If you have the ability, try it. The chill radiating from her tender body became even more intense as she glared at Kong Wendong without flinching. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at this beautiful woman with a gloomy expression. The other party's words just now didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them at first glance. Instead, it sounded like she was trying to protect him, but if Yang Kai's guess was correct, this woman obviously wasn't so kind. She seemed to be eager for Kong Wendong to attack him. This was understandable. If this bald man really did attack him, he would definitely push him towards the three women's side, forcing him to become their helper. At that time, whether he was willing or not, if he wanted to live, he would have to join forces with them. This woman wasn't as pure as she appeared on the surface, and was actually quite scheming. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now was whether Kong Wendong would fall for her provocation or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at the burly bald-headed man again, but after a single glance, he couldn't help but sigh. The other party was a cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect, so the secret art he cultivated was definitely a fire attribute cultivator. Most cultivators who cultivated this kind of secret art had a common problem. That was because he was hot-tempered. Being aggressive had nothing to do with a person's personality. It was completely due to the cultivation technique. The young woman's words made Kong Wendong feel like he was riding a tiger. Moreover, he wasn't a mild-tempered person. Why would he hesitate? Furthermore, a mere first-order origin returning realm. He really didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him away so rudely when he first arrived here. He laughed sinisterly. Kong Wendong said, "Brat, don't blame this old man when you reach the netherworld. If you want to blame someone, then blame that bitch. She forced me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's head. The fire attribute aura between heaven and earth suddenly gathered above Yang Kai's head, and soon, a huge flaming palm took shape, burning fiercely as it mercilessly slammed down towards Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, the young woman's eyes shrank as horror filled her face. Although they had fought with Brilliant Flame sect cultivators all year round, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack. Kong Wendong had clearly displayed the full extent of his fire attribute attacks. Although she was shocked, the young woman leading the group did not let go of this rare opportunity. Just as Kong Wendong attacked Yang Kai, attracting almost everyone's attention, the young woman suddenly waved her hands like a butterfly fluttering through flowers, her body exuding a chilling aura as a white ice spear formed in front of her. With a shout, this spear trembled slightly and shot out like an arrow towards the weakest cultivator on the opposite side. This cultivator's cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, one of the weakest among the 7. Injuring all 10 of his fingers was not as good as cutting off one. The young woman's appearance was quite good, but her attacks were extremely ruthless and merciless. A pitiful scream immediately rang out as the cultivator targeted by the young woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had instinctively moved his body at the critical moment, the ice spear still pierced through his lower abdomen, instantly causing him to bleed profusely. He had been severely injured. After all, this was a sneak attack launched by a cultivator 2 minor realms higher than him, so it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Even so, he had lost most of his combat strength and would not be able to play much of a role in the upcoming battle. Seeing her attack succeed, a satisfied smile appeared on the young woman's tender face. Kong Wendong was stunned for a moment before his expression suddenly became ferocious as he ground his teeth and shouted, "Cheap slut, so this was your plan all along?" He had underestimated the cunning of this young woman. He had thought that after he attacked, this young woman would try to rescue Yang Kai and then win his support, creating a 4 versus 4 situation. But how could he have known that this young woman did not put Yang Kai's life or death in her eyes at all, and instead took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure one of his own people, exchanging the life of an unknown boy for the strength of one of their own people? Ice Heart Valley had profited greatly from this deal. Kong Wendong's face was uglier than a dead man's, as if he had just swallowed a fly, and was extremely disgusted. The young woman, on the other hand, smiled like a flower and leisurely said, "Kong Wendong, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame this queen for being impolite." "Bastard!" Kong Wendong cursed loudly. "Do you think you can eat this, father? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Take a look at what this is." The young woman didn't care about the other party's insults. Instead, she calmly pointed her hand and a small flower drum appeared in her palm. It looked exquisite, but the flower drum was emitting strong spirit chi fluctuations. Profound and heart-shattering drum. The burly bald man's eyes shrank as he exclaimed in shock, as if this artifact had a great origin. Staring at the young woman in disbelief, he asked, "How could you have such a thing?" The young woman giggled lightly, Since we want to enter the Emperor Garden, of course we have to bring some good artifacts. What's wrong? Don't you have an Origin King grade artifact? These words caused Kong Wendong to choke on his breath. He and this young woman had the same cultivation and status in their respective sects, but now this young woman had an Origin King grade artifact while he did not. In comparison, Kong Wendong's status seemed a bit shabby and unvalued. This was not a big deal though. The key was the power of this artifact. Since it was an Origin King grade artifact, it must possess great lethality. The burly bald man knew how strange this profound heart-shattering drum was, so a look of dread appeared on his face. But soon he laughed as if he had figured out something. Cheap slut, you don't need to pretend. If you could fully activate the power of this profound heart-shattering drum, why didn't you take it out just now? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully refined this thing, right? This time it was the young woman's face that turned ugly. Indeed, as Kong Wendong said, this Origin King grade artifact was something she had obtained from her elder specifically for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After using it, she would have to return it. The time she had been given was simply too short, so Yang Kai had not fully refined it, and could only display 50% of its power at best. Otherwise, how could she have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong? She would have long used the power of this artifact to repel him instead of continuing this stalemate. Seeing the young woman's face change slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew that his guess was correct and laughed loudly. You want to scare this Kong with a trivial artifact that hasn't been fully refined? Smelly woman, do you think this Kong is easily frightened? So what? An Origin King grade artifact is an Origin King grade artifact. If you want to try it, you can try, but if you don't have the courage, scram. The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Wendong frowned, not knowing what to do for a while. On one hand, he was reluctant and greedy for this secluded home, but on the other hand, he was wary of the profound heart-shattering drum. He really did not want to test its power, so his expression was hesitant. Ha, are you going to fight or not? I still have to go to another place. A long sigh came from not far away, and in an instant, everyone turned towards the source of this voice in amazement, dumbfounded. The place where Kong Wendong had gathered his fire attribute world energy to launch his attack was covered by a ball of fire. However, at this moment, the rich fire attribute world energy seemed to have been dispersed by something, leisurely dissipating in all directions, revealing a figure hidden in the middle of it. How is this possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his tongue, unable to believe his eyes. Over there, the little brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, who had been attacked by him before, was actually standing in place unscathed. Not only was he not dead, but there were no signs of injury either. How is this possible? Kong Wendong was well aware of the power of his attack. Forget about a brat from the First Order Origin returning realm. Even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would not be able to withstand such a blow. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm cultivator should have been killed immediately. The other party had not summoned any defensive artifacts at all just now, nor had he used his Saint Chi to protect himself, so how could he not be injured at all? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only him, but the three women on the young woman's side were also shocked, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai's expression was extremely helpless. Originally, after being attacked by Kong Wendong, he had restrained his aura, and was preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. The strength of these two sides had now reached a stalemate, and would likely remain in this stalemate for a long time. Unless something unexpected happened, no one would take the initiative to attack. In desperation, Yang Kai could only show himself. At this moment, not only did Kong Wendong's face become ugly, but the young woman's expression was also quite ugly. The former had attacked him, while the latter had used the moment he was attacked to launch a sneak attack on her enemy. Although her words sounded good, the result was that she had chosen to watch him die without saving him, so she naturally felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 1447. However, compared to Kong Wendong, the young woman had more or less taken the initiative. After all, she was only using Yang Kai and had not directly become his enemy, So after rolling her eyes, she immediately shouted, "Little brother is really amazing. This mistress knew you would be fine." She spoke as if she could predict the future. Yang Kai sneered, stepped forward, and said, "Enough nonsense. Madam, what you said just now still counts, yes?" The young woman was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed and quickly nodded. "Naturally." "Good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "Since that's the case, after this matter is settled, I want half of the profits from that cave mansion. If Madam agrees, I will immediately help you. If not, just pretend I didn't say anything." "Half." The young woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, her expression suddenly becoming unhappy as she shouted, "Little brother, don't you think this proposal is unfair?" "How is it unfair?" Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. "You're just one person, and you're only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator at that, but my Ice Heart Valley has 3 people. Even if we split the spoils, you'll only get a quarter or less. Half haha. Don't you think that's too much?" "I don't think so." Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "If I didn't intervene, it would have been impossible for you to obtain anything from that cave mansion. If you could have obtained anything, it would have been because of my participation, so half of the profits is a reasonable proposal for me and for you." "No." The young woman shook her head like a rattle drum and said firmly, "I can't agree to this proposal. At most, I can give you a fifth of the profits. If you don't agree, then forget it." "Is that so?" The smile on Yang Kai's face grew wider as he looked at her with interest. "Even if they have helpers, you won't agree?" "What did you say?" The young woman's face changed. "What did I say? Can't you see for yourself?" Yang Kai replied casually. The young woman was not a fool, and immediately turned her head to look at the 4 people in front of her. A moment later, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her expression became cold. There was no other reason. She actually saw the cultivator of the first-order origin returning realms that she had severely injured. He was secretly pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, as if he was trying to contact someone. It was unknown whether he had managed to contact the other party. Seeing this, the young woman immediately knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. She gritted her teeth. She shouted, "Good. Half is half. As long as we can obtain the things in the valley, I will definitely not go back on my word." "I hope you keep your word." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. The young woman's heart trembled. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy, but soon she dispelled this thought. Now the most important thing was to drag this brat into the water. As for how to distribute the things in the valley after obtaining them, it was still up to her to decide. Giving him 10% or 20% would be enough. Half. What a joke. He should count himself lucky that he didn't intend to burn the bridge after crossing the river. If he really didn't know what was good for him, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. "You can rest assured." Thinking so, the young woman smiled. Throughout the negotiation process between Yang Kai and him, Kong Wendong did not try to stop them. He knew that he and Yang Kai had already formed a grudge, so it was useless to say anything now. After they finished talking, Kong Wendong grinned wickedly. "Boy, do you really think you're some big shot? Whether I am or not, we'll see." Yang Kai grinned but did not try to find trouble with Kong Wendong. After all, the other party was the strongest of the 4 from Brilliant Flame sect, so it would definitely be troublesome to deal with him. Instead, Yang Kai set his sights on an old man at the second-order origin returning realm. This old man was wearing a black robe and had a long beard, giving him a sage-like appearance. However, his face was rosy and his skin was tender, comparable to a newborn baby's. With a flick of his finger, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards the old man in black robes, directly enveloping him. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, without the slightest hesitation, and unexpectedly finding an opponent a minor realm higher than him, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley were overjoyed. The young woman in the lead let out a shout, and took the initiative to meet Kong Wendong while the other 2 women also found their own targets and began fighting. On Ice Heart Valley's side, besides the young woman in the lead who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the other 2 women were second-order and first-order. On Brilliant Flame sect's side, there was also a cultivator of this realm left. However, the other side's first-order origin realm cultivator had already been seriously injured by the young woman, so it wouldn't take much effort for the women from Ice Heart Valley to deal with him. It was only a matter of time. Once the outcome of this battle was decided, they would be able to reinforce the others. A slight advantage could snowball, and when the time came, Brilliant Flame Sect's forces would inevitably be routed. The young woman instantly predicted the next change in the battle in her heart. While secretly rejoicing, she also glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry. After all, this prediction was based on Yang Kai being able to entangle the black-robed old man. If Yang Kai was killed by the black-robed old man from Brilliant Flame Sect in a short time, this beautiful prediction would not be valid. The young woman had no choice but to pay more attention to Yang Kai. She thought that the battle would be one-sided and that Yang Kai would be struggling to hold on. After all, the opponent he had chosen was a minor realm higher than him. But after a quick glance, the young woman couldn't help being shocked. The battle was indeed one-sided, but not in the way she had imagined. Instead, it was the second-order origin returning realm old man in black robes who was struggling to hold on. The old man's body was shrouded in a golden light that cut through the void with a sizzling sound, as if it was capable of cutting through space itself. Wrapped in this golden light, the old man was in a state of complete defense, with no opportunity to attack at all. The eyes of the young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group almost popped out of their sockets. Her momentary lapse in concentration had allowed Kong Wendong to take advantage of her and almost injure her. Panicking, she hurriedly focused on fighting Kong Wendong, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai. At the same time, on Yang Kai's side, the black-robed old man's face went pale. He had never expected that this young man with only a first-order origin returning realm would be so difficult to deal with. The golden threads were incredibly sharp, and the black-robed old man didn't know what kind of secret technique they were using. But the golden light they produced was so overwhelming that even the black-robed old man's protective Saint Chi would be cut open. The black-robed old man had no choice but to summon his own defensive artifact armor. But even so, he found it difficult to resist. However, this wasn't the worst thing for the black-robed old man though. What he found most unbearable was that his Sure couldn't envelop his opponent at all. In a battle between origin returning realm cultivators, the power of Sure could sometimes play a decisive role. If one's Sure was stronger than the enemy's, then once it was destroyed, the black-robed old man's strength would be greatly reduced, making it easier to deal with. The black-robed old man didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, and had only intended to use his Sure to seize the advantage. But how could he have known that as soon as he released his Sure, it would be cut into pieces by the golden threads, unable to take shape at all, let alone envelop his opponent? These golden threads actually had the miraculous effect of breaking Sure. The old man was shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. With a shout, he opened his hands wide and condensed a wash-basin-sized fireball in front of him. The old man pushed it forward fiercely and sent it flying straight towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the fireball suddenly exploded, and countless smaller fireballs separated from the fireball. They covered the sky and the earth, and their momentum was shocking. Yang Kai raised his brow and flicked his fingers, sending out balls of demonic flame to meet the incoming fireballs. Playing with fire? The black-robed old man saw this and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. When it came to playing with fire, he was an expert. After all, he was a cultivator of Brilliant Flame Sect, and had spent his entire life studying fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Even if the young man opposite him had a secret technique that could break Sure, in a competition of fire attribute secret techniques, he was definitely inferior. The black-robed old man assumed a posture of watching a good show. But in the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened and he looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The pitch-black flames exuded a frigid aura that was far stronger than the ice attribute secret technique of Ice Heart Valley's cultivator. When they first shot out, they didn't seem to be anything special, but as they flew through the air, they twisted and transformed into small birds that flew towards the black-robed old man's flames with extreme precision. Yuan control technique. The black-robed old man's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. Although Yuan control technique was something that any origin-returning realm cultivator could come into contact with, not everyone was proficient in it. The black-robed old man had also studied it, but even he had only gained a slight understanding of it. He couldn't precisely control each strand of Saint Chi like Yang Kai could. To be able to do this, not only did it require practice, but it also required a powerful spiritual energy. The other party was clearly just a first-order cultivator, so how could he have such an ability? The old man exclaimed in his heart, and immediately knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Although they were both flames, through Yuan control technique, the other party's attack was obviously much more powerful. Sure enough, after the pitch-black birds collided with the black-robed old man's flames, the burning flames were immediately frozen and annihilated. However, the small birds didn't suffer much damage and instead gathered together again, forming a larger firebird that swooped down towards the black-robed old man. "Taste my flames!" Yang Kai grinned, and with a single thought, the frigid demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot existence. The demonic flames could be cold or hot at will, but Yang Kai's sudden change in temperature was unpredictable. The black-robed old man was caught off guard, and immediately suffered a big loss. The change in temperature was too fast for the black-robed old man to guard against. So in a hurry, he summoned a shield-like artifact and transformed it into a stream of light to protect himself. In the next moment, his entire body was wrapped in demonic flames. Yang Kai, who thought he had succeeded in one strike, and was about to step forward to end this battle, had just taken a step forward when his expression suddenly became solemn, and he immediately flew backwards. Hong. With a loud bang, the black-robed old man's shield suddenly burst open. Taking advantage of the explosion of this artifact, the black-robed old man's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing several dozen meters away. Chapter 1448. Looking around, the yellow-robed old man didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but his appearance was somewhat distressed. Paying the price of a defensive artifact, he had finally managed to escape from the demonic flames, his actions extremely decisive. Yang Kai was surprised, secretly thinking that he had underestimated this old man. Being able to cultivate to the second-order origin returning realm, this old man's combat experience was truly rich. "Little brat, this old master will skin you alive, otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased." The yellow-robed old man managed to escape, but not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his expression instead becoming violent as he glared at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth as he threatened fiercely. As soon as his voice fell, he opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and blew out a breath of air, as if he was trying to use some powerful secret technique. But how could Yang Kai let this old man do as he pleased? Although he didn't know what kind of trump card this old man had, the situation of a battle often changed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this old man really did have some kind of ultimate trump card up his sleeve. Thinking so, Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and sent it flying towards the old man's head like a spear. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp, and after being nourished by Yang Kai for so long, it was incredibly powerful and could be changed at will. After the old man's defensive artifact self-destructed, his artifact armor alone was unable to protect him from the piercing attack of the golden blood thread. Yang Kai was fully confident he could kill or severely injure this old man. But what surprised him was that in the face of such an attack, his opponent actually had no intention of dodging at all. He still stood in place with a solemn expression, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth was like a rolling heat wave, extremely fiery red and visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red mass of chi appeared in front of this old man, one that contained a terrifying power that even Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was still a fire attribute attack, but this fiery red mass of chi was completely different from the flames released by the old man before. So Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of mysteries were hidden inside it. As soon as this fiery red mass of chi took shape, the golden blood thread pierced through it. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately took back his golden blood thread. Frowning, he saw that the front part of his golden blood thread was showing signs of melting. If Yang Kai had not withdrawn it in time, a part of his golden blood thread would have been dissolved, causing him to suffer a certain backlash. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. He didn't expect the secret technique his opponent used to be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's originally ruddy face was slightly pale at this moment. It was obvious that using this secret technique was a great burden on him, but he still laughed wildly. "Boy, come and try the power of this old master's heaven-scorching thunder fire." Saying so, he pointed his finger forward and poured his Saint Chi madly into the fiery red mass of Chi in front of him. Nourished by his Saint Chi, the fiery red mass of Chi suddenly swelled and released a scorching aura that caused the world to change color. Immediately after, the fiery red mass of Chi squirmed and transformed into a ferocious flaming monster. As soon as it took shape, this monster rushed towards Yang Kai fiercely. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to melt and the sand and stones on the ground immediately turned into molten iron, a shocking sight to behold. Furthermore, not only was this monster covered in extremely hot flames, but there were also tiny pitch-black lightning bolts swimming around its body. The crackling sounds of explosions were incessant, and it looked extremely terrifying. Yang Kai, however, didn't show any fear, a strange look appearing on his face as his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly contemplating something. But soon he calmed his thoughts and with a single thought, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out. Accompanied by this cry, a strange-looking firebird rushed out from his body and spread its wings, covering a radius of several dozen meters. The firebird artifact spirit. After being released by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit's eyes flashed with excitement as it stared at the monster rushing towards it, as if it was looking at a delicious meal. The moment the artifact spirit appeared, the monstrous momentum coming from the monster's body obviously stagnated for a moment, and its eyes flashed a human-like look of dread, as if it was extremely afraid of the artifact spirit. Even the speed at which it was rushing towards Yang Kai had involuntarily slowed down significantly. The smug expression of the yellow-robed old man immediately changed, as if he had been punched in the face, his jaw dropping as he stared at the firebird artifact spirit in amazement. He never expected that Yang Kai would be able to display a similar method to his own. However, there was no point in worrying and being surprised now. He didn't believe that his opponent's technique could be compared to the heaven-scorching lightning fire that he had cultivated for most of his life. He was full of confidence in his own technique. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the firebird artifact spirit collided with the monster wrapped in thunder and fire. The two strange existences in the form of flames instantly entangled with each other, and the roars of beasts and cries of birds filled the air, creating a lively scene. The yellow-robed old man secretly broke out in cold sweat. Although he felt that his method was superior, it was impossible to say that he wasn't worried. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed extremely calm. The artifact spirit Firebird had even swallowed several wisps of Sun's true fire, so although he didn't know what this heaven-scorching thunder fire was, he was certain that it was inferior to Sun's true fire. It shouldn't be difficult for the artifact spirit Firebird to deal with it. Taking advantage of this leisure time, Yang Kai also took the time to investigate the situation of the other battlefields. Needless to say, Kong Wendong and the young woman had similar cultivations, so without summoning the Origin King grade artifact, the profound heart-shattering drum, the two of them were evenly matched. On the other side, the battle between the two second-order Origin returning realm masters was similar, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. On the other hand, on the battlefield of the first-order Origin returning realm, the woman from Ice Heart Valley had the upper hand. After all, her opponent had been severely injured by the lead young woman of Ice Heart Valley, and was unable to exert much of his strength at this moment, only able to grit his teeth and struggle bitterly. It wouldn't take long for him to be defeated and killed. As long as a winner was decided here, the advantage would slowly shift towards Ice Heart Valley's side, and victory would be assured. It didn't take much time to investigate this situation. Yang Kai only needed to release his divine sense to understand the overall situation. But at that moment, a roar suddenly rang out from the other side. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked over, only to see the Firebird artifact spirit completely suppressing the monster's aura. The Firebird artifact spirit treated the thunder fire released by the monster's body as if it was nothing and simply wrapped it up in a ball of fire. Although both of them were flame bodies, there was a clear distinction between them. Yang Kai's artifact spirit had long since gained sentience, and was nourished by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. It was not an ordinary flame that could be compared to it, and after swallowing several streams of sun's true fire, its power had greatly increased. The monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was simply not on the same level as it. As such, the artifact spirit firebird was immediately at a disadvantage, and from the looks of it, it seemed it wanted to swallow it whole. Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man became both anxious and angry. He had spent a huge amount of energy to display this trump card, but unexpectedly it had no effect, so how could he not vomit blood? Continuously releasing his divine sense, he tried to control the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire to escape from the artifact spirit firebird, but to no avail. "Old thing, look over here." Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and shouted loudly. The yellow-robed old man involuntarily turned his head, secretly guarding against Yang Kai's actions, lest he take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But as soon as he looked over, he could no longer move his eyes away. Inside Yang Kai's left eye, a budding flower bud suddenly appeared, and with a slight sway, it strangely took root in the yellow-robed old man's knowledge sea. Immediately, the flower began to spread in all directions, as if it wanted to bloom into its own beauty. But what shocked the yellow-robed old man was that as this flower bloomed, his spiritual energy began to gather and be absorbed by it, completely out of his control. It was as if this flower was blooming with his own spiritual energy as its source. In just a short time, nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy had been consumed, and it was still being consumed at a terrifying rate. It was likely that within a dozen breaths of time, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. Once his knowledge sea dried up, he would inevitably suffer mental trauma, and this kind of injury was not easy to recover from. The yellow-robed old man was so shocked that he no longer had time to stimulate his heaven-scorching thunder fire, and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to wrap around the flower, submerging it. Hong. A silent explosion occurred in the old man's knowledge sea, causing it to shake violently, rolling up monstrous waves. Poo. With a loud sound, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having been seriously injured. Although he had used his spiritual energy to forcibly dispel Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique, he had still inevitably suffered heavy injuries. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortune does not come singly. The old man had just resolved his crisis when the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which he had not been able to control, was swallowed by the firebird artifact spirit. The firebird once again returned to its original form, but the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was nowhere to be seen. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that inside the firebird artifact spirit's belly, there was a dark bolt of lightning that was constantly swimming about. Naturally, it was the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Poo. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from the yellow-robed old man's mouth. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was connected to his soul. So now that it had been swallowed into the firebird's belly, the connection was severed and there was naturally a backlash. One encounter after another caused the yellow-robed old man's aura to become extremely sluggish and his face to become as pale as paper. Where was his previous high-spirited second-order origin returning realm master? At this moment, he looked like an old man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. The old man had never expected that a trivial first-order origin returning realm could force him to this extent. Before he could stabilize the tumbling Saint Chi in his body, a golden light appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's golden blood thread. Take advantage of your opponent's weakness to take their life. Yang Kai had wandered the outside world for so many years and had experienced countless battles, so he naturally understood this simple truth. Chapter 1449. The yellow-robed old man was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so even though he knew that this golden blood thread was a fatal attack, he was unable to dodge or resist. In a hurry, he could only push his Saint Chi to protect himself in an attempt to escape. With a soft sound, the Saint Chi barrier he had arranged was like paper in front of the sharp golden blood thread. unable to provide any resistance at all. Not only that, the old man's head was pierced by the golden blood thread. The yellow-robed old man's lips twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, seemingly wanting to say something, but without the slightest strength, the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipating. By the time Yang Kai took back his golden blood thread, the old man's body had fallen to the ground. From the time Yang Kai attacked to the end of the battle, only half a cup of tea's worth of time had passed, and the final outcome was that the stronger old man had fallen. The short amount of time, and the unexpected ending caused everyone present to turn pale with fright. Yang Kai was also quite surprised. Although with his current means, he didn't need to fear a second-order origin returning realm master at all, and was confident he could kill him. He hadn't used his full strength in this battle from beginning to end. He had only used his golden blood threads and firebird artifact spirit, and had only used his blossoming lotus secret technique in the end. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to hide his strength, but rather that he felt there was no need to use too many methods. The firebird artifact spirit had undoubtedly made a great contribution to the old man's death. If it hadn't swallowed the old man's heaven-scorching thunder fire, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Although the other battlefields were all fighting their own battles, everyone was paying attention to the situation nearby, so the old man's death naturally didn't escape everyone's attention. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die and Yang Kai easily win, the burly bald man, Kong Wendong, couldn't help feeling both shocked and angry, his expression becoming extremely ugly. Even the beautiful young woman leading Ice Heart Valley revealed a look of dread. She had thought that Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, and although she had deliberately tried to win him over, she hadn't taken him seriously, nor had she taken the conditions they had agreed to before seriously. How could she have known that this young man was actually a ruthless and powerful character? However, overall, the young woman was more happy than shocked. After all, with one of Brilliant Flame Sect's masters dead, her side would gain the upper hand. Realizing this, she immediately shouted to Yang Kai, "Little brother, hurry up and help this mistress's sister." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai's eyes on Yang Kai's world's cultivation base, who had suffered a heavy blow to him before. Seeing the yellow-robed old man die, Yang's Yang Kai, who was staring at him with malicious intent, to him was of the situation Tuz's. Greatly shaken, his strength was greatly reduced. Facing the fierce attacks of Ice Heart Valley's young woman, he didn't know how to resolve them, and instead exposed his own weaknesses in an attempt to escape. How could the young woman from Ice Heart Valley allow her opponent to do as she pleased? Taking advantage of this opportunity, she used her artifact to strike the young man's back, causing him to cough up 3 liters of blood and collapse to the ground, his breathing becoming heavier and heavier. The young woman's facial features were picturesque and she looked extremely beautiful, but she also understood the principle of beating a snake to death, and immediately stepped forward to finish off her opponent. After winning, she exchanged a glance with Yang Kai before joining the battle on the other side. The battle here was between 2 second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Originally, they were evenly matched, but with the addition of Yang Kai and the first-order origin realm cultivator, the situation immediately changed. Fighting 3 against 1, the female cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect didn't even have a chance to escape. After less than 30 breaths of time, she was killed by the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai only played a small role in pinning down the enemy, but his contribution was not negligible. The situation quickly changed beyond everyone's expectations. With Yang Kai as the breakthrough, Ice Heart Valley gained the upper hand while only Kong Wendong of the 4 Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators remained to contend with the young woman. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Kong Wendong's eyes flashed a trace of resentment as he viciously spat. "Cheap slut, one day you'll pay the price." Saying so, he used a feint to escape from the young woman's attack range, and summoned a mass of flames from his body, wrapping him up as he flew away at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret technique he was using. The young woman was caught off guard, and allowed him to escape a few kilometers away, causing her beautiful face to go pale with anxiety. She didn't want to let Kong Wendong escape. If he called for some kind of helper, the situation here would become even more complicated, so she quickly shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing her shout, the other two women from Ice Heart Valley naturally hurriedly chased after him. But Yang Kai just frowned and stood in place motionless. Whether Kong Wendong lived or died had nothing to do with him, and Yang Kai didn't know which Great Force Brilliant Flame sect belonged to, so even if he let him escape, he wouldn't be able to threaten him. What Yang Kai cared about was the benefits inside this secluded home. As long as he could break the barrier around this secluded home and plunder the treasures inside, he could leave with ease. He wasn't in the mood to intervene in the grievances between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeing Yang Kai not moving, showing no intention of helping, the young woman became anxious and quickly said, Kong Wendong also has the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Killing him will be of great benefit to your spirit fire. Her thoughts were really quick, and with just a few words, she had aroused Yang Kai's interest. Really? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. After all, the heaven-scorching thunder fire seemed to be quite powerful. He had thought that the yellow-robed old man had obtained some kind of opportunity and was able to cultivate it, but now even Kong Wendong had it. How could this mistress deceive you? I can explain the specific reasons to you later, but Kong Wendong definitely has the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Seeing Yang Kai's interested expression, the young woman immediately knew that she had made the right bet and quickly assured him. In that case, we can't let him escape. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few kilometers away. The young woman's eyes shrank as the dread in them deepened. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to see through what kind of profound movement skill Yang Kai was using. This was not surprising though. The Tao of space that Yang Kai mastered was something that very few people cultivated. Not only was it extremely rare, but it was also extremely difficult to grasp. Unless one encountered a character like Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union, it would be impossible to see through Yang Kai's traces and identity. Only someone like Mo Xiaosheng, who cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai, could vaguely grasp some clues. By using his Tao of space slightly, Yang Kai could cross a considerable distance at an extremely fast speed. Although this method was not as good as tearing space, it was still no trivial matter. The most important thing was that it was hidden and would not expose his proficiency in the Tao of space. After all, tearing space was simply too obvious. Kong Wendong's speed was not slow, but no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to Yang Kai who could cross space. In just a dozen breaths, Yang Kai had appeared in front of him, and with a flick of his finger, sent out a small bird of demonic flame towards him. Boy scram! Kong Wendong was furious and did not attempt to dodge, instead pouring his Saint Chi into a large saber-like artifact in his hand, and slashing it towards Yang Kai. A huge saber wave several dozen meters long shot out from this artifact, taking the shape of a crescent moon with astonishing momentum. The demonic flames were instantly scattered, but in the face of such a blow, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, his opponent wasn't weak. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. A loud bang rang out as sand and wind splashed about. The saber wave disappeared and a large gap was torn in the sandstorm formed by the purple shield, almost exposing Yang Kai's figure. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Kong Wendong's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. His eyesight was quite good though, so he was able to identify the grade of this purple shield at once. The evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own making cannot be avoided. Kong Wendong, today this will be your burial place. From a distance, a tender voice called out. It was the young woman from Ice Heart Valley who had chased after Kong Wendong. Although her speed was slower than Yang Kai's, Kong Wendong did not run far before being stopped by Yang Kai. Seeing this situation, the young woman was overjoyed and summoned her Origin King-grade artifact, the profound heart-shattering drum. Before she even arrived, her jade white hand had already gently tapped the drum. A slight drumming sound rang out from all directions, making for an extremely strange sight. Although the sound was soft, it was enough to cause one's blood to boil and feel extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. But this was not the end. The young woman's jade white hand continued to beat the drum, her movements slow and laborious, as if she was paying a great price. With every beat, The young woman's face paled slightly while the sound from the profound heart-shattering drum grew louder and louder until it was deafening, as if it was ringing right next to one's ear, making it impossible to guard against. The sound of the drum not only enveloped Kong Wendong, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the drumming sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became bloodshot and his face flushed red as all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Perceiving this, Yang Kai stared at the young woman coldly. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, this cold gaze caused the young woman's tender body to tremble, and she involuntarily paused for a moment. In the next moment, when she beat the drum again, the drumming in Yang Kai's ears immediately weakened significantly, barely affecting him at all. However, the pressure on Kong Wendong, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, increased greatly. The power of an Origin King-grade artifact was unpredictable, and although the young woman had not fully refined it, and could only display half of its power, it was still extremely difficult for Kong Wendong to resist. Unknowingly, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices and his expression became extremely fierce, as if he was suffering great pain, even his burly body trembling violently. With the young woman and the profound heart-shattering drum restraining Kong Wendong, Yang Kai took action without any hesitation. Golden threads shot towards Kong Wendong and in the next instant, space blades hidden in his demonic flames shot out. At the same time, the chasing Firebird artifact spirit also received Yang Kai's order and rushed towards Kong Wendong. Chapter 1450. Kong Wendong's fall was not much suspense. Although his cultivation wasn't any worse than the young woman's, in a 1 versus 4 situation, with the young woman calmly using the power of her profound heart-shattering drum, and Yang Kai attacking from the side. Even if Kong Wendong's strength was extraordinary, it would have been difficult for him to escape. After barely holding on for an incense stick worth of time, Kong Wendong's soul was destroyed. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley was right. Kong Wendong had a heaven-scorching thunder fire in his body. His heaven-scorching thunder fire was exactly the same as the one possessed by the yellow-robed old man. A kind of pitch-black flame with arcs of lightning dancing around it. After Kong Wendong died, the heaven-scorching thunder fire was naturally swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. After the battle was over, it was naturally time to divide the spoils. The space rings of the 4 enemies could not be left out. So Yang Kai unceremoniously took Kong Wendong's space ring and left the remaining 3 to the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley. In this regard, although the young woman seemed a little displeased, she didn't say anything. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai taking action, not only would they have gained nothing, they might even have lost their lives. At the very least, the woman with the lowest cultivation would have been in a very dangerous situation. The Firebird artifact spirit circled above Yang Kai's head, chirping happily, seemingly in a good mood after swallowing the 2 heaven-scorching thunder fires. When she looked at the Firebird artifact spirit, the young woman's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of dread. She couldn't observe Yang Kai's strength, but the tyrannical aura fluctuations coming from this Firebird artifact spirit were obvious. This Firebird artifact spirit is comparable to a 3rd-order origin returning realm master. The young woman secretly judged in her heart. Little brother, this mistress offers her thanks. If it weren't for your righteousness, this mistress and her sister would not have been able to kill these brilliant flame sect bastards. The young woman showed a bright smile on her face as she thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said lightly, "Madam is too serious. We both took what we needed. What's more, they were the ones who attacked me first." Although this young woman had used her profound heart-shattering drum just now, intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with them here. However, the necessary deterrence and warning were still necessary. Otherwise, they would burn the bridge after crossing the river. This was also a troublesome matter. The profound heart-shattering drum was quite powerful and would be very troublesome to deal with. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflict with these 3 from Ice Heart Valley. Right now, Yang Kai just wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as quickly as possible. That was why he hadn't taken back the artifact spirit. He wanted the artifact spirit to put pressure on the other party. Otherwise, this young woman would go back on her word. Right, Madam hasn't explained to me why these two from Brilliant Flame sect cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire secret technique? Yang Kai asked curiously. So little brother is wondering about this. The young woman smiled, not intending to conceal anything. In fact, this secret technique is cultivated by many people in Brilliant Flame sect. It's not just these two, as any cultivator with slightly higher strength can cultivate this secret technique. However, it's hard to judge how powerful it is. Oh, how did they do it? Yang Kai was very interested. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was of great benefit to the artifact spirit, but unfortunately, of the 4 people from Brilliant Flame sect here, only Kong Wendong and the yellow-robed old man had the heaven-scorching thunder fire. The other 2 didn't, so hearing the young woman's explanation, he was naturally interested. It's very simple. Brilliant Flame sect has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which can be regarded as the foundation of their sect. By relying on this heaven-scorching thunder fire, coupled with some secret techniques, the high-level cultivator of Brilliant Flame sect can cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which has many wonderful uses when fighting enemies. The young woman explained softly before immediately asking casually. Since little brother is asking this, it seems you aren't from Scarlet Wave Star, right? I'm not from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai did not deny it, but he also had no intention of introducing his origins, gently nodding as he said. So that's how it is, the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Although there was only a single word difference between the heaven-scorching thunder fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire, it was still the foundation of Brilliant Flame sect, as well as the foundation for Kong Wendong and the others to cultivate the heaven-scorching thunder fire. If the artifact spirit could swallow this heaven-scorching thunder fire, what kind of benefits would it obtain? Of course, this idea only flashed through Yang Kai's mind for a moment. Without even mentioning the fact that Scarlet Wave Star was located in the Star Territory, it was impossible for Yang Kai to travel there for no reason. Even Brilliant Flame sect was not a place he could break into alone. Inferring from Kong Wendong's cultivation, this sect was very likely to have an Origin King grade master presiding over it. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai grinned again. Madam, shouldn't we go take a look at that secret secluded home now? There may be a lot of good things inside. Haha, of course. The young woman's lips twitched slightly. The young woman's mouth twitched slightly. Although she was full of reluctance, she could not renege on the agreement she had reached with Yang Kai. She had not put Yang Kai's strength in her eyes before, thinking that after this matter was settled, she would have the final say in the distribution of benefits, but after experiencing this battle, she realized that her thinking was somewhat wishful thinking. The other party was not someone she could casually bully, and was obviously somewhat vigilant towards her. Otherwise, that Firebird would not have been hovering above his head. Realizing this, the young woman sighed slightly and did not want to cause any more trouble, flying towards the mountain valley first. The other 2 women also followed closely behind. A short time later, the group of 4 arrived in front of the mountain valley's barrier again. The barrier was still the same as before, and the light curtain flickered from time to time, obviously left behind by an attack, but it was still far from being broken. Chapter 1451. One day, if Yang Kai could successfully refine an Origin King grade pill, it would mean that his alchemy skills had reached the peak of Star Territory. Yang Kai had some Origin King grade herbs on hand, all of which he had collected when he first set foot in Star Territory and landed on the floating continent. Over the years, because his alchemy skills were still lacking, he had not been able to refine them. However, no one would dislike this kind of thing, so naturally, the more the better. In particular, if an Origin King grade high-ranked alchemist wanted to break through to the Origin King grade, it would be extremely difficult, and a lot of herbs would be consumed. Considering all this, Yang Kai worked even harder to collect the herbs. Time flew by, and although there were several medicine fields in this mountain valley with at least 1,000 spirit grasses and herbs planted, with the 4 of them working together, they were able to collect quite quickly. Half a day later, Yang Kai straightened up and looked around. He found that almost all of the herbs in this medicine field had been picked, with only a few remaining. The three women from Ice Heart Valley were busy collecting them. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai had no intention of intervening and simply stood in place and waited. With nothing to do, Yang Kai began looking around the mountain valley. This should be a secluded cave mansion left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. Since it was a secluded cave mansion, there should be traces of people living here, but when everyone had swarmed in just now, their attention had been drawn to the spirit grasses and herbs in front of them, so they hadn't had time to investigate carefully. But now, Yang Kai couldn't find a single habitable place here, not even a single house. Could it be? Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he turned to look at a nearby mountain wall. After a careful observation, Yang Kai really did find something. A moment later, his figure flickered and he arrived in front of a smooth mountain wall. Stretching out his hand and patting the mountain wall, Yang Kai found nothing unusual. However, Yang Kai was not a brat who had just made his debut. So how could he be deceived by such tricks? Constantly tapping the mountain wall with his finger, Yang Kai listened to the sounds coming from inside while releasing his divine sense to probe. After a while, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he did not hesitate to slap a certain spot on the mountain wall. Yang Kai did not use his Saint Chi in that palm strike, but when his palm hit that spot, a rumbling sound rang out from inside the mountain wall. Immediately, a crack appeared in the smooth mountain wall, revealing a dark passage. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and without hesitation he stepped inside. The tunnel inside the mountain wall was not very spacious, only about a meter wide, barely enough for two people to walk side by side, but after a series of twists and turns, it seemed quite deep. After walking for 1 or 2 kilometers, Kai Yang finally saw some faint light in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression turned serious and his pace quickened. A moment later, he arrived at a stone room. The stone room wasn't very big, with a radius of 20 to 30 feet. The interior decoration was also very simple. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, all made of stone. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when Yang Kai arrived here, his eyes were instantly attracted to a certain spot. Over there was a pill furnace about half the height of a person standing quietly on the ground. This pill furnace looked extremely simple, and gave off a desolate aura from its interior. Obviously, it had been here for many years, and judging from its quality, it was obviously not low-grade. It should be an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Next to this alchemy furnace, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. Looking at the posture this skeleton had taken before dying, it seemed he had been pouring his Saint Chi into the pill furnace. This person was actually performing alchemy before he died. Yang Kai instantly speculated the truth of this matter, and when he thought of the many spirit grasses and herbs planted in the mountain valley outside, the identity of this person was obvious. An alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his secluded home. And from the posture this skeleton had taken before he died, it was clear this person was obsessed with alchemy, otherwise he would not have continued to perform alchemy before he died. The only question was whether this person had succeeded or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai released his divine sense curiously, and swept the alchemy furnace with it. After a quick scan, he discovered that there was actually a pill inside this alchemy furnace. This person actually succeeded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration. Although he didn't know whether the owner of this secluded home had died because he exhausted himself in alchemy, or because he wanted to fulfill a wish and refine a pill before he died, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Alchemy had always been for the sake of Yang Kai, and whether this person was good or evil, male or female, there was no doubt they regarded alchemy as more important than their life, which was why such a scene had occurred. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his brow and without even thinking about it, immediately reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill, and threw it into a jade bottle which he then stored in his space ring. The whole process was so smooth that Yang Kai didn't even have time to take a look at what grade this pill was. By the time he finished all this, a beautiful figure had already appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the secluded home of the owner of this place?" The young woman from Ice Heart Valley arrived, glanced around casually, and immediately asked in surprise. It should be. Yang Kai gently nodded, remaining calm on the surface. Oh, there's an alchemy furnace here, so this person was actually an alchemist when he was alive? The young woman looked overjoyed and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Looking around carefully, she found that there were no traces of the surroundings being disturbed, so her pair of beautiful eyes were immediately attracted to the space ring on the skeleton's hand, a look of interest appearing on her face. Madam, please. Yang Kai observed her expression and knew what she was thinking. Smiling freely, he gestured with his hand. An embarrassed look appeared on the young woman's face, but she didn't refuse and simply nodded. Since that's the case, this mistress won't be polite. Saying so, she secretly pushed her Saint Chi to protect her body before reaching out to grab the space ring. Unexpectedly, without triggering any danger, she smoothly grabbed the space ring in her hand and swept it with her divine sense, a look of joy quickly filling her face. After a while, she reluctantly tossed the space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, take a look." Yang Kai caught the space ring and also released his divine sense to scan it. After withdrawing his divine sense, he looked at the young woman and asked, "Does Madam have any objections if we divide the things inside equally?" Haha, since this was agreed upon in advance, this mistress naturally has no objections. The young woman forced a smile. Good, since that's the case, let's divide the things inside first. Yang Kai said as he unceremoniously took out the space ring's contents. There were a lot of saint crystals, tens of millions of them, all of which were high rank. This kind of wealth was naturally shocking for an ordinary cultivator, but considering the identity of the owner of this ring, it wasn't a big deal. After all, alchemists had always been wealthy. The allocation of saint crystals was very easy. Yang Kai and the young woman split it evenly and quickly distributed them. However, what came next was the main event, because in addition to the saint crystals inside the ring, there were also a variety of jade bottles, hundreds of them large and small. Yang Kai took out one jade bottle after another and placed it in front of them. Throughout this process, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would do something to them. What was inside these jade bottles? The two of them didn't even need to think about it to know. Since the owner of this place was an alchemist when he was alive, these jade bottles must be filled with pills. So when hundreds of jade bottles were placed in front of her, the young woman's breathing obviously became a lot faster. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Madam, although these bottles are definitely filled with pills, after such a long time, it's unknown how many of these pills are still useful. It's likely they have all been scrapped, so it's best not to have too many expectations." Hearing Yang Kai say this, the excitement on the young woman's face immediately subsided and she nodded lightly. "What little brother says is right, let's examine them first." "Madam, please go first." Yang Kai gestured. After the young woman nodded, she reached out and picked up a jade bottle in front of her, opened the lid, and poured out 7 or 8 pills. However, when these pills appeared in front of her eyes, the young woman couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because these 7 or 8 pills had all become mud-like objects, and not only did they not have the slightest fragrance, but their internal medicinal efficacies were also completely gone. These pills had really all been scrapped. Bad luck. The young woman laughed self-deprecatingly as she looked up at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grabbed another jade bottle, opened the lid, and poured out 7 or 8 pills, but as soon as these pills appeared, the two women's eyes lit up. This was because one of the pills was actually emitting a fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was fiery red in color, and veins that resembled the meridians of the human body appeared on the pill. Pill veins. Only pills with pill veins could be stored for a long time and preserve their medicinal efficacies. As for pills without pill veins, no matter how well they were stored, their medicinal efficacies would fade with the passage of time. Although only one of the 7 or 8 pills could be used, this was still a very good start, and the grade of this pill was obviously not low. So the young woman couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was for a while. It's actually a Grand Yuan pill. Yang Kai also raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. What? The young woman's face changed slightly. Little brother, are you sure this is a Grand Yuan pill? Obviously, She had heard of this pill before. And I can't be wrong because I am also an alchemist, so I know more about pills than ordinary people. This is indeed a Grand Yuan pill. Yang Kai explained casually. The young woman looked Yang Kai up and down and said in a stunned tone. This mistress' eyes were poor and did not recognize that little brother was actually an alchemist. Please forgive this mistress for offending you before. After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist, the young woman's attitude towards Yang Kai had obviously changed. After all, the status of an alchemist was much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. Haha, mistress is too serious. This one is only interested in alchemy and is not proficient in it, Yang Kai said modestly. Chapter 1452. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley did not intend to pursue this matter any further. After all, even if Yang Kai was an alchemist, he was not from Scarlet Wave Star, so it had nothing to do with her. Instead, she turned her attention to the Grand Yuan pill and asked, if what little brother said is true, then this pill is an Origin King mid-rank pill? If one takes this pill, 1 day's worth of cultivation is equivalent to 2 days of hard work for others? 3 days. After all, this pill has pill veins, so its efficacy is much better than an ordinary Grand Yuan pill. The young woman's eyes lit up in surprise. This kind of pill that could increase one's speed was extremely rare. The reputation of the Great Unity Yuan pill was widely spread throughout the star field, but the number of people who could obtain it was few and far between. A single pill like this could last for at least half a year. Going into seclusion for half a year was equivalent to the results of 1 or 2 years of bitter cultivation for others. This was extremely beneficial to her. Unfortunately, in this bottle of pills, only one was useful. The rest were all useless, just like the previous bottle. While she was thinking about this, Yang Kai had already put the Grand Yuan Fusion pill aside. Let's take a look at the rest. With a good start, the young woman's mood immediately lifted, and she picked up another jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. There were nearly 100 bottles of pills, so it didn't take much effort to examine them. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai and the young woman had already removed all the useful pills and thrown the rest aside. Grand Yuan pill, Rising Dragon pill, Bamboo Life pill, Soul Nourishing pill, Condensing Blue pill. The pills here were of different grades, and they had all kinds of uses. Healing, breaking through bottlenecks, increasing one's strength. There was a dazzling array of pills. Furthermore, all of the pills that had not been destroyed were existences that had formed pill markings. Judging from the grades of these pills, the owner of this place was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist when he was alive, and an Origin King grade high rank one at that. An alchemist of this level, even in the current star territory, was likely a rare existence. Yang Kai did not know if there was any alchemist in this era who had such high achievements. Moreover, this person's alchemy skills were definitely second to none, because almost every bottle of pills had pill veins. Some bottles even had more than 1 pill veins, with the most even having 3 pill veins. Unfortunately, he did not see any pills that had formed pill clouds, causing Yang Kai to sigh somewhat. After all, pill veins were extremely rare, and pill clouds above pill veins were even heaven-defying existences. Even with the skills and attainments of this place's owner, it was unlikely he could guarantee the pills he refined would form pill clouds. Madam, there are a total of 135 spirit pills here, each with different values, but if you trust me, I can distribute them. Yang Kai looked at the young woman from Ice Heart Valley and said, Little brother is too serious. Since you are an alchemist, you should naturally be the one to distribute the pills. This mistress has no objections. The young woman appeared very generous, but this was not surprising. Every time a useful pill was taken out, Yang Kai would tell her what kind of pill it was and what it was used for. Although there were many pills in front of her, the young woman had already estimated the value of each pill, so naturally, she was not afraid of Yang Kai secretly manipulating them. Hearing her say so, Yang Kai gently nodded and began to distribute the pills. 135 pills, although not equal in number, if they were divided according to value, they could be divided evenly. After tossing and turning, the matter was settled. Little brother, there shouldn't be anything left here. Do you want to go out with this mistress and her sisters? The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, You should go first, I still have something to do. Oh. The young woman was surprised and puzzled, not knowing why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Feeling puzzled, she swept the surroundings with her divine sense, not even letting go of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. She thought that Yang Kai had found some kind of benefit here, and wanted to occupy it for himself after they left, but under the investigation of her divine sense, it was clear that there was nothing else here. How could Yang Kai not understand what she was thinking? Glancing at her, he explained lightly, I just want to bury this skeleton. The young woman looked embarrassed. I am an alchemist and he is also an alchemist, so he can be considered my senior. I obtained his alchemy furnace, so it is only right for me to do something for him. So that's how it is. Haha, in that case, this mistress and her sisters will take their leave first. The young woman's face was somewhat embarrassed as she felt that she had misjudged Yang Kai's intentions, so she quickly chuckled and bid farewell to the other two women. Of course, Yang Kai did not try to persuade them to stay. Although he had cooperated with the three of them here, in the end, they were just strangers who had met by chance. On top of that, this young woman was quite scheming and seemed to have tried to scheme against him before. It did not matter if they cooperated, but Yang Kai had no interest in befriending such a person. A moment later, outside the mountain valley, the three women from Ice Heart Valley quickly flew away. The other two women were in a good mood, but the young woman leading them had a gloomy look on her face, as if she was vexed about something. After a long time, she sighed deeply. What's wrong, senior sister? The woman from the First Order Origin returning realm asked curiously. Nothing, I just felt that young man was a bit strange. The young woman slowly shook her head. Just now in that stone room, the space was small, and there were 3 people on her side, so it was undoubtedly a very suitable place for a sneak attack. The young woman also had such an idea and wanted to join forces with her 2 junior sisters to subdue Yang Kai there. After all, there were so many pills with pill veins and so many herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, so no one was willing to share half of them with someone else. However, when such a thought flashed across her mind, she also felt a sense of horror in the depths of her heart. It was a kind of warning sign, as if she really joined forces with her junior sisters, the one who would suffer a loss would definitely be her. It was this sense of horror that prevented the young woman from taking action in the end. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know if her decision at that time was right or wrong. But in any case, having half of the benefits taken away by someone who only had a First Order Origin returning realm was definitely a little uncomfortable in the young woman's heart. Regretting it now was useless, so the young woman could only suppress this faint unwillingness in the depths of her heart and try not to think about it. At the same time, inside the stone room in the mountain valley, Yang Kai sighed. He hadn't lied to the people from Ice Heart Valley. He really wanted to find a burial place for this alchemy grandmaster. After all, this person had been a top Origin King grade high-rank alchemist when he was alive, and even at the moment of his death, he was still performing alchemy. As an alchemist himself, Yang Kai couldn't help but respect him. After putting away the Origin King grade alchemy furnace, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of pure Saint Qi, wrapping it around the skeleton, and then flying it out. Let this skeleton rest in the medicine field. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This burial place should be what the senior wanted. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the medicine field, flicked his finger, and sent out a stream of Saint Qi, creating a pit several meters in diameter in the ground before carefully moving the skeleton into it. There were no mistakes during the entire process, and the skeleton's owner looked exactly the same before he died. However, when Yang Kai withdrew the Saint Qi that wrapped the skeleton, without the protection of his Saint Qi, the skeleton's clothes suddenly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1453. After all, this was a person who had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the clothes he wore should not have been exposed to the wind. Not only that, but even the skeleton was no exception. With a loud crash, the entire skeleton collapsed and turned to dust. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Chi to wrap up the hole in the ground, preventing the wind from blowing in. Yang Kai's clothes being blown away was one thing, but he couldn't allow the skeleton to suffer the same fate. If that really happened, this senior would have died without a burial, a miserable fate. Releasing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai collected some nearby soil and began filling the hole. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and stared blankly at a certain spot in the pit, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. A moment later he released his golden blood thread and shot it forward. After the golden blood thread was retracted, Yang Kai was holding a piece of bone in his hand. This should be a thumb bone, but unlike the rest of the skeleton, it did not shatter upon contact with the wind. Instead, it was perfectly preserved. Although there were no energy fluctuations seeping out of it, when Yang Kai carefully examined this finger bone, he could not help showing a look of surprise. This finger bone was covered in a number of mysterious lines and runes, as if it contained some kind of secret. Pouring his Saint Chi slightly into this finger bone did not produce much of a reaction, causing Yang Kai to look puzzled, not knowing what mysteries this finger bone contained. Without exploring it carefully, Yang Kai carefully put it away and continued to fill the hole with soil. A moment later, a grave rose from the ground. Yang Kai had no intention of worshipping it, so after a quick glance he quickly left the mountain valley. This was the only thing he could do for the senior. However, he could study the finger bone carefully. He believed that the senior must have sealed something in the finger bone, which was why it had been preserved for tens of thousands of years. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai determined a direction and rushed straight towards the Emperor Garden. Along the way, everything was calm and he did not encounter any unexpected situations. For Yang Kai, although the previous trip to the mountain valley had cost him some time, it was still acceptable compared to the huge harvest he had obtained. However, Yang Kai had also made up his mind that even if something happened, he was not prepared to get involved and only wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as soon as possible. However, the closer he got to the Emperor Garden, the more Yang Kai could smell a storm brewing. Many cultivators were lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden, attempting to attack those who entered or left the Emperor Garden. As time passed, Yang Kai even saw many cultivator groups fighting fiercely. There were also people who wanted to stop him, but Kai Yang easily shook them off. Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. According to Min Sha of Azure Tree Star, the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with danger, and because they had suffered heavy losses, they had no choice but to flee and seek opportunities outside. The cultivator groups lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden obviously knew about the situation inside the Emperor Garden, so they wanted to wait and rob any nearby cultivator. In this way, not only could they easily obtain some gains, but there was also no need to risk their lives. Killing several birds with one stone, why not? This was why the Emperor Garden's surroundings were filled with murderous intent. It took Yang Kai some effort to break through these people's ambush. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood on a slope, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him. The Emperor Garden. Yang Kai finally witnessed the wonders of the Emperor Garden with his own eyes. This starry sky Great Emperor's courtyard was actually suspended mid-air, and as far as the eye could see, it seemed to occupy an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The last time he had been inside the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had not felt as deeply as this time. At this moment, even though he was thousands of kilometers away from the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai could still feel the ancient desolate aura coming from it. This aura made him feel as if he was in an ancient wilderness, without the slightest sense of safety. Where is the entrance? Yang Kai frowned, but soon he locked onto a certain location. Over there, a multicolored light bloomed and violent energy fluctuations pulsed one after another. Midair, there were many small black dots flying up and down. Obviously, many people were fighting. The closer one got to the Emperor Garden, the more chaotic it became. The Emperor Garden had opened to the entire star territory. So now that the cultivator from each of the great stars had met, there was naturally a lot of friction and struggle. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, the most intense battle should be in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Garden. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and flew over in that direction. After half an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai gradually approached the battlefield and observed the melee at close range. There were at least several hundred cultivator participating in this battle, most of them origin returning realm masters. Even if there were the occasional Saint King, they were only third-order Saint Kings who had been led here by their elders. These people wore different robes and had different cultivations, but all of them were engaged in a bloody battle. Some wanted to slaughter their way into the Emperor Garden, while others wanted to leave this place. There were also some who simply wished to see the world plunge into chaos, killing and robbing others of their possessions without regard for their own safety. From time to time, screams and blood would ring out as corpses fell from mid-air. It was obviously impossible to safely pass through such a chaotic place. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme. Although his strength was quite good and he was capable of fighting third-order origin returning realm masters, he was not confident he could safely pass through such a chaotic place. If he was not careful, he would be drawn into the whirlpool of battle and lose his freedom. Looking around, Yang Kai's face filled with joy. Sure enough, as he had expected, the entrance to the Emperor Garden was not far from here. Inside the huge and magnificent palace, there was a large gate several dozen meters high. Inside this gate was a dazzling light that made it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but it also gave off a sense of mystery that enticed the cultivator to enter. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating about whether to use his speed to rush through, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head in a certain direction. In that direction, a bright blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and although it had not yet arrived, Yang Kai could feel the pressure it was exuding. Every cultivator who was fighting was shocked and quickly stopped what they were doing and turned to look in that direction. A moment later, the blue streak of light reached the edge of the chaotic battlefield, and when the light dissipated, 6 or 7 figures hidden inside were revealed. After perceiving the cultivation of these 6 or 7 people, everyone present paled. There were men and women, old and young, but only one of them was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the others were all third-order origin returning realm cultivators. Although such a powerful lineup could not be said to be able to sweep through everyone in front of them, it was not something these scattered cultivators could resist. These people were clearly the elites of some great force. After seeing the robes these people were wearing, someone even exclaimed, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce." Hearing this, everyone showed a look of dread. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a famous existence in the entire star territory. It was one of the few superforces that controlled several star domains, and had more than a dozen origin kings. It was even rumored that President Aio, the leader of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, had reached the peak of the second-order origin king realm, and was only one step away from breaking through to the third-order origin king realm. This was an existence that the entire star territory looked up to. So, when they saw that these people were from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, all the cultivators became extremely obedient and did not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was greatly shocked as he stared at one of the people in this group, his heart beating wildly. This man had a face as clear as jade, lips as red as ink, a slender figure, and skin that was a bit too fair. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as being as white as snow. He had a faint modest smile on his face that made people involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. His cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, the weakest in this group, but he was like the most dazzling stars, surrounded by the other masters, attracting everyone's attention. The third-order origin returning realm masters were suddenly overshadowed by him. Any woman would fall in love with him, not just because of his outstanding appearance, but also because of his temperament. It was like a bright light that attracted moths to him. Xueyu. In the Star Territory, the famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, third young master Xueyu. Yang Kai never expected that he would not be able to meet Su Yan here, but instead meet this young man on a narrow road. It was too much of a coincidence. Yang Kai had been waiting outside for 10 days after the Emperor Garden opened before arriving here, so why did Xueyu only arrive now? Yang Kai did not know what this young man had done after coming in, but he absolutely did not want the other party to notice him. The reason was simple. Yang Kai and Xueyu had some grievances, and he knew a great secret about Xueyu. This third young master of Xueyu, who looked handsome and elegant, and had charmed tens of thousands of young women in the Star Territory, was actually a woman. If this news were to spread, it was unknown how many young women would feel sad and how many young women would weep. The grievances between the two of them were not limited to Yang Kai knowing her secret. The two of them had many other encounters that were unknown to the outside world. Chapter 1454. After all, Xueyu possessed a special constitution, the dragon marrow phoenix body. This kind of physique was coveted by even origin kings because as long as one could obtain her primordial yin, any man's cultivation would greatly increase without any hidden dangers. As such, she had no choice but to live as a man, and Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had chosen to conceal her true surname. Throughout Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, the number of people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand. One of them was Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai allow Xueyu to recognize him? As such, the moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai immediately hid in a corner where no one would pay attention to him, concealing his aura and reducing his sense of existence. On the other side, Xueyu was escorting a large number of third-order masters with a charming smile on her face that was enough to drive any woman crazy. Is this the Emperor Garden? Xueyu glanced at the majestic palace and murmured, reporting to Third Young Master, according to the information we have inquired, this is indeed the Emperor Garden. An enchanting beauty beside Xueyu replied respectfully, good, since we've arrived, let's go in. Xueyu didn't waste any more words and led the Third Order Origin returning realm masters towards the entrance of the Emperor Garden. No one dared to stop them. Without even mentioning the number and strength of this group of Xueyu cultivators, just the name of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce alone was enough of a deterrent. Which idiot would dare oppose them here? As such, Xueyu and her group easily passed through the battlefield in front of the Emperor Garden, disappearing into the gate after just a dozen breaths. After their figures disappeared, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out across the battlefield as some people took advantage of this brief lull to quickly rush into the Emperor Garden. And there were quite a few of them, at least 20 to 30 of them, all of them using their movement skills and transforming into colorful streaks of light as they shot towards the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was also mixed in with them. This opportunity was now or never, so how could he not seize it? Although rushing into the Emperor Garden now would likely result in them bumping into Xueyu, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. Once the chaotic battle here broke out again, it would be incredibly difficult to pass through this section of the road. Moreover, he wasn't alone. There were others rushing into the Emperor Garden who could provide cover for him. In an instant, Yang Kai arrived in front of the main entrance of the Emperor Garden, and, together with the other cultivators who wanted to enter, rushed through the shining gate. For a moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and there seemed to be some signs of space force affecting his body. When his vision recovered, he immediately found himself inside a complex of buildings. Looking around, he saw pavilions and white jade paths crisscrossing all around. Inside, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, the situation he saw was similar to what he was seeing now, so there was no doubt he was inside the Emperor Garden of Xueyu's neck. Because Xueyu's group, who had entered the Emperor Garden ahead of Yang Kai, had not gone too far and was instead standing in the front, seemingly observing something. Since they had not left, the group of cultivators who had used the deterrence of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce to break into this place did not dare to act rashly. All of them simply standing there with awkward looks on their faces. Yang Kai was caught in the middle, his heart pounding as he secretly prayed that Xueyu would not discover him. Thinking this in his heart, Kai Yang stood in place and didn't move. However, what he feared had come true. Xueyu seemed to be a little bored, and her pair of beautiful eyes began looking around at the cultivators who had followed them in. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew he could no longer hide safely. Taking advantage of the fact that Xueyu had not yet seen his face, his figure flickered and he flew to the side. This movement immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Xueyu naturally cast his gaze over as well. After seeing this familiar face, Xueyu's face first flashed with a trace of confusion, followed by ecstasy and then anger as he shouted, Stop right there. But how could Yang Kai listen to her? Not only did he not listen, but he also ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 1,000 meters away, leaving Xueyu behind. Third young master? The enchanting beauty looked at Xueyu suspiciously. Capture him for this young master. Xueyu ordered coldly with a gloomy face. Although the beautiful woman did not know why Xueyu would care so much about a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, she did not ask any questions. Her figure flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. After the beautiful woman chased after them, Xueyu frowned and fell into deep thought, a strange look flashing across her face. Although she had only caught a glimpse of him, that side profile was very familiar to her. It was clearly the side profile of a man who made her unable to sleep at night, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, the world was so big that there were too many similar people. Xueyu did not see his face, so she was not too sure. Most importantly, that person's cultivation was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When she separated from him, he was only a third-order saint. Could he have grown to such a level in just a dozen years? Xueyu was a little uncertain. After all, as the third young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, she had a special constitution, a lot of resources and a good environment. Yet she had only just broken through from the third-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm. Moreover, she had only just broken through, and had not even had time to consolidate her realm. If the other party really had such ability, then his aptitude was simply too heaven-defying. It was the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator that made Xueyu uncertain. But that man, even if hundreds or thousands of years passed, Xueyu would never forget him. Every night, Xueyu would grit her teeth in hatred. Back then, when she tried to persuade him to stay, he had refused without hesitation. Was she not beautiful? Did she not have status? Of course not. In terms of beauty, Xueyu was confident that she did not lose to anyone. In terms of status, there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her. But even so, she had failed to persuade a trivial third-order saint to stay. Back then, when she asked him to stay and assist her, that bastard actually refused without even thinking about it. This made Xueyu feel extremely ashamed and humiliated. Secretly hating him, Xueyu vowed that one day she would capture him, imprison him, and take him wherever she went. She would let him see what kind of glory she had and make him regret his original decision. She would let him know just how blind he had been. Although in front of outsiders, Xueyu displayed a humble, polite, and refined image of a man, deep down, she was still a woman. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts were nonsensical and unreasonable. Let's go and take a look. Xueyu's mood fluctuated and she could no longer wait in place. A moment later, she actually chased after the beautiful woman and Yang Kai. The other third-order origin returning realm masters all looked at each other for a while, wondering what kind of medicine their third young master was selling in his gourd. However, none of them dared to disobey Xueyu's orders, and could only follow obediently. On the other side, not long after Yang Kai flew out, he felt a third-order origin returning realm master chasing after him. Although with his strength, he was not afraid of such a master, the other party was not alone. If he were to be entangled by this master, Xueyu would likely catch him red-handed. At that time, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai's impression of Xueyu was very complicated. In fact, there was no deep hatred between them. In fact, he could even be considered her savior. After all, when the profound Yin sunflower water invaded her body, it was he who refined the pill to save her. But in the end, he had taken advantage of her quite a bit. On that dead star, they had hugged each other naked, touching what he should and should not have touched, seeing what he should and should not have seen. Although he had been forced to do so at the time, and if he had not done so, he would have died without a doubt, but this was not something a man should do. If it were any other woman, they would not have let him go. Not to mention that this woman's status was lofty and her self-esteem was definitely very strong. How could she let him go so easily? He had run away without giving her any explanation. So of course she would hold a grudge against him. In short, if he was caught by her, he would be finished. So after learning that there was a pursuer behind him, Yang Kai used all his strength to fly deeper into the Emperor Garden. As he ran, a golden light flashed from his left eye as he constantly scanned his surroundings. The demon eye of annihilation, great demon god's innate divine technique, had the ability to see through illusions. Using it at this time would undoubtedly be of great help to Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to find a usable barrier. There were many barriers and spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden. When he, Fei Ji too, and the others had entered this place, Yang Kai had learned a lot about them, but this time, the Emperor Garden had opened up to the entire territory of the star, so no matter how many barriers and spirit arrays there were, most of them had been broken. Yang Kai ran all the way, but did not find a single usable barrier or spirit array. The few traces he found had all been destroyed. As time passed, the pursuer behind him was getting closer and closer, causing Yang Kai to become increasingly anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Kai finally discovered something. Under the observation of his demon eye of annihilation, a large area in front of him seemed to be covered by a powerful spirit array. Yang Kai did not even think about it and rushed over, carefully sticking close to the edge of this spirit array. A moment later, when the beautiful woman arrived, she was caught off guard and directly rushed into the spirit array. In an instant, the spirit array was activated and wrapped around the beautiful woman, preventing her from moving forward. Yang Kai stood in place and listened for a moment, only hearing a burst of tender voices mixed with powerful energy fluctuations coming from inside. He immediately knew that his plan had succeeded. Grinning, Yang Kai changed direction and flew off in a different direction. For the time being, he should be safe. The Emperor Garden was so big, so as long as he was careful, he would not encounter Shuiyu again in the future. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt relieved, but he did not relax his vigilance, still scanning his surroundings while flying forward to avoid accidentally falling into a spirit array. Chapter 1455. Less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after Yang Kai left, Shuiyu led her group of masters to this place, and after hearing the beautiful woman's shout, everyone worked together to break the spirit array and rescue her. After listening to the beautiful woman's report, Shuiyu's face became extremely ugly. She had not expected that her people would be so unlucky as to trigger the spirit array here, and allow that little brat to escape. Third young master, this subordinate has failed, please punish me. The beautiful woman's complexion was also very bad as she spoke with a look of shame. Forget it, Shuiyu waved her hand. It's not a big deal, I just suspected that person was an old acquaintance of mine, but I couldn't be sure. Since we failed to catch up, this matter ends here. Worthy of the third young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, she was able to put things down without any hesitation. After learning that Yang Kai had escaped, she no longer had any intention of pursuing him. Third young master is wise, the most important thing now is to find that cultivation artifact. This is closely related to the future of master. As long as we can find that artifact, master will definitely be able to take a step further, and become a peak master in the Third Order Origin King realm. An old man with a thin face said. Although this person was old, he was in high spirits. His face was rosy, and his vitality was extremely powerful. And what old Chu said is correct, but we have too little information, and whether or not that cultivation artifact is here is uncertain. In any case, the biggest goal of this trip is to find that artifact, so let's first inquire about it. Shuiyu did not refute, and instead agreed with what the old man surnamed Chu said. Obviously, this old man's status in this group was not low. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was the wealthiest in the world, and although the Emperor Garden's reputation was great, there were not many things that could tempt them, but this time, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent out all of its elites, all of whom were peak masters in the Third Order Origin returning realm, led by an important figure like Shuiyu, so it was obvious that they were after something big. As for what this so-called cultivation artifact was, it was actually capable of allowing a peak Second Order Origin King cultivator to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. On the other side, after Yang Kai escaped from his pursuers, he headed deeper into the Emperor Garden. Along the way, There were traces of battle and signs of destruction of formations and prohibitions everywhere. There were also many corpses of cultivator lying around. It was clear that this place was indeed full of dangers and thistles and thorns at every step. At least, it was much more dangerous than the last time he came in. This was because Yang Kai had discovered the remains of many ancient puppets along the way. The ancient puppets varied in size and appearance, but without exception, they had all been destroyed by the cultivator who had barged into this place. Even though he had encountered puppets the last time he was here, the number of puppets he had encountered was definitely not this exaggerated. It seemed that after the Emperor Garden officially opened, the dangers inside had greatly increased. No wonder Min Sha and the others had fled outside, not daring to stay in the Emperor Garden for long. The competition here was too fierce and there were too many dangers. However, entering late also had its advantages. Yang Kai had been delayed outside for a long time, so after entering the Emperor Garden, he didn't have to worry about triggering any spirit arrays. All he needed to do was follow the traces of battle, and it was generally safe. Countless people were opening up a path for him. Of course, where there were gains, there were losses, and all the benefits had definitely been taken away by those people. Along the way, Yang Kai saw that the doors to all the pavilions and rooms were wide open, and the insides were a mess. These had obviously been carefully searched, and Yang Kai didn't know if anything good had been taken away. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He had entered the Emperor Garden this time only to obtain two things, both of which he had discovered the last time he entered. The first was life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters of the Star Territory. It had countless uses and could even bring back the dead. However, for Yang Kai, what he was most interested in was the life-revitalizing jade cream's ability to help him condense his golden blood. After swallowing all of the diluted life-revitalizing jade cream he had obtained last time, Yang Kai had already gained a lot. If he could obtain more and purer life-revitalizing jade cream, it would naturally be of great help to him. Yang Kai longed to completely replace all of his golden blood with pure golden blood. If he could really achieve this, whether it was his vitality or physical strength, it would greatly increase. Even if he couldn't be said to be immortal, it would be extremely difficult for him to suffer serious injuries. The second thing Yang Kai wanted was naturally the world spirit hidden in the ice road. That thing was formed from pure cold energy, and had already developed intelligence. It was the favorite of the ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were many spirits of heaven and earth, but they were all preyed on by the ancient divine spirits. That was why they were gradually becoming extinct. The world spirit hidden in the ice road was of the ice attribute, which was perfectly suited to the ice phoenix's appetite. If it could help the ice phoenix remnant soul devour it, it would also be greatly nourished. Since this was related to Su Yan's future, Yang Kai would naturally be interested. As long as he could obtain these two things, this trip to the Emperor Garden could be considered a great harvest. As for the rest, Yang Kai didn't care too much. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to observe the surrounding terrain, but after a full day, he was still confused. This could not be helped though, as the scenery inside the Emperor Garden was simply too similar. Yang Kai had no idea where he was right now, let alone where to find the world spirit or life revitalizing cream. During this time, Yang Kai's time was calm, and he did not encounter anyone. Presumably, the cultivator who had entered this place had either fallen or gone deeper into the Emperor Garden, making it impossible for Yang Kai to find someone to inquire about the situation. Inside the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense was not able to spread out to explore one's surroundings like it was on the outside. Inside this place, one's divine sense was restricted to a range of a few dozen meters. It was actually a blood essence stone. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. A blood essence stone was of great use to other cultivators. It could absorb the blood of a dead cultivator and turn it into pure blood qi that could be used to heal wounds or supplement one's vitality at critical moments. However, for Yang Kai, it was even more useful, and that was to act as the heart of the stone mongoose. On Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 2 stone mongoose embryos, But there was only one blood essence stone, so after coming to Shadowed Star, he could only promote the birth of one stone mongoose. However, in his black book space, there was another stone mongoose embryo that had yet to break out of its shell. All that was missing was a piece of blood essence stone. As long as he could obtain the blood essence stone, he could give birth to a second stone mongoose. Yang Kai understood the power and mysteries of the stone mongoose better than anyone else. Yang Yun could use it for artifact refining, and it also had extremely strong combat power. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the stone mongoose's performance had been extremely eye-catching. Yang Kai already had a stone mongoose, so if he gave the second stone mongoose to Yang Yun, she would definitely be very happy. This little girl had envied Yang Kai for a long time now. Naturally, he would not miss this rare opportunity. Although Yang Kai didn't know what kind of magical defense his opponent had displayed, he certainly wouldn't allow the white mist to repair it. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp and fast, and it also had a strong ability to conceal itself, so it wasn't until the golden light was right in front of him that this man noticed it, and couldn't help letting out a strange cry as he waved a dagger-like artifact in his hand to block the golden blood thread. But it was already too late. With a soft bang, the golden blood thread pierced through the man's lower abdomen, and emerged from the other side of his body, binding him tightly. The Firebird artifact spirit also spread its wings at this moment, and swooped down towards this cultivator. Mou, who had been fighting with this cultivator, also stretched out his hand. This hand seemed to extend infinitely, transforming into a giant palm that slammed down towards this cultivator's head. This cultivator was unable to dodge, and was instantly engulfed by the monstrous flames and palm print. Screams filled the air, but soon stopped abruptly. After the palm print dissipated and the Firebird soared into the air, all that was left was a charred corpse. A third-order origin returning realm master had been killed in an instant. Of course, Yang Kai's sneak attack played a significant role, but the powerful killing power of the artifact spirit and Mou was also the main reason. Otherwise, the golden blood thread alone wouldn't have been able to kill this cultivator. After killing this enemy, Yang Kai didn't waste any time. With a thought, he and the Firebird flew towards the two cultivators who were fighting Guzhen, while Mou rushed directly towards the second-order origin returning realm cultivator, who had been chasing Chen Shirtao. In an instant, Clear Sky Sect's momentum soared as they took the initiative. On the other hand, the other side was greatly shocked. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator, who was still alive, was extremely decisive. After realizing that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with, a look of unwillingness flashed across his face as he shouted, "Retreat!" Wanting to leave at this time was undoubtedly a bit too late. At the very least, the two second-order origin returning realm cultivator were unable to escape. Mou used his superior cultivation to block one of them, and killed him without much effort. The other cultivator was also entangled by Yang Kai and the artifact spirit, and was similarly unable to escape. The third-order origin returning realm cultivator, on the other hand, was truly strong. After suffering a blow from Guzhen, he took the opportunity to escape and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Guzhen naturally wouldn't let this matter rest and hurriedly chased after him. After Yang Kai intervened, the battle subsided in less than half a cup of tea's time, and ended with Clear Sky Sect's overwhelming victory. Since then, Yang Kai had thought he would never see Shanqing Luo or Biluo again. Who would have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur in the Emperor Garden? For a time, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream, unable to believe what he was seeing. While Yang Kai was in a daze, Biluo also seemed to realize that she was not dead, causing her to feel a little embarrassed but also overjoyed. She had not expected to see Yang Kai again here. Although this bastard had bullied her in the past and caused her master queen to worry deeply about him all these years, It was undeniable that Biluo was still very excited to reunite with him in this kind of place, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with splendor, seemingly even recovering some of her vitality. One day, Shanqing Luo took Biluo to the spider mother's lair. Her original intention was to reminisce about the past. After all, she and Yang Kai had been captured by the seventh-order monster beast, the Spider Mother, in the Spider Mother's lair. They had shared life and death for a period of time, and it was during that period that the two of them had become familiar with each other. Yang Kai, by chance, had left behind a seed of love in her heart. To reminisce about the past, there was no better place than here. Since the seventh-order monster beast, the Spider Mother, was killed by Yang Kai, no one cared about the Spider Mother's lair anymore. However, after Shanqing Luo entered, she found an ancient altar inside the Spider Mother's lair. From this altar, a faint call could be heard. Unable to resist, the beguiling demon queen cut her wrist and poured her blood into the altar. In an instant, the altar lit up and enveloped her and Biluo. When she and Biluo woke up, they found themselves in another place. Shanqing Luo was overjoyed, thinking that she had arrived at the new world Yang Kai had mentioned. However, after looking around, she found that there was a giant silver spider waiting in front of her. Both she and Biluo were scared to death, thinking that they would definitely die in this place. But when they inspected it carefully, they noticed to their shock that the 300 tall spider that seemed to be completely made of silver and possessed a shocking imposing aura had actually been dead for countless years. It didn't have the slightest vitality, and only a corpse was left behind. What made Shanqing Luo feel even more incredible was that there was a subtle connection between her and this giant spider, and when she activated her body, she could actually absorb some mysterious energy from the spider's corpse. This energy not only changed her poisonous widow constitution, but also improved her aptitude, causing her cultivation to soar. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. In the end, Shanqing Luo was still a queen and knew that this was a great opportunity for her, so she didn't rush to leave and instead chose to remain there. A few years later, after the giant spider's corpse turned to dust and the mysterious energy contained within was completely absorbed by Shanqing Luo, the beguiling demon queen's strength rose from the second-order saint realm to the first-order returning realm in one fell swoop. Biluo also benefited greatly from this place. Although she couldn't absorb the mysterious energy from the spider's body like Shanqing Luo could, the energy that filled the surrounding area gave her some benefits. At this point, the two women left that strange place. After some investigation, they learned that the two of them had arrived on a certain monster star territory. Monster star, monster star. On this monster star, 90% of the creatures were monster beast and monster race. It was extremely vast, and there were also some human demon race and other races, but their numbers were extremely small and the environment they lived in was very poor. After all, Monster Star was dominated by the monster race. Later, this master and servant pair wandered around Monster Star for a period of time, and coincidentally caught the eye of one of the 10 great tribal lords, Qiyu, who took Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter, allowing them to have a stable residence and no longer have to wander around. As one of the 10 great tribal lords of Monster Star, Qiyu herself was an Origin King Realm Master. So as her adopted daughter, Shanqing Luo could be said to have a respected status. After listening to Biluo's story, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's encounters and experiences over the years were already rich and varied enough, but he had never expected that Shanqing Luo and Biluo's experiences were no worse than his own. However, in terms of luck, they were undoubtedly much better, and had not experienced as many dangers as he had. Yang Kai had used Tongxian Realm as a transit point to arrive at Monster Star territory step by step. The two of them, on the other hand, had arrived directly at Monster Star's territory through a single altar. Qiyu is an Origin King Realm Master, and one of the 10 great tribal lords, so why would she take a fancy to Qing Luo? Why would she take her as her adopted daughter? Yang Kai was puzzled. After all, Qiyu was from the monster race and Shanqing Luo was from the human race, so the two were not opposed to each other. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the other party had bad intentions. However, its every move could cause changes in the cold air here. In other words, the cold air here could be controlled by it, forming an extremely terrifying attack. The two women fighting against it were both powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivators, and both of them should also possess the ice attribute, because the martial skills and artifacts they used all gave off a frigid aura. Fighting in this kind of environment would undoubtedly allow them to display their full strength. But even so, the two women were still unable to gain the upper hand, and were instead being toyed around by the white rabbit-like creature, causing them to wear anxious looks on their faces. It was self-evident what this white rabbit-like creature was. A world spirit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Chapter 1460. The last time Yang Kai entered the Emperor Garden, he had encountered this little thing and knew that it had an invisible body that could transform into anything it wanted, so even though this white rabbit looked small and crystal clear, it was actually quite ferocious. Although the two third-order origin returning realm women were strong, and were able to display their full strength in this special environment, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit also had a terrain advantage. What's more, this advantage was even more obvious than theirs. After all, the spirit of heaven and earth itself was the pure cold chi of this place. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it had gained sentience and evolved step by step. To it, the world inside the ice path was like its own backyard. As such, even though the two women had joined forces, they were still powerless against this world spirit, and were instead being suppressed. What a coincidence! Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two women and murmured, "Do you know them?" Biluo asked curiously. "I don't know them, but I know where they come from," Yang Kai replied casually, causing Biluo to be confused. Yang Kai really didn't know these two women, but judging from the clothes they wore and the patterns embroidered on their clothes, they should be masters from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai had only dealt with Ice Heart Valley a few days ago, so how could he possibly be mistaken? It seemed that the people from Ice Heart Valley had split into two groups, one exploring the outside of the Emperor Garden, while the other exploring its interior. Not putting all their eggs in one basket was a very wise decision. Ice Heart Valley's cultivator all cultivated ice attribute secret techniques, so it was easy to imagine how important this world spirit was to them. It was probably because of this that they had taken the risk to fight the white rabbit, but now that they were riding a tiger, they couldn't get off and could only grit their teeth and endure. In the current situation, it was naturally best to sit on top of a mountain and watch the tigers fight. The strength of these two women from Ice Heart Valley wasn't low, so even if they couldn't defeat the world spirit, they could still cause it some trouble. Yang Kai could definitely find an opportunity to subdue this world spirit in one fell swoop, or have the Ice Phoenix remnant soul devour it. As for whether these two women lived or died, it didn't have much to do with Yang Kai. They had just met by chance and there was no friendship between them, so Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to rescue them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cast a glance at Biluo to calm her down. Biluo understood and gently nodded. Although she appeared to be calm on the surface, she was quite nervous. This kind of snatching food from a tiger's den was quite a thrill. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold as he dared to secretly scheme against two third-order origin realm cultivators. However, he was still the man that Milady had taken a liking to. If he didn't have any courage, then he wouldn't be worthy of Milady. The battle was still going on, but Yang Kai and Biluo were still hiding behind the ice mountain, not exposing their whereabouts. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were completely focused on the world spirit, so how could they have the leisure to investigate their surroundings? As time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The two women from Ice Heart Valley were almost fighting with their lives on the line, trying to kill their way out. By now, it was too late for them to regret their decision, secretly cursing themselves for rushing into this place and provoking the world spirit. As a result, not only did they fail to obtain what they wanted, they were also in danger of dying here. However, regret was of no use. Although the cultivations of the two women from Ice Heart Valley were not weak and their artifacts were powerful, fighting against the world spirit here was not an easy task. All of the artifacts he summoned were greatly damaged by the overwhelming ice attribute attacks, and even the Saint Chi he used to protect himself was on the verge of being broken. On the other hand, the world spirit in the form of a white rabbit wore a satisfied look on its face, its red eyes filled with a playful expression as it leapt up and down nimbly, gathering the surrounding ice attribute chi and condensing it into a series of spear-like weapons that it shot towards the two women from Ice Heart Valley. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, causing the faces of the two women to change drastically. Using some kind of mysterious secret technique, they were able to link their Saint Chis together in a short period of time to resist this attack. Hong hong hong. The entire ice road reverberated with a loud bang as the world energy around it churned, as if the end of the world had arrived. Screams rang out as the two graceful figures were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood as they tumbled through the air, dyeing their white robes red, making for an extremely miserable sight. At this moment, the two women from Ice Heart Valley showed looks of despair. They had consumed most of their Saint Chi and had been injured by the world spirit, so at this moment, they were completely powerless to fight back and could only close their eyes and wait for death. At that moment though, two other figures suddenly emerged from behind an ice mountain, as if they had appeared out of thin air and immediately transformed into two blood-red streaks of light that shot towards the world spirit. The moment they appeared, Yang Kai discovered that these two were indeed Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, as he had guessed. The two of them chose to act at this moment not because they wanted to save someone, but because the world spirit was at its most relaxed. Choosing this moment to attack was undoubtedly aimed at the world spirit. Although the ice attribute world spirit was of little use to them, if they could capture it, they could exchange it for a lot of other things they wanted. As for Yang Kai and Biluo, Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master didn't pay them any mind, only planning to deal with them after they had dealt with the world spirit. The two of them had grasped the timing and angle of their attacks well. Midair, Jin Shi's cheeks puffed up as a cicada-like cry suddenly rang out from his mouth, forming a terrifying sound wave visible to the naked eye that spread out in front of him. A series of ripples quickly spread out, and directly enveloped the world spirit. The world spirit, which was about to attack the two women from Ice Heart Valley, was caught off guard and was immediately struck. Ordinary attacks were useless against this kind of incorporeal object, but Jin Shi's secret technique in the form of a sound wave was obviously no small matter. The old man's golden cicada extreme demonic art was passed down from ancient times, and was extremely powerful. This golden cicada's cry mainly targeted the soul. Although the world spirit had sentience, it wasn't fully developed, so it was most afraid of such attacks. Jin Shi's attack was the right medicine for the problem, and the effect was extremely significant. The spirit of heaven and earth in the form of a white rabbit clearly showed an extremely painful expression. Its movements also paused, and its body changed as if it was about to collapse. Its two front paws covered its head as it rolled on the spot. At that moment, the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple took action, flicking her jade white hands and sending out two blood-red threads. These blood-red threads shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, forming a giant blood-red net that shot towards the spirit of heaven and earth. This time, the spirit of heaven and earth was unable to dodge, and was directly struck by this giant blood-red net. "Condense!" the beautiful temple master shouted, and with a single thought, the giant blood-red net suddenly contracted, quickly binding the spirit of heaven and earth. No matter how the spirit of heaven and earth struggled, it was unable to break free. In an instant, the spirit of heaven and earth had become the beautiful temple master's property. The beautiful temple master smiled with a trace of smugness on her face as she stretched out her hand and beckoned towards the blood-red net. As if it had a mind of its own, the blood-red net flew towards her. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp phoenix cry suddenly rang out, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Whether it was the two Ice Heart Valley disciples who were lying on the ground, or the high-spirited Jin Shi and the beautiful temple master, all of them paled and looked around in shock. Behind an ice mountain, a large bird that was over 30 meters long, completely pure white and flawless, as if it was carved out of ice jade, soared into the sky. The large bird didn't have a physical body, and it was only an illusory shadow. Even so, it still looked down with disdain, as if it didn't place anything in the world in its eyes, and its eyes contained boundless dignity. Anyone who met its gaze would feel as if they were nothing more than ants. Ice Phoenix. The eyes of the two women from Ice Heart Valley almost popped out of their sockets as they called out the name of this giant bird, their beautiful eyes filling with fanaticism. Ice Heart Valley's surname was Ice, and in this world, the Ice Phoenix was the ancient spirit most proficient in ice attribute principles. The totem worshipped in Ice Heart Valley was an Ice Phoenix. However, they had never seen a real Ice Phoenix before. Although the one in front of them was not a true ancient divine spirit, it was more or less related to that heaven-defying existence. In just a short time, these two women had experienced the ups and downs of life. At first, they thought they would die under the attack of this world spirit, but at the critical moment, someone had appeared and used a powerful secret technique to subdue the ice attribute world spirit. And before they could recover, another Ice Phoenix phantom had appeared. The mood of the two women was extremely complicated. They had never expected that while they were fighting the world spirit, there would be so many outsiders spying on them from the sidelines. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced. In any case, the two of them had managed to survive. Staring at the Ice Phoenix with trembling eyes, the two women's faces shone with a strange brilliance. A phoenix cry rang out as the Ice Phoenix left behind an afterimage and instantly disappeared. Obviously, he intended to end this battle quickly. As the golden light dissipated, Jin Shi's exposed skin seemed to have some small scales, and a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's had sprouted from his back. His cheeks puffed up, and after he spoke, a cicada-like cry rang out and a sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed straight towards Yang Kai. The indifference on Yang Kai's face gradually converged. He had seen this guy use this move to deal with the world spirit just now and knew how strange and powerful this secret technique was, so naturally, he would not act carelessly. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy burst out from his mind and condensed a protective barrier in front of him. This spiritual energy was actually visible to the naked eye, like a fiery red mist, shocking the eyes. Divine sense manifestation? Jin Shi's eyes bulged as he called out in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although the power of divine sense was formless, if it was strong to a certain extent, it could be seen with the naked eye. This was the manifestation of divine sense. No one on Shadowed Star was capable of such a feat at the very least. No one Jin Shi knew had such an ability. Only an Origin King Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat. This little brat in front of him had clearly only broken through to the First Order returning realm not long ago. So how could he possess such powerful spiritual energy? Moreover, judging from the color of the barrier formed by this spiritual energy, Jin Shi did not seem to have an ordinary divine sense, but rather a mutated conflagrated knowledge. Shit! Jin Shi's thoughts flashed as he secretly cursed. He had tried to overestimate this little brat's strength, but it seemed he had still underestimated him. The sound wave attack launched by Jin Shi quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai, but it was completely blocked by the fiery red mist, like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to play any role. Fortunately, Jin Shi was not fighting alone. At the same time, Demon Blood Temple's temple master also took action, summoning her bracelet-like artifact again, and sending out countless phantom bracelets that smashed towards Yang Kai, each one filled with terrifying momentum. Facing such a situation, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, or perhaps he had already expected this. Flicking his wrist, a 3-meter-long bladeless, dark green sword-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword, Verdant Drop. Pouring his Saint Chi madly into it, the green sword instantly released a brilliant green light, as if it had come to life in Yang Kai's hand. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the verdant jade sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon several dozen meters in length that rushed towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon's might had descended upon the world, and this type of tangible pressure was even more terrifying than that of the Ice Phoenix. Before the phantom bracelets could reach Yang Kai, they were swept away by the giant dark green dragon, and immediately after, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a green mist towards Demon Blood Temple's temple master. This green mist had a foul stench that made anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Demon Blood Temple's temple master cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She had not personally participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, but she had received a detailed report from Jin Shi and knew that Yang Kai had such a strange and mysterious artifact in his hands. When she heard Jin Shi's report, she hadn't taken it seriously, thinking he was exaggerating to cover up his failure. After all, artifacts were dead while people were alive. Even if an artifact's grade was high, if the person using it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to display much of its power. Using his own strength to attack the enemy's weakness, Jin Shi's idea was undoubtedly correct. Although it was a good idea, Jin Shi could never have imagined that in such a short time, Yang Kai's Shi had already reached the minor accomplishment stage, and was not inferior to any of the origin returning realm masters who had been in this territory for many years. Just as the big hand was about to grab Yang Kai, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled upwards and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, the panic in his eyes disappearing and being replaced with incomparable calmness. Seeing this situation, Jin Shi's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, an unprecedented sense of crisis filling his body. Before he could figure out whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying him, or if he really had victory in his grasp, a mysterious force suddenly emerged from the other side, not only wrapping him up but also sweeping away his Shi. Kacha. A sound from the depths of Jin Shi's soul caused his complexion to change drastically. When this mysterious force swept over him, he was shocked to find that his Shi was actually collapsing inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. At the same time, the space around him seemed to distort, giving Jin Shi the illusion that he had been banished to the void. Everything in front of him was also distorted beyond recognition. Yang Kai was clearly right in front of him just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was far away from him. Impossible! Jin Shi cried out in horror as his eyelids twitched. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai had also released his own Shi, and it was even stronger and more mysterious than his own. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break through his own Shi. What kind of power had been fused into his Shi? Why would it distort the space around it? Jin Shi's big hand was clearly only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he was unable to continue because in his vision, Yang Kai's position had changed dramatically. He was not confident that he could kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Space Force. Yang Kai's Shi had condensed the mysteries of the Tao of space, so wherever his Shi enveloped, space would change. This was something Yang Kai had comprehended through the Emperor pressure before entering the Emperor Garden. The last few days of this journey had not been wasted. The power of the Emperor pressure had allowed Yang Kai to fuse his space force into his Shi. Although he was still unable to fully integrate it, this kind of fusion of his own divine technique was undoubtedly more powerful than ordinary Shi. The current situation was the best portrayal of this. This was the first time Yang Kai had used his Shi in a battle, so he had great expectations for it. Now, it seemed that the results were indeed remarkable. In all fairness, Jinshur's strength was extraordinary. He had been famous for many years and his cultivation had reached the third-order origin returning realm. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill him, not to mention in this special environment where Yang Kai had Biluo to take care of while his opponent also had a helper in the same realm. All kinds of restrictions forced Yang Kai to show weakness to his enemy and deliberately lure Jinshur closer. When facing the first blow from Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master, Yang Kai had summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. This was all part of his plan, the purpose of which was to make Jinshur lower his guard. The other party was really arrogant, thinking that without the help of the dragon bone sword and artifact spirit, Yang Kai was a soft persimmon and actually dared to attack him directly. With such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Yang Kai's figure flickered as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was behind Jinshur. This was not an illusion caused by his extreme speed, but rather true teleportation. Within the range of his Shur, Yang Kai could do this, but unfortunately, the range of his Shur was less than 300 meters. In other words, he could only teleport within this small range, but even so this was still quite amazing. Jinshur still maintained his charging posture, and had not recovered from his daze. Yang Kai waved his hand and a pitch-black blade-like attack took shape, trembled slightly and shot towards Jinshur like an arrow. Space Blade. His opponent was a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally, Yang Kai would not hold back and plan to kill him with a single blow. The Space Blade lived up to his expectations, and directly opened a crescent-shaped hole in Jinshur's back before exiting from the other side. However, Yang Kai wasn't happy and instead showed a look of surprise. He immediately turned his head to the side and saw a distressed figure appear. It was none other than Jinshur. But at this moment his face was filled with palpitations and his face was pale, as if his yuan qi had been greatly damaged. In the same place where Jinshur had disappeared, there was a crescent-shaped wound on his back, but strangely, no blood was flowing out from it. Walla. Jinshur's figure actually collapsed, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Golden cicada shedding? Yang Kai raised his brow, extremely surprised. He had just said it casually. After all, this old man's technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. But it turned out he was right. Jinshur's secret technique was indeed called the Golden Cicada Shedding, but it was actually an escape technique. Since learning the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Jinshur had used this technique to avoid many fatal attacks. Just now, when Yang Kai's space blade left his hand, Jinshur instinctively sensed the danger, and decisively used this secret technique, saving his life. Although this technique was powerful, there were many restrictions to using it. Not to mention damaging one's yuan qi. Once used, one would not be able to fight for a short time. If this were any other place, Jinshur might have been able to succeed. However, on this ice road, the space was very small, so even if he wanted to escape, he could not run too far. What made Jinshur even more desperate was that inside Yang Kai's Shur, he could no longer judge the space around him. Originally, he thought he would try to distance himself from Yang Kai and find an opportunity to join forces with his religion master to fight against Yang Kai, but after escaping, Yang Kai was actually less than 10 meters away from him. Jinshur almost cursed it out loud. He had never seen such a strange Shur in his life. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned, a strange smile on his face as he increased his control over his Shur. In an instant, the distorted space around him began to slowly collapse. With Yang Kai as the center, within a radius of 300 meters, small void cracks began to appear one after another. These void cracks were as thin as the hairs of an ox, and although they were quickly repaired by the world principles here, they continued to appear. Looking at the pale and helpless Jinshur, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, and shouted, "Condense!" The space cracks actually obeyed his command and gathered around Jinshur. They were so dense that they looked like countless tiny snakes. It was a shocking sight. Poor Jinshur, Demon Blood Temple's great elder, a powerful third-order origin returning realm master, had been forced into such a desperate situation. Seeing these void cracks closing in from all directions, Jin Shi's face finally became panicked as he hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." But this wasn't all. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master summoned a mirror-like artifact which transformed into an invisible barrier directly above her. Just as he finished these actions, the pitch-black stick had already fallen. With a crashing sound, the invisible barrier was like a piece of paper. The moment it came into contact with the rod, it shattered and returned to its original form. It was sent flying to the side. The mirror shattered and the spiritual light dimmed. Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's face instantly went pale, and before she could do anything, the stick had already landed on her head. Her vision went dark as Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master lost consciousness. Even if she was a third-order origin returning Realm Master, being hit by the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar was absolutely impossible to survive. Her head directly burst open and her body plummeted down like a meteor under the terrifying force, smashing into the hard ice and creating a beautiful flower of blood. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. The stone mongoose was naturally released by him in advance. Although the cold here was terrifying, it had no effect on it at all. Yang Kai's original intention was to let the stone mongoose find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and see if it could win the battle in one fell swoop, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected result. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied with this result. If it weren't for the stone mongoose standing guard and attacking Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master unexpectedly, it would have been quite difficult to kill her. When he, Feiji too, and the others had come here, they had also gotten lost, but overall their journey had gone smoothly. At that time, Lian Guang's puppet had been leading the way, which not only saved them time and effort, but also allowed them to avoid many dangers. Now that he had no puppet to rely on, Yang Kai could only rely on his own memories. Fortunately, he could still remember the route they had taken that day, so even if there were some places he wasn't clear about, he should be able to recall them once he reached a certain place. Saying so, she stretched out her arm and wrapped it around Yang Kai's arm, pressing her tender body against Yang Kai's in an extremely intimate manner. Shui Yu's eyes flashed a strange light as she closed the folding fan in her hand and laughed, looking at Shanqing Luo sarcastically. "Dragon lady, don't think too highly of yourself in front of this young master. When did this young master say he wanted to keep you? Your skin is really thick." She didn't know why, but she didn't want to let go of any opportunity to ridicule Shanqing Luo. If it was the previous her, it would have been impossible for her to have such thoughts. Shanqing Luo's cultivation was quite good, but at this moment she couldn't help blushing and asking in a stunned tone, "Then who do you want?" As she said this, she glanced suspiciously at Biluo, but the latter quickly waved his hand, indicating that he and Shui Yu were complete strangers. "What this young master wants is the man next to you." Shui Yu coldly stared at Yang Kai, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she held the folding fan in her hand and pointed at Yang Kai. If you stay, I won't embarrass these two women. This young master will do as he says. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, wondering what kind of grievances existed between these two men that could make Shui Yu give up the beautiful woman in front of him, and instead choose to keep Yang Kai. As long as he was a man, he would choose the woman. This enmity shouldn't be small. It should be comparable to the enmity of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. The masters around Shui Yu all thought to themselves, but what they were more curious about was, when did third young master become enemies with such a person? How come they had never heard of him before? You want me to stay? Yang Kai's expression became strange. You don't dare? Shui Yuewei raised her pure white chin, her face overbearing and aggressive. Or are you saying that you're guilty? What a joke. Why would I feel guilty? First, I didn't steal, and second, I didn't rob. You dare say you didn't steal or rob? Shui Yu's mood was unexpectedly agitated. Her eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Understanding the meaning of her words, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, staring at Shui Yu from a distance of several dozen meters, not knowing what to say. After a long time, he sighed and tried to persuade her. Third young master, forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet. Why bother? You walk your own path, I will cross my own bridge. The well water does not interfere with the river water. Everyone can live together in peace. How good would that be? If you really want to force me, at worst we can all fight to the death. No one will have a good ending. Fight to the death? Shui Yu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, the corners of her eyes narrowing. Do you think you have the qualifications and ability to do so now? Chapter 1469. As soon as these words came out, Shui Yu's expression changed wildly as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. You wouldn't really? Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly snorted. I already said, at worst, we'll fight to the death. It's not too late for you to let us leave now, otherwise. Shui Yu's face instantly turned livid. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so stubborn. For a moment, her heart filled with grief and indignation as her tender body trembled. She only wanted him to leave with her, not kill him. On the contrary, there was a huge opportunity waiting for him. So why was he resisting to such an extent? Countless people wanted to follow her, but were unable to do so. She was now extending an olive branch to him, trying to win him over, but her method was a bit overbearing. Why couldn't he understand her painstaking efforts? Since Shui Yu was born, she had never been so passive except when facing her father, President AIO. In the end, a woman was still a woman. No matter how much she dressed up like a man, it was inevitable that she would let her emotions affect her decisions. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude of preferring death to dishonor, her expression calmed down and she sneered. Do as you wish. If you really do that, besides you and me, everyone here will die. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the origin returning realm masters around Shui Yu changed drastically as they stared at Yang Kai nervously. Good. Yang Kai also laughed in anger. Flicking his arm and taking a step forward, he stared fiercely at Shui Yu and said word by word. All of you listen to me. Your young master Shui Yu has a big secret, and I'll tell you what it is right now. With things having gotten to this point, he was riding a tiger and had no choice but to reveal it. Shui Yu slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not showing any intention of stopping Yang Kai. It seemed she was determined to fight Yang Kai to the end. On the other hand, the origin returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions, all of them worried about personal gains and losses. The conversation between Shui Yu and Yang Kai was not hidden, so every word was clearly heard by all of them. At this moment, how could they not know that once Yang Kai really exposed this secret, they might really be implicated? Sometimes, even if something had nothing to do with them, just listening to it could cause them trouble, especially for a behemoth like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. There were many secrets that could not be leaked. But in contrast, these people's curiosity only grew. The same was true for Shanqing Luo and Biluo. Both women perked their ears and listened attentively. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reveal this so-called big secret, as he was about to reveal Yang Kai, he couldn't help shouting, "Yang!" How could he just sit back and watch this happen? He only wanted to stop Yang Kai before he revealed this big secret, so as he shouted, his figure flickered and flew towards Yang Kai. His body soared through the air like a great pung spreading its wings, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai didn't even look at him, grit his teeth and exhaled loudly. Your third young master Shuiyu likes this father, and deeply in love with this father. As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Shanqing Luo and Biluo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands, glancing between Yang Kai and Shuiyu, a strange look flashing across their beautiful eyes. As for the old man with the 3 strands of long beard who was rushing towards Yang Kai, he staggered and fell from midair, the killing move he had been preparing dissipating. After landing on the ground, his eyes widened and a blank look appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This news was too shocking. Impudence. The beautiful woman next to Shuiyu shouted. How noble is third young master? With so many beautiful women around him, how could he? The beautiful woman scolded as she secretly glanced toward Shuiyu, only to see her face go pale and her eyes bulge as a look of surprise appeared on her face. However, the expression on her face was quite awkward, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Could it be it's true? The beautiful woman's heart clenched. With so many beautiful women around him? Yang Kai sneered. Have you ever seen him flirt with any beautiful woman? Have you ever seen him spend a night with any beautiful woman? Hearing what he said, the origin returning realm masters all wore dumbfounded expressions, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. Although third young master was humble and polite to everyone, and his smile was like a spring breeze, charming thousands of young women, he was the most handsome young man in Star Territory. He never lacked women, and no matter where he went, there would always be beautiful women throwing themselves at him, and taking the initiative to express their goodwill. However, he had never had any intimate contact with any of them, let alone spent a night with any of them. Before, everyone thought that third young master had good self-control and kept himself clean, but now, thinking back to the conversation between the third young master and Kai Yang, about how a forcefully picked melon is not sweet and so on, and how the third young master only wanted to take Kai Yang away and give up on the other side of the enchantress, everyone was more or less convinced. Could it be that third young master really had a special sexual orientation? Looking at third young master again though, she found that his face was flushed red, clearly showing a guilty conscience. The beautiful woman didn't dare to say anything, feeling both regret and amusement in her heart. How could such a good man fall in love with another man? The expressions of the others were similar. These people had lived for countless years and were all very good at reading people's expressions, so Shuiyu's expression and attitude were enough to explain the situation. A burst of breathless laughter came out. It was Shanqing Luo laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. When this laughter reached Shuiyu's ears, she felt like she was being stabbed in the back, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Although she was a woman, in front of outsiders she was a man, so to be spoken to like that by Yang Kai was really too embarrassing. However, she didn't have the courage to refute him, causing her delicate body to tremble and her blood to boil. Yang Kai's move was really beyond her expectations. She really didn't think that Yang Kai could be shameless to this extent, not caring about his own reputation at all. You really are vicious. Yi Shiyun hurriedly responded, "Subordinate is here. No matter what I become in the future, you must assist Yang Kai well." Yi Shiyun was startled, but immediately grit her teeth and replied, "As master commands." Yang Yan's orders were equivalent to the orders of the great emperors, so she would not ask for reasons, and would only follow them. Vaguely, in the dazzling white light, Yi Shiyin seemed to see a happy smile. Immediately after, the light spread out and wrapped Yang Yan up, forming a ball of light that shot directly into the white jade crystal coffin, causing Yang Yan to disappear. The next moment, the entire palace returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. All the illuminated runes dimmed, and the soul essence summoning grand array stopped operating, leaving only Yi Shiyin and the crystal coffin suspended mid-air. Chapter 1471. Master. After waiting for a long time, Yi Shiyin showed a hesitant look and called out anxiously. Ka. A soft sound rang out from the white jade crystal coffin, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure spread out from the white jade crystal coffin like a giant wave. At first, this pressure was not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, it reached a level that even Yi Shiyin could not bear. She could not help her knees going soft and she fell to her knees, unable to even lift her head. The emperor pressure was recovering. At the same time, in the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, the battle between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was still going on. Strictly speaking, the 6 or 7 third-order origin returning realm masters of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were not weak, and each of them possessed powerful artifacts. They were also familiar with each other, so when they cooperated, they were able to display extraordinary combat effectiveness. However, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were not mediocre people either. One of them regarded fighting above his level as a common occurrence, and had many external forces at his disposal. The other had coincidentally devoured the heavenly moon demon spider's source strength, so he couldn't be judged by common sense. As such, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had the numerical advantage, they were unable to do anything to Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. At first, they were afraid they would hurt Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, so they held back, but as they fought, they realized that if they held back, they might be the ones to be defeated. As such, they did their best. But even so, they were unable to gain any advantage. The entire palace was in a mess, with various martial skills and artifacts bursting with dazzling light. The surrounding world energy had been stirred up, and even the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Tao had not been spared. Although Yang Kai had tried his best to avoid its range during the battle, what the others didn't know was that at this moment, the stone tablet was covered in cracks, as if it would break at any moment. This made Yang Kai feel very regretful. In any case, the artifact refining Tao contained in this stone tablet was extensive and profound, so it could be considered a treasure. With things having gotten to this point, Yang Kai could do nothing. Yang Kai, it's not too late for you to surrender to this young master, otherwise, this young master will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shuiyu saw that the situation was deadlocked and could not help shouting. In your dreams? Yang Kai laughed heartily and refused without even thinking about it. You force me to do this. Shuiyu grit her teeth and steeled herself, quickly forming a series of hand seals. As her movements changed, the nearby world energy world also began to flow. The 3 bearded old man and beautiful woman who were fighting Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo all paled, as if they knew that Shuiyu was about to use some kind of secret technique. Each of them fainted and opened up some distance between themselves and their opponents. When they turned to look at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo again, a look of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Yang Kai's expression also became dignified. Although he knew that Shuiyu had become angry out of humiliation, and was about to use some kind of method, now that he was trapped here, it was impossible for him to escape. His only option was to resist. He did not believe that Shuiyu could really display a divine skill that could kill him in one fell swoop. What's more, there was no murderous intent in this woman's eyes. Clearly she just wanted to make him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai prepared to defend himself. At that moment, Shuiyu let out a low shout, and the surrounding world energy madly poured into her body. The expressions of the other 4 cultivators also changed drastically, but in the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do to help. All of them glared at her, wishing they could split into 2 groups. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. This golden light looked very weak, but it was as dazzling as the sun, dispersing the dark green fog that had covered the world. Accompanied by a soft sound, the profound-eyed ink octopus tentacles, which the 5 cultivators had no way to deal with, were cut off and dark green blood spurted out. The sea beast let out a hiss. Under the pain, its countless tentacles waved in a disorderly manner, like huge whips, stirring up the nearby sea into chaos. The golden light reappeared, and with a chee-chee sound, all the tentacles of the profound-eyed ink octopus were cut off and sent flying into the distance, green blood instantly overflowing the sea. Can you sell these pills to me first, and I'll make up for the rest of the Saint crystals in the future? I still want to make a living in Seafront City in the future, so I won't just leave. What a joke. I'm a businessman, one hand for the other. I'm not running a charity. If you don't have Saint crystals, then scram as far as you can. You want 100 spirits pill? Dream on. Shopkeeper Chung, I beg you. Impossible. I'm warning you one last time, if you don't leave now, you'll have to bear the consequences. The source of the voice was a man and a woman. The man was the shopkeeper of a pharmacy, while the woman was a woman who appeared to be around 40 years old. It could be seen that she was quite beautiful when she was young. However, at this moment, her face was sallow and emaciated. She looked extremely down and out. She was begging the shopkeeper with the surname Chung, but the other party was unmoved. Yang Kai stared at the woman's side for a long time before suddenly letting out a light sigh, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. He felt that he should know this woman, but he wasn't sure. After all, the two weren't familiar with each other, but her voice and profile were very similar. Thinking so, Yang Kai stepped forward. Shopkeeper Chung, who had been glaring at the woman before, immediately changed to a bowing posture when he saw Yang Kai arrive, smiling widely as he said, "What does honored guest want to order? Although this shop is small, all of the spirit pills we sell are of the highest quality. Honored guests may wish to take a look." Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention, instead walking over to the woman and carefully examining her. After a while he asked tentatively, "Are you foreign Elder Huang?" The woman looked like she was about to cry. Originally, she had been disheartened and was preparing to leave this place, but after hearing Yang Kai's voice, her expression couldn't help changing. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her curiously. In an instant, her tender body trembled as a look of panic and horror appeared on her face. "Sure enough, it's foreign Elder Huang." Yang Kai gently nodded. Although this woman looked extremely down and out, she was indeed the one he knew, and judging from her reaction, she should also remember him. Huang Wan, one of the foreign elders of the Haiku family, an old acquaintance of Changqi and Howen. When Yang Kai and the Haiku family had a conflict, Huang Wan was ordered by Patriarch En to go to the city lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, Fei Ji too had no intention of intervening, so Huang Wan had no choice but to return to the family. Later, this woman left the Haiku family and disappeared. Yang Kai had also heard about this woman from Changqi and Howen, so he had some impression of her. He knew that she was unwilling to become enemies with Wu Yi and the others, so she had left the Haiku family without hesitation. She had a good personal relationship with Wu Yi, and Changqi, and Howen had often talked about their old friends over the years. Huang Wan was the one they mentioned the most. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come to Seaside City, and why she was living so unhappily. However, this wasn't surprising as she was only a third-order Saint King. Such a cultivation was considered good in the Haiku family, but on Shadowed Star it was nothing. Without a backer or background, a third-order Saint King living alone was indeed difficult, especially when she was a woman. "You're Yang Kai?" Huang Wan obviously remembered Yang Kai. "Why are you here?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not preparing to explain in detail. "But foreign Elder Huang, why are you here?" "I came here a long time ago." Huang Wan's expression flickered as she awkwardly said, "Back then, I was just following orders, so I know you don't have to worry. I'm not here to find trouble with you." She was often coveted by some people with bad intentions, and had faced danger several times. She also wanted to find another sect or family to join, but a cultivator with unknown origins like her was rarely accepted. As a last resort, she could only find some cultivators like her in seafront city and hunt sea beasts in the open sea to make a living. However, such a thing was accompanied by great risks. Huang Wan had witnessed many cultivators die tragically in the open sea over the past few years, and the team she followed had changed over and over again. Fortunately, her luck was good, and she was always able to escape death. Until one day, she encountered a sea beast and was accidentally poisoned, so no one dared to travel with her anymore. In order to detoxify the poison in her body, Huang Wan had sold all of her belongings, but unfortunately, she still wasn't able to gather enough saint crystals to refine 100 spirits pill. She had visited the pharmacy several times already, but every time she begged, the shopkeeper surnamed Chung would never open the door. Until today when she met Yang Kai. After listening to her story, Yang Kai gently nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you ever thought about going back?" "Go back?" Huang Wan was taken aback for a moment before a look of nostalgia appeared on her face, shaking her head with a bitter smile. "I can't go back. This mistress has already left the Haiku family. How could I have the face to go back? What's more, I heard that the family dismissed all foreign elders a few years ago, leaving only a few elders behind. Even if I go back, they won't accept me." No, I'm not talking about going back to the Haiku family. I'm talking about going to Wu Yi Changqi and Howen." Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "You mean, going to High Heaven sect?" Huang Wan's eyes lit up. "Oh, you know about High Heaven sect?" Yang Kai was surprised. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Huang Wan's bright eyes flashed. High Heaven sect is now famous. Although this mistress has lived in Seafront City for a long time, how could she not have heard of it? What's more, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain has spread throughout Shadowed Star, so I'm afraid there is no one who doesn't know the name of High Heaven sect and Sect Master Yang. "I'm that famous?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He didn't think Huang Wan was trying to curry favor with him. After all, this place was adjacent to the Outer Star Sea, far from the mainland. She had heard about the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and High Heaven sect, so what she said before was probably true. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask you, what do you think of my previous proposal?" A touch of excitement appeared on Huang Wan's face, but she did not respond immediately. Chapter 1475. "You've worked hard all these years," Yang Kai sighed slightly. "Where is the person you were talking about?" "You didn't see anyone here." "She's here." Huang Wan smiled and pulled out a small figure from behind her, squatting down and saying in a pleasant tone, "Yuner, come and greet Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. A child? He really didn't expect that the person Huang Wan was talking about was actually a child. Looking at her appearance, she was only about 6 or 7 years old, less than 3 feet tall. Her figure was slender, and her complexion was yellow. It was obvious that she was malnourished. The clothes she was wearing were coarse linen, but they were very neat and tidy, without any dirt or dust. Her hair was still light yellow, and she still had a childish air to her. However, her eyes were round and full of spirit. This was not Huang Wan's child, because the two didn't have any similarities in appearance, and according to Yang Kai's understanding, Huang Wan had never given birth to a child. So where did this little girl come from? The little girl seemed to be a little shy and a little curious, hiding behind Huang Wan, staring at Yang Kai with wide black eyes, but not saying a word. Huang Wan persuaded her a few words and asked her to bow. But she remained unmoved, just constantly shaking her head, looking at Yang Kai's face with a little vigilance. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai frown, his heart inexplicably sour. A child of this age shouldn't know anything, but she was actually wary of him, which meant she might have encountered something that made her panic before, so she didn't dare to get close to strangers. Please forgive her, sect master. Yun'er is still young and doesn't understand etiquette. Please forgive her. Huang Wan stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. It's fine. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, sweeping the little girl with his divine sense and saying in surprise, "She's already reached the peak of the initial element realm. Did you teach her?" Huang Wan nodded lightly. Yun'er pestered me to teach her, so I taught her a little. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. This was impossible to achieve in the central capital, and with Huang Wan's financial resources, it was likely that she hadn't been provided with a good environment and resources. In other words, this little girl's aptitude was quite good. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked via telepathy, "Where are her parents?" "He died 3 years ago," Huang Wan replied with a gloomy expression. Shortly after, Huang Wan briefly explained the matter of the little girl. The little girl's surname was Lin, and her full name was Lin Yun'er. Her father was originally someone who did not belong to any sect, and her mother was originally a woman from the Ocean Palace. Sea Temple was a great force on the Limitless Ocean, and its reputation on the Limitless Ocean was comparable to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect inland. Lin Yun'er's mother also seemed to have some status in Sea Temple. Originally, with her status, she would have had many choices if she wanted to choose a husband, but love was an inexplicable thing. After meeting Lin Yun'er's father, Lin Yun'er's mother fell in love with him. The two of them fell in love with each other, and soon decided to marry. This matter was learned by the higher-ups of Sea Temple, and in a fit of anger, Lin Yun'er's mother was expelled from Sea Temple. Although this was done, the people of Sea Temple did not embarrass her too much and still acquiesced to her living in Seaside City. From then on, Lin Yun'er's parents became a poor couple, but they were still in love with each other, and lived quite comfortably. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old little girl with such a thin and frail body possess such great strength? Was it a gift or something else? Although Yang Kai was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't judge in a short time, so he could only hide his doubts in the bottom of his heart and prepare to go back and talk about it. Yes. Huang Wan naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it, and nodded obediently. Although Lin Yun'er subconsciously judged Yang Kai as a bad guy, after Huang Wan's explanation, she no longer resisted. There was nothing to pack, and it was not an exaggeration to describe this house as bare walls. Soon Huang Wan took Lin Yun'er's little hand and followed Yang Kai to the center of Linhai City. Chapter 1476. Huang Wan had lived here for several years, and could barely be regarded as a local tyrant, so she naturally knew the location of the space array. With her leading the way, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where the space array was located without much effort. Seaside City's space array was open to the public as long as one paid enough Saint crystals, but there were only a handful of destinations that could be reached. After some consideration, Yang Kai chose Black Crow City as his next stop. It wasn't that Black Crow City was the closest to the Lu Yen Sand Field, but because Yang Kai had been to this city before, he knew that it wasn't far from Clear Sky Sect. As long as he could reach Black Crow City, he could use Clear Sky Sect's power to easily teleport to the nearest city to the Lu Yen Sand Field. This was a rather helpless choice, but it was also the fastest and most time-efficient. After paying a total of 600,000 Saint crystals, Yang Kai's group of 3 successfully stepped onto the space array, and after a flash of light, the trio disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai had been to Black Crow City once before with Chen Shitao, Lu Ying and the others. It was in this city that Yang Kai encountered Qianyu by chance, and after making a big scene in Joyous Union Pavilion, he managed to redeem her. Yang Kai had no intention of staying here for long, so after inquiring about the direction, he took Huang Wan and Lin Yun, and flew off in a certain direction. 3 days later, in front of another city several times larger than Black Crow City, Yang Kai landed. Sect Master, how did we get here? Huang Wan looked at the 3 words above the huge city gate with a blank expression. And there are some acquaintances here, so it's more convenient to transfer from here. Yang Kai explained lightly, glancing over at Lin Yun, who was sleeping soundly on Huang Wan's back, a smile appearing on his face. After 3 days of traveling, although the little girl hadn't exerted any effort, she was still exhausted. Not to mention, this was the first time she had traveled so far. Since she was born, she had never taken a step out of Linhai City. So when she left Linhai City that day, she was extremely curious about everything around her. Flying at high speed made her jump for joy. When she saw wildflowers and grass outside, she would dance with joy. When she saw birds and butterflies, she couldn't wait to catch them and play with them for a while. After the excitement, he was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Let's go. Yang Kai called out and led the way into the city. Mahai City. As it was adjacent to Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, this city was basically as important to Clear Sky Sect as Heavenly Fate City was to Shadow Moon Hall. Black Sea City was also a city controlled by Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shirtao had invited Yang Kai to visit her home many times, but he had never had the opportunity or time to do so in the past. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of Mahai City's City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was one of the most prominent buildings in Mahai City, so it was naturally built in a grand and majestic manner. In front of the City Lord's Mansion was a row of cultivator wearing black leather armor, each of them wearing solemn expressions and holding a silver spear, giving them a majestic appearance. Seeing Yang Kai's group of 3, everyone turned their attention to them, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, "Halt! This is Black Sea City's City Lord's Mansion. Unrelated people are not allowed to approach." This person was a third-order Saint King, and as he spoke, he stepped in front of Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Yang Kai grinned and cupped his fists slightly. "Hello, friend. This one is Yang Kai and has come here to discuss some matters with your city lord." Usually, when he saw her following Chen Shirtao around, Yang Kai thought that she was just a disciple with good aptitude in Clear Sky Sect, but her background was actually not small. Since her father could become Black Sea City's city lord, he was definitely a third-order origin returning realm master. Impudence. Just as they were speaking, a dignified shout suddenly rang out from inside the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with fair skin stepped out, his expression solemn and dignified as he scolded, "Sect Master Yang is the sect master of a sect. How can a little girl like you speak so rudely?" This man was obviously Lu Ying's father, the city lord of Black Sea City. Hearing her father's reprimand, Lu Ying couldn't help sticking out her tongue playfully. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "City Lord Master is too serious. Sister Lu Ying and I have known each other for a long time, and are friends of the same generation. There is no need for our relationship to become estranged, just because this Yang has established a sect." The middle-aged man heard this and his eyes lit up, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's humility and amiability, but he still shook his head and said, "Even so, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Inger greets Sect Master Yang again." When Lu Ying heard this, the corners of her mouth rose to the heavens, but she couldn't disobey her father's orders, so she could only reluctantly bow again. Yang Kai was helpless. Although he hadn't exchanged many words with this city lord, he could tell that he was quite rigid. After Lu Ying bowed, the middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "This one is Lu Xian, the city lord of Black Sea City. Greetings, Sect Master Yang." "City Lord Master is too polite. This one came uninvited. I hope City Lord Master will not take offense." Yang Kai quickly returned the courtesy. "Sect Master Yang is too serious. Your presence in Black Sea City brings light to Black Sea City's humble dwelling. Please come inside. This Lu has already sent a message to Sect Master and Great Elder. The 2 of them will arrive within half an hour, so please wait a moment, Sect Master Yang." "Good." Yang Kai gently nodded, not taking this matter to heart. He had saved Gu Zhen and Mou in the Emperor Garden, so they would definitely come after hearing the news. This was something Yang Kai had expected. Entering the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai found himself surrounded by crowds of people. Seeing the travel-worn appearance of Yang Kai's group of 3, Lu Xian arranged for them to bathe and change their clothes. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. He didn't care if he was covered in dust, but he couldn't bear to see Lin Yin, and Huangwan like this. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in a palace with a refreshed look on his face. At this time, Gu Zhen and Mou, who had heard the news, had already arrived, so after meeting, they naturally couldn't avoid exchanging pleasantries. After a while, the host and guests took their seats. Lu Xian had already prepared a welcome banquet, and presented exquisite food and spirit fruits one by one, causing Lin Yin, who had never experienced such a life before, to gobble up the food. This straightforward little girl's behavior was not only not annoying, but also quite interesting. Lu Ying sat next to Lin Yin, and constantly served her food, seemingly quite fond of this little girl. Huang Wan, on the other hand, was very reserved here. She had never thought that she would one day be able to sit at the same table as the master and young lady of Clear Sky sect. After all, a few days ago she had been so poor that she had to beg others for 100 spirit pill that only cost 5,000 saint crystals, but a few days later she had been reborn. She deeply understood that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was entirely because of Yang Kai, causing her heart to be filled with mixed feelings. A few hours later, as the sky darkened and the banquet came to an end, Lin Yin, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, was taken away by Huang Wan to rest, leaving only Yang Kai and Clear Sky sect's elders in the hall. Is Sister Chen also back? Yang Kai took a sip of tea and asked with concern. Thanks to Sect Master Yang, the 3 of us returned unscathed. Gu Zhen said gratefully. This trip to the Emperor Garden had been filled with crises, the most dangerous of which was the battle with Yang Kai. At that time, if it weren't for Yang Kai coming to their rescue at the critical moment, Gu Zhen and Mou might have been fine, but Chen Shitao, who was the weakest of them, would definitely not have been able to escape. However, after returning, Chen Shitao entered retreat. After all, she had made some gains in the Emperor Garden. What's more, she had just broken through to the origin returning realm, and had yet to condense her sure, so she didn't dare delay. As such, she didn't come out to see Yang Kai this time. On the other side, Gu Zhen and Lu Xian also looked over expectantly, Gu Zhen saying, "Of course we won't occupy this precious spot for nothing. We can pay a corresponding price." "One is enough?" Yang Kai looked at them with some surprise. "It's more than enough," Gu Zhen nodded. Gu Zhen nodded solemnly. "If possible, we would certainly like to see more people leave Shadowed Star, but if all the masters leave, Clear Sky sect will have no one to guard it. What's more, breaking through to the Origin King realm is not easy, so having one spot to try is more than enough." "If that's the case, then I can agree," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Hearing this, the 3 from Clear Sky sect were overjoyed. As for who this spot would be given to, that was a headache for Clear Sky sect, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Afterward, Yang Kai told them that when he really wanted to use the starship to leave Shadowed Star, he would send them a message, so all they had to do was wait patiently. The 3 naturally had no objections. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yang Kai took Huang Wan and Lin Yin, to bid farewell to the 3 from Clear Sky sect. Although Gu Zhen and the others wanted to keep him, they knew that Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden, and had many things to do, so they didn't stop him and personally escorted him to the location of Black Sea City's space array. Yang Kai's next destination was Demon Blood City. Demon Blood City was a city controlled by Demon Blood Temple, and was not far from Lu Yen Sand Field. When Yang Kai came out of Lu Yen Sand Field, he had met Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning at the edge of the desert, and obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ning then took him to Demon Blood City. There was nothing wrong with choosing this route, But Guzhen told him that Demon Blood City might not be peaceful right now and urged him to be careful. Demon Blood City was indeed not peaceful. When Yang Kai's group of 3 teleported from Black Sea City's space array to Demon Blood City, they immediately noticed that the city seemed to be in turmoil, and that many people were fighting. This couldn't be helped though, as Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master had both fallen in the Emperor Garden. Now that there was no one in control of the temple, the elders were naturally fighting for power. Demon Blood Temple was a great force that liked infighting, so with this reason, the entire Demon Blood Temple was in turmoil at this moment. Naturally, Demon Blood City had also become extremely chaotic. Even the main hall where the space array was located was unguarded. All the disciples of Demon Blood Temple had been involved in this dispute, and the city was constantly filled with scenes of people being killed, and those being killed. After arriving at Demon Blood City, Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly grasped the situation in the city. Not showing any fear, he simply circulated his Saint Qi, wrapped Huang Wan and Lin Yun in his Saint Qi, and flew out of the city. Along the way, there were many people who tried to block Yang Kai's path, but all of them were killed. With his current strength, even if he encountered a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these stray cats and dogs. Soon, the disciples of Demon Blood Temple realized just how tyrannical Yang Kai was, and no one dared to block his path. What's more, Yang Kai came and went in a hurry, obviously a master just passing by, so who would bother trying to stop him? Wouldn't that be seeking their own deaths? So in less than a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already left Demon Blood City with Huang Wan and Lin Yun, heading straight towards the Luyan Desert. One day later, Yang Kai found a beautiful palace somewhere outside the Luyan Desert and rushed inside. This was the first time Yang Kai had entered this palace, and it belonged to High Heaven Sect. Inside the palace was a space array specially arranged by Yang Yen to facilitate the entry and exit of High Heaven Sect's disciples. After all, the flowing flame sand field covered an extremely large area. If one were to rely on flying alone, it would take at least a day or two to reach High Heaven Sect's headquarters. But with this special space array, it was a different story, allowing one to come and go freely. At this moment, there were only 2 High Heaven Sect disciples guarding the palace. Both of their cultivations were not worth mentioning, only third-order saints. Such strength was nothing on Shadowed Star, but now that High Heaven Sect's name was like the sun in the sky, no one dared to stroke this tiger's whiskers, so there was no need to worry about their safety. On top of that, there was also a spirit array arranged by Yang Yen around the palace. If anyone tried to invade High Heaven Sect using this space array, they would be blocked by this spirit array. The disciples on duty would have plenty of time to destroy the space array. What do you mean? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared deeply at Yi Shiyun, a look of hostility filling his face. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Master has ordered that she will not see anyone right now. Yi Shiyun's expression remained calm as she replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Even me? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Subordinate is only carrying out Master's orders. Please do not embarrass subordinate, Sect Master. Embarrass you? Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Interesting. I just want to see her. What's there to embarrass you about? It's not like I haven't seen her before. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Yi Shiyun stubbornly stood in front of him. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her indifferently for a moment before asking in a deep voice. Since Yang Inflammation can give you orders, can you say that she is fine? But why did the people below say that she was in a coma when she returned, and that you were the one who carried her back? Yes, Master is indeed in a coma, but she is not seriously injured, it's just that. Just what? Yi Shiyun fell silent as a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Observing her expression, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he narrowed his eyes and said, I will only ask one question. Please tell me everything you know, Great Elder. Please ask, Sect Master. Yi Shiyun raised her head and brushed her hair behind her ear. Is the one inside the bamboo house the yang inflammation I know, or your master? Both, Yi Shiyin said with a bitter smile on her face. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. So that's how it is. So this is what awakening the great emperors is all about, I understand. Previously, Yang Inflammation had said that the day the Emperor Garden opened was the day the great emperors were awakened. At that time, although Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled and suspicious, he did not ask about it in detail, or rather, he was subconsciously afraid to ask about the specific process, lest the answer he received was not what he wanted. Yang Kai had already made some guesses. But now, this guess had obviously been confirmed. The great emperors as their main bodies had awakened, so Yang Inflammation as a soul clone naturally could not exist alone. The two had merged into one, which was why Yi Shiyin had given such an answer. Sect Master is a wise man, you should understand the current situation. Yi Shiyin looked at him indifferently. I understand. I just want to know what will happen to Yang Inflammation. She is the master, and the master is her, so nothing will happen to her. Yang Kai gently nodded. The situation was not so bad that he could not accept it. Although this result was not the best, it was not the worst either. Considering all this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released his divine sense into the bamboo house, wanting to see what the specific situation of Yang Inflammation was at the moment. Chapter 1479. Fortunately, the problem was not serious and Yang Kai spent half a month dealing with it. The next thing he needed to do was naturally take stock of his harvest from the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring. With a flash of light, a pile of herbs appeared in front of him. These herbs were naturally collected together with the people from Ice Heart Valley in that hidden mountain valley. At that time, Yang Kai did not have time to deal with them, so he had simply placed them in his space ring. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to organize them, otherwise, the medicinal efficacies would definitely be lost. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally knew how to properly preserve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Taking out boxes made of different materials from his space ring, he carefully stored them according to their characteristics. Those that were suitable for preservation in jade were placed in jade boxes, while those that were suitable for preservation in wood were placed in wooden boxes. There were many ways to preserve herbs, but this was not a problem for Yang Kai. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai quickly put away these boxes with a smile on his face. These were several hundred spirit medicines of high medicinal age, and although their grades varied, each one was extremely valuable. After all, these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had existed in that hidden mountain valley for tens of thousands of years, and could all be considered 10,000-year-old spirit medicines. Pills refined from such spirit grasses and spirit medicines were far more efficacious than those refined from ordinary spirit grasses, and would be of great help to Yang Kai in refining his alchemy skills. Combined with the herbs he had collected from the floating continent when he first entered the Star Territory, Yang Kai felt that before he broke through to the Origin King Grade Alchemist realm, he would definitely not lack materials. Even after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he would have many Origin King Grade materials to practice with. The next thing Yang Kai took out was an alchemy furnace, one that he had also found in that hidden mountain valley. This was the alchemy furnace used by the mountain valley's owner when he was alive. It was an Origin King Grade alchemy furnace, and was extremely rare in this world. Yang Kai already had two furnaces. One was the Origin King Grade artifact refining furnace where the Firebird artifact spirit resided, and the other was the alchemy furnace in front of him, but neither was something that could be seen casually. If an artifact refiner or alchemist had a good furnace, they would be able to save a lot of time when performing artifact refining and alchemy, allowing them to refine better artifacts and pills. There was a saying that a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wanted to do a good job. This was the truth. Unfortunately, artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were much more difficult to refine than ordinary artifacts, so they were much rarer and more valuable. The third-order origin returning realm young woman from Ice Heart Valley also knew the value of this pill furnace, but because of her many thoughts and concerns, she still gave it to Yang Kai in exchange for more pills to be distributed. This choice wasn't a loss for her, but for Kai Yang, it was a profit. When it came to pills, Yang Kai could refine them himself in the future. Even if he wanted to refine pills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine them, but an Origin King grade alchemy furnace was extremely difficult to find. This alchemy furnace was about half the height of a person and had a simple texture. It was purple in color and gave off a desolate aura. At the top of the furnace, there were two large characters. This finger bone did not accept Saint Chi, but it reacted very sensitively to divine sense. When the fiery red divine sense wrapped around it, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the finger bone. Immediately, an incomparably huge suction force emerged from the finger bone, instantly sucking in Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai did not panic. Although he did not know what would happen next, this kind of suction force was not too dangerous, and if he wanted to resist, he could take back his divine sense. Thinking of this, he didn't resist. Instead, he followed the pulling force and allowed his divine sense to enter his finger bone. In an instant, Yang Kai seemed to have arrived in another world. Under the probing of his divine telekinesis, his surroundings were gray and hazy. There was nothing but mysterious runes that swam around like fish in the water. Yang Kai looked stunned. He actually felt the fluctuations of divine sense from these mysterious runes. These runes were actually also produced by divine sense. Needless to say, this was obviously the divine sense of the alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai hadn't expected that this person not only had such high attainments in the alchemic Tao, but also had such a high cultivation. To be able to manifest such a clear manifestation of one's divine sense, one had to be at least a third-order origin king. After perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai's divine sense, these mysterious runes seemed to have been activated and rushed towards Yang Kai, instantly merging with his divine sense. Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes flashed as he allowed these runes to merge with his divine sense, and began to carefully comprehend the mysteries hidden in them. At first, Yang Kai was confused, but as time passed and more runes merged with his divine sense, he gradually figured out what mysteries were contained in this finger bone. After these runes were rearranged and combined, what was left to Yang Kai was actually an ancient alchemy book. The True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Yang Kai had read a lot of alchemy books, and it was from the true alchemic way he obtained from Medicine King's Valley that he began to embark on the path of alchemy. However, there was no alchemy book that could be compared to this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. The various knowledge and alchemy techniques contained in the true alchemic way, as well as the spirit arrays used in alchemy, were like child's play in front of this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. This alchemy book was not created by the Mountain Valley's master, and was instead inadvertently obtained from a ruin. It was with this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture that the Mountain Valley's master was able to reach the pinnacle of his alchemy skills, and become the most famous alchemy grandmaster of tens of thousands of years ago. However, when his time came, the Mountain Valley's master could not bear to let this peerless book be buried with his death. He was also afraid that such a wondrous book would fall into the hands of a junior and bring shame to its name, so he spent a great deal of effort to transform the information contained in this wondrous book into his own divine sense, and leave it in his finger bone. He then used a secret technique to refine his finger bone, turning it into an artifact so that it would not be eroded by the flowing time great emperor. In this way, even if he died, the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture would be passed down through this special method. If it was really a junior who found his skeleton, they would definitely ignore it, which would only result in him missing the opportunity to obtain the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the idea of burying it, so he was able to obtain the finger bone by chance, and obtain the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. This information was also left behind by the alchemy grandmaster. After Yang Kai learned about it, he was very surprised and felt that his luck was really good. But soon, he put these distracting thoughts behind him, and concentrated on swimming in the sea of alchemy knowledge. Although the true alchemy enlightenment scripture came from ancient times, far before the Mountain Valley's master lived, what Yang Kai obtained today was not entirely the orthodox true alchemy enlightenment scripture. It also contained the unique understanding of the Mountain Valley's master, and his own alchemy experience, making it much more valuable than the pure true alchemy enlightenment scripture. It could be said that the Mountain Valley's master had integrated his entire life's worth of alchemy experience into the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Yang Kai was fascinated by it. For a long time, many of the questions he had encountered in alchemy could be answered here. In terms of alchemy, although Yang Kai had a unique advantage, in the end, he was still groping his way forward. There were very few people in this territory who could guide him. When he was in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai would occasionally consult the highly respected the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, but since coming to Tongxian territory he had to rely on himself. What's more, Yang Kai did not dare to casually expose his proficiency in alchemy. So, as his strength improved, Yang Kai had faintly realized that his alchemy skills and understanding of alchemy had reached a limit. This limit was not his personal limit. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually be able to break through. It was just that this breakthrough could take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. But now things were different. With this true alchemy enlightenment scripture, Yang Kai had a master who could teach him alchemy, and he could consult with him at any time and place. In just a moment, Yang Kai felt that his understanding of the alchemic Tao had become more thorough. Yang Kai became more and more fond of this true alchemy enlightenment scripture, completely unaware of the passage of time as he continued to absorb knowledge from it greedily. After half a month, Yang Kai slowly exhaled and withdrew his divine sense from the finger bone, a tired look on his face. Continuously releasing his divine sense for half a month had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. However, his eyes were shining brightly, looking extremely excited. Half a month was naturally not enough for Yang Kai to fully comprehend the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. He had only roughly browsed through it, but even so the harvest he had gained was huge. It was hard to imagine what kind of sublimation his alchemy skills would achieve once he fully comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. A pill can only be called a spirit pill if it has a spirit. Yang Kai muttered to himself while stroking his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. This is. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he picked up an animal skin book, with a look of amazement on his face. This animal skin book was also placed inside the space ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. At first, Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, but it wasn't until he was almost done counting that he discovered it. This animal skin book wasn't big, but its pages were red, as if they had been soaked in blood. Through these pages, Yang Kai could smell a strong bloody smell. This shouldn't be. Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped and he quickly flipped to the first page, but what he saw stunned him for a moment before he burst into laughter. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. What was recorded on this animal skin book was the complete set of the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques. Since obtaining the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques from Demon Blood Temple's disciple Deng Ning, Yang Kai had been cultivating them. Moreover, this secret technique had helped him a lot, repeatedly performing miraculous feats in battle, making Yang Kai rely heavily on it. Although the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques had various restrictions for Demon Blood Temple's disciples to cultivate, this secret technique seemed to be tailor-made for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had more capital and backing than any other Demon Blood Temple disciple, and that was his endless supply of golden blood. Unfortunately, Yang Kai only obtained the first half of this secret technique from Deng Ning. After cultivating the Golden Blood Thread secret technique, Yang Kai faintly felt that this secret technique should also have some transformations, and after meeting Demon Blood Temple's temple master, this guess was confirmed. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. However, after killing Demon Blood Temple's temple master, Yang Kai found it in her space ring. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Demon Blood Temple was filled with endless internal disputes and revered personal strength. Since this beautiful woman was Demon Blood Temple's temple master, she would naturally carry this kind of treasure with her, so after her death, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai was ecstatic and carefully studied this secret technique, confirming that it was indeed the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Not only did it include the first half of what he had cultivated, but it also explained the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. There was also the method to refine the blood condensing pill. The blood condensing pill was a unique pill created by Demon Blood Temple that could increase a cultivator's vitality. Every disciple who cultivated the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was eager to obtain this pill, because increasing one's vitality would increase the power of their Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ning had performed meritorious deeds in Luyan's desert, and was rewarded with the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, as well as a blood condensing pill. Yang Kai felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure. After all, in Demon Blood Temple, only the elders and temple masters were eligible to take blood condensing pills. The disciples below had no way to obtain them other than as a reward. Yang Kai carefully studied the refining method of the blood condensing pill, but after understanding how to refine it, he immediately lost interest in this pill. This could not be helped though, as refining this kind of evil pill required him to collect a lot of fresh blood, preferably human blood. If Yang Kai wanted to increase his vitality, it was very simple. All he had to do was take some life-revitalizing jade cream. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had obtained a large amount of the purest life-revitalizing jade cream, so how could he put this blood-condensing pill in his eyes? After all, his current reputation on Shadowed Star was like the sun in the sky, so if he really reported his name, these people would definitely think of many things. Now that he had only reported his surname, it saved him a lot of trouble. The reason why Old Man Jiang wanted to gather 5 people to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain was because he accidentally discovered an ancient cultivator's cave mansion a few days ago. However, there was a mysterious spirit array guarding this cave mansion, and even after several days of hard work he was unable to crack it. In desperation, he could only withdraw from Fallen Emperor Mountain and search for helpers. Fortunately, he had dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays, so although he was unable to crack the spirit array after several days of hard work, he was finally able to see some clues. After carefully reading some ancient records, he finally determined that this was the long-lost 5-element scattering array. This spirit array was extremely mysterious and difficult to crack, but as long as 5 cultivator who cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth Saint Chi worked together, there was a chance they could crack it. If this spirit array was at its peak, it would take 5 Origin King Realm Masters to break it effortlessly. However, tens of thousands of years had passed since that ancient cave mansion was discovered, so the power of the spirit array had greatly decreased, so as long as 5 Origin returning Realm Masters were gathered, it would be possible. After withdrawing from Fallen Emperor Mountain, Old Man Jiang finally found 3 suitable candidates after some effort, with Yang Kai being the last one. Yang Kai had heard from Old Man Jiang that there was an ancient cultivator's cave mansion, which was why he had decided to come with him. In any case, Yang Kai was going to explore the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain anyway, so if he could obtain any harvest, it would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Yang Kai's mentality was very calm, far less fanatical than the other 4. Let's get this straight first. After Old Man Jiang finished talking about the ancient cave mansion and the 5-element scattering array, his expression became solemn as he said, "After the barrier is broken, if we really find something inside the cave mansion, this old man will take 40% of the profits while the remaining 60% will be divided equally among the 5 of you." 40%? Hearing Old Man Jiang's words, Old Man He raised his brow and considered for a moment before nodding. Brother Jiang's allocation is very fair, this old man has no objections. Old Man Chen and the beautiful woman called Madame E naturally had no objections. Even though the 5 of them were working together, the old man with the Jiang surname was the one who had discovered the ancient cave abode, and he was the one who had provided them with the method to break into the cave abode. As such, it wasn't unreasonable for the old man to demand 40% of the loot. Chapter 1490. The Tao of space he cultivated should be useful in this situation. As long as he could find the right opportunity to tear space, he might be able to escape unscathed. As such, compared to the other 4, Yang Kai was the calmest. However, there was also a great deal of risk involved. Once the torn space encountered too strong of an energy shock, it was very likely to become unstable, or even collapse. Shuttling through an unstable void crack was something even Yang Kai could not guarantee his own safety. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai would not do such a thing. The 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation together, but there was no way to solve it. All they could do was wait for death in place. This kind of despair shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. Right at this moment, the old man with the surname Chen suddenly cried out in alarm, as if something unexpected had happened. Along with his exclamation, the flow of the 5 elements' energy in front of them suddenly accelerated, and the entrance to the cave mansion on the rock wall became clear, as if it had stabilized and could be entered and exited by anyone. The five elements scattering array seemed to be on the verge of breaking. This discovery filled everyone with a sense of excitement, but in the next moment, all of them cried out in alarm. Along with the rotation of the void crack, an incredibly huge suction force appeared in front of them, and the remaining strength in the bodies of the four began to pour out like a dam bursting through a dam. At a rate visible to the naked eye, all of their auras were drained and their faces turned as white as paper as they tottered on the verge of collapse. Even Yang Kai wasn't faring so well. At this moment, he felt the Saint Qi in his body suddenly disappear. This loss was almost equivalent to the total strength of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai had a huge reserve of Saint Qi, so he did not need to worry about his life being in danger, but Jiang Shan and the other three were different. Not only was the remaining Saint Qi in their bodies instantly drained, even their vitality was stripped away. All four of them rolled their eyes as they breathed in more than they breathed out. Streams of crimson energy were drawn out from their bodies and merged into the void in front of them like swimming blood snakes. This energy was the vitality of the four of them, the foundation they relied on to survive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, their bodies were shriveling at a terrifying speed. Their eye sockets were sunken, and the skin on their faces was as dry as tree bark. It was as if hundreds or thousands of years had passed on their bodies in an instant. Even their hair had turned white, quickly becoming as white as snow. Silently, in just 10 breaths of time, the four second-order origin returning realm masters had lost their ability to survive, their auras completely gone. At this time, the five elements scattering array seemed to be almost full. It turned into a huge amount of energy and began to attack the entrance of the cave. However, without the help of the other four, Yang Kai alone could not maintain the balance of the five elements. Once the balance was broken, with the nature of the five elements scattering array, all the energy was bound to be reflected. This was a powerful attack that contained the vitality and Saint Qi of four second-order origin returning realm masters. Even Yang Kai could not guarantee that he could survive such a backlash. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The biggest possibility was that he would die instantly. Was it all for naught? A look of unwillingness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. The five of them had come together to hunt for treasure, yet the others had all died in front of him. If they were allowed to do so, these people wouldn't be able to accept it. What kind of price will they have to pay? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking. Elder Liang might as well tell me. I'll see if I can afford it. Liang Yong grinned meaningfully. Sect Master Yang is too polite. If it were someone else, they would definitely have to pay a price, but since Sect Master Yang is High Heaven Sect's Sect Master, then there's no need to. High Heaven Sect is now a well-known great force on Shadowed Star, so it is qualified to participate in this grand event. What's more, Sect Master Yang has come alone, so this old master will do him a favor and agree to let Sect Master Yang pass. Yang Kai looked surprised as he tilted his head and asked, "Won't this embarrass Elder Liang?" Yang Kai was confused, not understanding why the other party was showing such goodwill. He didn't have the slightest friendship with Heaven Battling Union, and even had some grievances with them. so there was no reason for the other party to be so kind. Liang Yong chuckled and said, "Of course this old master definitely doesn't have this right. This is just a suggestion. Whether Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass or not will depend on the opinions of the others." Saying so, Liang Yong turned his eyes to the other 6 people. For a moment, the Origin Returning Realm Masters all looked at each other, but Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master Situ Hong was the first to speak, nodding without hesitation. If only Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass, this old master has no objection. Since the leaders of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had agreed, how could the others say anything? They all followed Liang Yong and Situ Hong's lead, so all of them immediately nodded in agreement without any objections. If that's the case, thank you everyone. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before transforming into a stream of light and flying past the crowd towards a certain part of the mountain defending array. Sect Master Yang, since you've come, you should help us break this spirit array as soon as possible so we can see the various opportunities inside. Liang Yong shouted from behind, but Yang Kai was already a few thousand meters away, so it was impossible to tell if he heard him. After shouting, Liang Yong turned his head and exchanged a glance with Situ Hong before smiling knowingly. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. When they had inquired about the news before, they thought that Yang Kai had gone to Heavenly Fate City, but after tracking him down, they discovered that he had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Later, when they heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the masters of the 2 great forces also gathered here. Just as they were worrying about not being able to find any trace of Yang Kai, he had unexpectedly delivered himself to their doorstep.